Who do you?
Or you were a streamer? Sometimes the announcement goes out before the stream starts. Just sometimes. You're a
It
streamer?
happens. It has been known to happen.
Who are you?
Who do you indeed?
Dead stream? Dead,
Dead stream? Oh
dead
no.
scran?
Oh no. I have returned. The sleeper has awakened. That one is...
Warcraft 3?
It is Warcraft 3.
Is it?
There
Okay.
are a couple of lines there that are just stuck forever, and they will play at random, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Have you played StarCraft
Sometimes
2?
the context doesn't even have to fit. I did play StarCraft 2.
Yeah, some of those are stuck in my head too, yeah.
StarCraft 2, the only one that I really got in there is there's two of them, which is the... Why can't I remember what the little helper guys were called? But there's a big job, huh? And then the medic
SCVs.
says...
Yeah.
The SCVs, yeah.
Yeah.
And then the medic says, the doctor is in.
Overtime.
StarCraft 2 was a good one, but I think I am just not good at RTS games, and my brain does not enjoy them.
Really? I think StarCraft
Unfortunately.
2 is probably the best one ever. Like, there's some other games do it a little bit better than it in other areas, but overall, I think StarCraft 2 is probably the best RTS ever made. I think.
I know that it's a me problem because I can tell going from Warcraft 3 to StarCraft 2 how much of an unbelievable improvement it is mechanically.
Yes.
And I still didn't like it. So I know that I'm dealing with a really good game that my brain just is not meshing with. And then I played Red Alert 2, and that did not go well.
Really? I love Red Alert 2.
Red Alert 2,
no.
I don't know if I was just feeling impatient that week, but I crashed out pretty bad. I stopped playing entirely. I was at a point where I was just so mentally exhausted that I was not even processing the inputs. I had to just take a break and be like, all right, that's Red Alert 2. We're going to play something else now. I can't do this anymore.
I can see you crashing out of the gameplay. I don't know if I would enjoy the gameplay Red Alert 2 anymore. I think I watched one of those streams of you doing it, and it didn't look anything like it does in my mind. Like in my memory, that game still looks good. And then I saw you playing, and I was like, oh god, is this really Red Alert 2? Does Jelly have like a mod on that makes it look worse for some reason? Like my god.
Here's the thing that stops me from enjoying RTS games generally. I'm someone who is very easily overstimulated by sound. And when I get overstimulated, I stop thinking, right? And RTS games constantly give you audio alerts so that you're aware of everything that is happening across the entire map at all times. And so when I have 7 different unit lines playing every single time I'm selecting and moving a unit, and there's a million different sound effects layered on top of that, and then I'm getting alerts because something's getting attacked, and then someone calls me on the fucking ham radio to give me a message, I cannot function on any higher level whatsoever.
I can appreciate that, yeah. I feel like that's one of the reasons why, I mean, it's even the main reason why RTS games have never really taken off, is because they are overwhelming to play. Have you tried playing They Are Billions?
I have not, no. I've heard of it before, but I didn't know it was an RTS.
It's kind of like an RTS game. There Are Billions is, in my opinion, the closest you can get to playing a multiplayer match of StarCraft without another person against. Because it's timed. You have to have macro and micro at the same time. It also does have a pause button if you want to be strategic about it too. Yeah. It's
interesting.
It's a pretty good time. Do you want to be
named? I got pretty good at the micro and macro towards the end of Warcraft 3, but Merrick, until my dying day with Red Alert 2, had to keep reminding me to Qmax. It is just something that does not come naturally to my brain to queue up all of my resources in advance.
And then you get cooked a little bit later than that because queuing is bad at the high level, so you just want to queue, but not too much. Yeah. Can you see the screen?
All right. I can see the screen. All right. I need to lock in. This one is really important to me because I have gotten all of these first try for the entire Umineko stream.
Is it Beautiful Joe?
Is this the new Donkey Kong game?
Let's try it. Donkey Kong. It is a new Donkey Kong game.
Go!
It is a new Donkey Kong game. Well done. Well done.
Oh, man.
I would not have gotten
the
that.
Perfect game duel streak. It has been an honor. This is Deathloop.
It is Deathloop. It is Deathloop. Good job. Good job. Was this good?
I'm a professional. I've not played it, no.
I haven't played it either.
I heard mixed things about it on release.
Yeah, me too.
But it looked very interesting aesthetically. This was an arcane game, right?
Yes. You should play after
I played I played through 2017, and unfortunately the streamer sickness meant that I killed every single story relevant NPC because it was funny. So I didn't really get to see much of the story there, but the gameplay systems were engaging whenever they functioned properly.
Wait, did that Prey come out in 2017?
It is, in fact, a 2017 release.
That game is 8 years old. Oh my!
It sure is.
Oh god. Oh. No.
Actually, yeah, 8 years old. Yep. Had to do some backwards math real quick. And then I played a little Moon Crash at the end, and Moon Crash was really good. I really enjoyed Moon Crash.
I streamed Moon Crash. I got Bofud on Moon Crash actually.
you got Bofud?
I got Bofud, yeah. Like legitimately, like someone in chat said, "Have you played Bofa?" And I was like, "No, what's Bofa? I don't know Bofa." And then someone said, "Bofa, these nuts," and I was like, "Oh shit!" That was the first time I ever got Bofud. And they
shot.
Yeah.
You had a Moon Crash out.
Yeah. I liked Moon Crash. I didn't finish it though. Bandle. All right. Can you hear it, Jelly?
Let's see. Can we hear it? Yes, we scram.
Yes, we can. All right. Here we go. 2019, 600 million views, medium.
I know what this song is, but I don't know what it's called.
How does it go?
I think is it?
Sorry to put you on the spot.
Is that the one?
I don't know. Oh no. Let's go guitar.
Oh, no, this is his name, was that Baby No Money?
My hair is graying la, la, la? By the second. La La La? Y2K?
No.
It was that, yeah. Baby No Money, yeah.
Okay.
Good job.
Yep, there's Baby No Money.
I've never heard of this song before. Let's
glorp it.
Damn. Okay. I don't know this song. Well done, Jelly.
She's so talented.
You're just sweeping today. Holy shit. All right, are you gonna get Jodel too?
Third par isn't too much of a sweep, but I'll take it.
This is bullshit. Hold on. Hold the phone. Wait, that card. This could be any.
All right. Well, I feel like is it a? I'm trying to enter through my mind bank. See, the problem is that I don't watch VODs, so if it's before Outer Wilds, it doesn't exist to me.
Inscription is a good guess because of that card, but that card is a reference to BioShock Infinite's stupid puzzle at the beginning. It probably is Inscription.
Let's see.
It was Inscription.
It was Inscription.
Well done, chat. I wouldn't have gotten that. Well done. I love this game. This game is really good.
I crashed out pretty hard during Act 2 of this game and then never came back. I really should give it another shot.
Act 1 is the best part, yeah.
Act 1 was phenomenal.
Yeah. Okay. YouTube's not letting us... Oh, never mind. Oh, this is bullshit. Hold on. The adder! The adder can kill 2 of these grizzlies. Hold on. Hold the phone. Wait. That card. All right, hold on. Let's sacrifice. Okay, let's draw a squirrel. Okay, and we're going to sacrifice the squirrel and the smoke and put it down and kill 2 grizzlies, and we'll put a squirrel down to block. All right, here we go.
He's gaming.
Yes! All right, here we go. Oh, this is the one I won. Oh, okay, I remember this now. Yeah, I remember this. Okay. Let me relight your candles.
Won the bear encounter first try. I was very proud of that, except I blundered. I misplayed.
I think I could have beaten the next one too. Looking back, if I had done a slightly different order with the cards, I didn't really understand what I was doing. Yeah, I didn't understand it. What do you mean the one you beat the first act on your first? I didn't beat the first act on my first run, did I? Or no, hold on. The first act of Act 1, the first part of Act 1. I can't remember what they're called in the game. That's kind of a spoiler, actually. So maybe we shouldn't talk about that anymore. All right, small kids are cursing. Okay, this could be anything. This looks like it is a small kid.
How much playtime?
11.3 hours.
11. Is this kindergarten? Kindergarten 3? Just taking a random guess?
Kindergarten 3?
I don't know.
I've never heard
Okay,
of
that's
that.
not it.
Monkey?
Gorilla Tag?
It has a monkey in it? I've never heard of Gorilla Tag. Gorilla Tag?
It's the VR game. It is Gorilla Tag.
You're doing so well today. I've never even heard of this game. Gorilla Tag?
Listen, you gotta understand. What I lack in practical real life skills, I have in vague knowledge of videos game.
Not specified. So Steam Duel is random? It just randomly takes a bunch of like reviews and that's it?
I guess so.
Huh. That's a little lazy.
I guess so.
I thought they would like make them like reveal more as it went on. Anyway, all right. Can we choose it?
Yes, we scran.
Yes, we scran. I think it's left.
Captain Scran it.
Captain Scran it. He's a left, right? Left? Gotta be.
Right to Euro got me so bad on the first one. That's an easy left.
Yes, it's gotta be. Okay. I know Scrandle hates right, so it's gonna be left.
It's probably left because that looks pretty awesome. It also has the Japanese and pint buff.
Yeah,
I think easy left.
Yeah, I like the bacon on the right, and even I would eat this, but not too happily. I think like
the bun looks vaguely stale.
Yeah, I'm not too keen on the one on the right. But I do like that kind of bacon left. Okay, all right, easy right.
Okay,
easy right.
Well, it's not the fucking C8 Glorp Joms Yuri cheese dog.
Right looks so good. Right deserves
pretty awesome.
Like a 92 awesome. Or something. Yeah, 88. Come on, 88. It deserves a 9 out of 10. 90? Yeah, it deserves a 9 out of 10. Unlike Expedition 33, chicken ham and leek pie versus pigskin and salsa. I don't know. That's kind of vile.
People really like the pigskin and salsa, which for me with texture issues that is abhorrent.
Yeah,
but I know that people love that shit.
I don't. Right, it's a nice photograph. Like, I don't know, like at a glance you might not understand that it's pigskin. Left just looks bad. It looks like it has an eye and it's judging me. Ugh. Is that even cooked properly? Look at that part there, right? And this part here? Or is that just the ham?
I think that's just the ham. That looks fine. What do we think? Is a pie more appetizing if you can see the insides?
I think it can be. I think it can be a buff.
I think me personally, I would go left because that looks like a pretty decent pie. It's got a nice crimp on the edge, and it's pretty cheap. But I'm speaking with the bias of I do not like the pigskin and salsa at all.
I don't like the pigskin and salsa either, and I don't want to live in a world where pigskin and salsa beats out a pie. But maybe we live in that world. I'm going to choose the world that I want to live in instead of the world that we do live in. Are you with me? We're going left?
Be the change you want to see in the world. Yep. Let's go left.
Yep. Whoa.
Perhaps this truly is a just world.
Okay.
Well, shit.
The Paul Currywurst? Why Paul? Salted fries, sliced German bacon, Frank. What? Currywurst drizzle and jalapenos versus pineapple chicken, barbecue pork, and beef empanadas. Don't know what that word is. With chimney fries. All right. Right looks really fucking good to me, but it is too expensive.
Awesome. It's also American. And the left is currywurst, and Scrandle fucking loves currywurst. You very rarely see currywurst lose. But right does look fucking awesome.
Not only that, like left is a currywurst that even I'm looking at that and being like, fuck, I'd eat that. Like some of the other currywursts, I'm like, I would eat left. I would try left. I would be happy if someone put that in front of me. I would be happier if someone put right in front of me, but I wouldn't want to pay for it. That is too expensive for what that is.
Those might be some of the best looking fries I've ever seen on Scrandle.
Yeah, I agree with you. They're seasoned. I like seasoned fries. Like they look really fucking good.
Shit, this is a tough. I'd pay $17 for that amount of food, personally.
At
an
okay,
event?
hold on. It's 17 quid. So would you pay like $30 for that amount of food?
Okay, no shot. I wouldn't pay $30 for any amount of food.
Yeah. I'm going left. I'm going left. I'm going
left. I think left is the play. Right does look awesome, though. Wow. Respectable. 74 for 17. That's crazy. That is respect. Left. Right. Okay. Remember earlier when I said I think it's more appetizing if you can see the inside? Yeah. I was wrong. I was wrong.
See, I'm so Scottish that I think right looks good. I would eat that. I'm so Scottish. I think right looks good.
It's just falling apart, man. It's falling apart.
I would destroy that pie so happily. I really like that.
Someone already did.
Yeah, I know.
Someone already did.
I'm sad it's not me. All right, chicken tikka and lamb kebab with masala fries looks amazing. Even knowing, awesome. even like having the Scottish disease, that right looks appetizing to me. Left still looks better to me than right. However, is it four times the price better? It's £12 versus £3. I don't know.
I think so. I think the left is gonna take it because that looks good enough.
I think it does. It looks like a decent portion too, or
depending on how big this person's hand is. Yeah,
maybe it's just small hand. I feel like this person is a large person. What do you think? I think it's a big hand.
I think it's a big hand. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going left. But like
I trust you to go left.
Man, I would destroy right. I would destroy. Whoa! It's not just the Scottish.
Oh my god!
Damn.
Right.
Damn, right? You think so?
It's right.
Cheesy bacon chips. 5.
The like paper shredder strips of bacon on those cheese fries are not doing it for me, man.
See, I think that left looks good, but I agree with you. I feel like once I got tucked in, I would be like, this chewy ass strips of bacon can fuck off. I feel like I wouldn't like
bacon for a cheese fry is really crispy little crumbles.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
You want as much coverage as possible, and you're just not getting that with a dish like this.
Okay. I feel like left could still win here. It's half the price.
The one on the right is 12.
12 quid for a sandwich, and the mozzarella on top looks greasy as fuck. But the
well, that's what you're going for. That's what you want in a mozzarella stick. Let's be real.
Do we think that the chicken mascot adds to the scran?
That depends. How common are mascots in soccer?
I think common. In honor of Metal Gear Solid that's coming soon, let's go with the Big Boss. We ready?
Let's go for it.
I have a bad feeling about this one. But now I've just saw this thing here, and this thing looks gross to me right in the middle of it.
It doesn't. It's right. It's got to be right.
Yo!
Let's go!
Let's
go! All right.
Left. It's left. It's left.
Left.
We don't even have to talk about this one. It's left. Yeah, it's left.
Yep,
okay,
it's left.
Yep. That looks amazing. I would eat the fuck out of that. All right. Oh no! What was it?
The Big Boss versus a cannoli.
Shit.
The Big Boss was 80 something.
Okay. Ricotta filled pastry. I feel like it looks kind of gross, but I've never had a cannoli, so I don't know.
Cannoli fucking rules, and that is how much? 160. Is that 160 per cannoli or 160 for 4 cannolis? Either way, that seems like a pretty good deal. Shit.
This is your call. I don't know cannolis.
Don't do this to me.
I can't
not even
judge.
Italian.
I can't judge. Whenever I see cannoli, I just think of the Weezer song, so I have no idea what the fuck is going on right? Okay?
Oh, God.
I can't do it.
Okay. Cannoli's good, but it's a dessert. And Scrandle doesn't usually love a dessert, even if the prices are good. And it looks like a pretty pale fry on that cannoli.
Should I like give a nudge here?
What are you thinking?
Do you think that right would win, even if it was free?
4 cannolis for free, I think that would win.
You think it would win?
I think so.
So does the act of having to pay a pittance drop it down below 80% or whatever? Are all cannolis desserts?
I believe so, yes.
Can you have like
I'm sure someone out there has made a savory cannoli, but generally they tend to be sweet. I think it's left.
Really?
It's Brazil. It's Brazil, though. Cheap Brazilian cannoli? That sounds like a code phrase.
Wait, is ricotta cheese? There's a cheese in this cannoli?
Yeah. Sort of like, you know how you use cream cheese in a dessert, like a cheesecake or something like that? Cheese is common.
Okay.
You just mix it with sweet.
Oh, okay.
More of a textural thing.
Okay. Fair enough.
We know that left scored pretty well.
Yeah. We know that. However, I know that right is going to score pretty well too, because people are crazy about cannolis. It has the Brazil buff, and also it has it's like only 160. Like, it's really cheap, and I don't know if it's 160 for one, but if it's 160 for all 4, it's a steal.
I'm taking my hands off the reins.
You're going left?
I'm letting you
Whoa.
make the decision.
All right. I'm going left. Whoa! Okay, all right. Oh, dogs go within 1%. Holy
shit! The 8 out of 10ers lose this one.
It's left. It's an easy scran. We know it. It's left. It's left. Perfect scran. Perfect scran.
Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
Excellent work. Actually, a little adrenaline. That's upsetting.
A little bit. Yeah, I know. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Perfect scran on a Saturday.
Perfect scran, perfect gamedle, relatively good bandle.
Damn.
Now we're gaming.
You know what? I feel like that was probably the best earned perfect scran of all time, because it was like there was decisions there. I felt
that was a tough one.
Yeah,
it was a tough one.
It was tough, man. It was tough. Yeah, I can't. The cannoli. I was so scared about the cannolis.
It's hard work committing to a 12 quid sandwich. I gotta say. Luckily, the big boss had it in him. You know.
Oh man. I was at the gym today, and my heart is pumping a little bit more from doing Scandal than the pull-ups I did. Oh man. I've updated some of the tags and notes. Please refresh the gallery for starting fan. Okay, sure, I can do that. 1 second. God smiles on Joe and Jelly. The clip. Holy shit. So this is by Luna Panda. I recently discovered twin cinema poetry, and it really inspired me. So I wanted to try writing my own. It's my first time, so it's not perfect, but I'm really surprised I could do this. So twin cinema poetry. So my guess is that this is a poem that you read like down here, like Battler's side down, Beatrice's side down, but then you can read it together as one joined thing at the end. That's my guess.
It seems to be how it works. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Which side would you like, Jelly? Would you like Battler or would you like Beatrice?
I mean, I feel like you are Battler, so it only makes sense that you would have that side. Now, are we going to read them concurrently, or?
How about I read my side? I don't think that's
the right word.
Then you read your side, and then I'll read my side, and then you read your side directly after. So it's like 2 voices saying at the same time. So I'll read this straight down, and then you read this straight down, and then we'll try and
left, right, together. Gotcha.
All right. So first time, you are a cruel person, torturing me for a sin I don't remember. Yet you are asking me to save you, and I try with all effort I have, but it's no use. Love was here.
Ooh, getting "it's no use" in there is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good. My love is not enough for you. You've forgotten who I am anymore. You gave me hope to leave with you from this game. To see with love, you left this place hopeless, but it wasn't enough.
Okay. So, you are a cruel person.
My love.
Torturing me.
Is not enough for you.
For a sin.
You've forgotten.
Ooh, I don't remember.
Who I am anymore.
Yet.
You gave me hope.
You were asking me.
To leave with you.
To save you.
From this game.
And I try.
To see with love.
With all effort.
You left.
I have, but.
This place.
It's no.
Hope.
Useless. Love was here.
But it wasn't enough.
Nice. Good job, Luna
That
Panda.
is very, very impressive for a first shake at that,
yeah,
Luna Panda.
Very, very creative. Very creative.
That must have been a lot of fun to write.
Mm-hmm.
The strength to keep a straight face with useless.
Useless. Thank you for sharing, Luna Panda. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Luna.
I wrote a poem when I was a teenager that you could read backwards, and it had a different meaning once you got to the end. And it was very simple, but it's kind of cool exercise. Yeah.
I don't think I've ever really dabbled with poetry. There's something in me that's like embarrassed about it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I still have some shame expressing myself with flowery words. Which is strange because I say some truly heinous shit live in front of a crowd.
I feel like we live in a time that is like always on a couple levels of irony and doesn't want sincerity, and poetry is one of the most sincere art forms that there is. So I feel like that's probably why I think poetry is probably in possibly the worst place it's ever been since it was discovered. Like poetry
discovered, like we found it in a cave.
We found it in a cave, yeah. But yeah, there's been a lot of poems that I like. Anyway,
going through an architectural exhibit, and here we see the Shakespearean sonnet.
Discovered in a cave. By Outsit. What the fuck? Umi streams trying out new things with new tools. 2 funny little gags from Miriam Castell's puzzle. I actually had a really, really similar experience to Joe. I too also got mad at the Go to Jessica contradiction and was convinced George had to be one of the killers. In that sense, it was validating. Oh, I'm glad that I could validate that. Yeah, I still think I really enjoy the section still because I think it was worth it to give you a mystery to pore over. But I do think that it is like the mysteries in Umineko are not fantastic, I think. But
I was enthusiastic about this, or enthusiastic enough about this, that I asked Lurf if they could give me some resources to play it myself, even though I didn't have the game. I wanted to see if I could solve it myself.
Ooh.
It was a lot of fun. I did manage to solve it first try. However, keeping in stride with my usual Umineko accomplishments, it was because I didn't really pay attention to any of the logic errors that are present, and I just sort of went from like a thematic basis after I got enough of the mechanics down. Like I got about halfway through it and I was like, all right, so it could be Battler, Kyrie, and Rudolph, or it could be George, Ava, and Hideyoshi, but Byrne obviously fucking hates Angie, so this is clearly a ploy to get her to realize that Battler could be a killer too under the right circumstances. So obviously it's Battler, Kyrie, and Rudolph. Yeah,
you can definitely look at it from like a meta, like what would the writing be wanting to do here level. Mouse and I were doing that with some of the questions that were in Sekimea last stream. Yeah, I think that's a cool thing that you can do. So Goda is eating the key. I love this.
They
Nanjo.
Destroyed the key immediately.
I love this Nanjo. Look at this Nanjo.
So solemn.
Destroyed the key immediately. No. Thank you, Hudson.
I do love that everyone in that entire story.
This is fantastic.
It's really good.
What the fuck is Carrie doing? Just shoot them for God's sake. Why did I agree to this epitaph bullshit? Oh.
It's really good. I was gonna say, I like how everyone in the story was just like not even a character. They were pretty much just like a tool to exposit narrative developments.
Yeah, I really like that too. Yeah, that's definitely the more that Mouse talks about, are they called Honkaku or whatever? I can't remember what the word is.
I think Honkaku and Shin Honkaku.
Yes, like it definitely seems that Ryukishi hates that, and like stuff with Erika and maybe even all of Umineko is set up to as like a takedown to that kind of mystery thing. And a lot of that doesn't land on me because, like I said, like last stream or the stream before, I can't remember. I don't think I have ever in my life come across a mystery movie, book, anything, TV show that hasn't cared about like motive and why done it. Like all of them have. So like I haven't been exposed to that ever. So I wish I had it ahead of time. Maybe I should read some of those. Man, Rudolph's got some feet on him, huh?
It's a strange thing to say. That's an interesting observation. Yeah,
that's a big feat.
I suppose he does. I was gonna say, it's interesting looking at Rikishi's work and realizing that like there are some things that he does hate, considering that my general takeaway of Umineko is like every person is deserving of love in some regard. So realizing that there are some negative emotions, and so there is some hatred at the core of Umineko, and even I'm noticing it with Higurashi. Higurashi, to me right now, is reading as Ryukishi really, really, really fucking hates true crime as a concept and a genre.
I kind of do too. But it's also interesting at the same time. It's like it's a cognitive dissonance for me. Is that I think it's gross, but I also think that it still is interesting. It's like gossip. Like gossip is interesting, and like what are the celebrities doing with their life? And you hear about it, and you're like, whoa, those two broke up, really? That's crazy. But at the same time, I'm hit with like, why the fuck do I care? But it's like still at the same time, you can't help it. Yeah,
it's the human desire to be curious and the inhumanity of doing it at the cost of other people's lives.
I think it's interesting with two things. Is that number one is that Erika is pretty much like possibly the worst person in Ryukishi's head in the story, I guess, in terms of like what she represents and everything.
Disagree.
But she's still characterized well, right? I feel like it's a bold move. Maybe I should reread it and see. I think it's a bold move to have a character that stands as like the antithesis of everything that you're going for in a story, and to still be like, you know what, but maybe her outlook does have some perspective and worth, you know?
Now here's the thing that I've been very locked in on Erika, because as I've said before, she is probably my favorite character in all of Umineko. And I want to see if you noticed it, because I was talking with Jeremiah about it. Did you notice that at the end of episode 6, like her perspective has completely shifted? Like it has done a complete 180.
So there being like multiple truths that can be true at the same time when she said the two. Yeah.
She realized that she was completely wrong in that regard. And her playing the villain was an active choice at that point, which is why she comes in to save Angie at the end of Burn's game, because she once sought the same exact thing, that single truth that Angie is looking for, and is now trying to guide her to that conclusion that there isn't a single truth as a fellow witch of truth.
I would like to see where that goes. That is an interesting read. I don't know if Erika was just playing the role at the end of that, or if she had come around, or if she just had to look at it, and being the more like objectively minded person that she is, she just like, well, I'm defeated. Like what can I do? You know what I mean? Like yeah, I don't know. I would like to see like why Erika is even here. I would like to see a scene, and maybe it's gonna happen. I would like to see a scene where Erika just gives it to Burncastle, right? I feel like Erika, like that might be pretty interesting.
I am not hopeful that something like that will happen, but I do wholeheartedly believe that that is something that should happen. Burn does not appear to be a good person, if indeed she is a person at all.
She's probably the second most vile person in the story to me, after Kinzo.
It's a rough one.
Yeah, it's a rough one. Anyway, thank you, Hudson.
Kinzo in particular is... Ugh. Oh,
Maurire?
This is a really good one.
Beatrice
this
the Golden.
A really good one.
Carpenter Beato Chan. Oh, interesting. Don't be sad, Ann Chan. You can be Gap. Oh, it's Anne French Fry.
Anne French Fry.
Petan. So the Chans are cosplaying as Umineko? That's interesting. Got inspired watching Umineko streams and attempted to do mouse art for the first time after 5 years. Decided to include Anne since I realized after drawing the other two that she's also a blonde, but I don't want to repeat the outfits. Damn.
I love the completely deadpan profile shot of her in Gap's outfit.
Oh, it's Piss Chan. I didn't notice. God damn it.
How does this keep happening to you, man? You listen, at a certain point, you just need to be more vigilant. She's pulling it off though. Look at the little chibi drawing below that one. She's really pulling it off.
Oh, there's a Bikoi there too.
There is a Bikoi.
Whoops, Bikoi.
Biatokoi?
Yeah. Petan. It's literally written golden and watery letter. I was going to new fan art. I have to start talking like right away. Like, you know, like just give me a second. P here too. Damn. All right. Well, thank you for the fan art, Mari, and thank you for owning me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Marai? Is it?
I really love Carpenter Bee's. The rendering on her hair and eyes in particular is gorgeous. Has a very nice shape to it.
And let's not forget that Carpenter Bee was definitely taken outside and then delivered to a farm, and was
a hardworking farmer. She is,
and it was not crushed under a book. Absolutely, yeah, that's what happened.
What book would it be, like hypothetically?
Definitely not a Witcher book. Definitely not a Witcher book. Up that. Yep. Yep.
I see. They're
Oh,
here.
they're here. Crystal,
I picked a good
Umi
day to
5
be here.
spoilers. Second to last emo edits post. Be prepared. 1 out of 3. Okay, so we have emo edits all in a row. Damn.
I love the Chiesters. I have grown very, very fond of the Chiesters because every single time they show up, I know that it's just like circus rumpus bullshit time, and I'm ready for it.
Nihi?
Yeah.
I'm going 2-1-3. What about you?
2-1-3. 1-3-2.
1-3-2. Damn. We agree on one being pretty good. Okay. All right.
1-3-2. I love the Chiesters, and not just because I woke up from a nap to their sudden existence, and someone was like, "Oh, what do you think the feminism means here?" And I just shot from the hip and was exactly fucking correct that they were Kinzo's rifles. I'm not kidding. Like within 5 minutes of knowing about their existence, I was like, "Oh, those are Kinzo's rifles." It's like a Playboy Bunny thing, and I was right.
I thought I would have gotten that faster considering how much like chanification is in the community and everything, but nah, I was slow on the uptick with that one.
You got to have a certain level of mental affliction, like me.
Speaking
There
of
has
Kinzo,
to be something really wrong with you.
is Kinzo next builder? Wow, Kinzo is
Yeah,
next?
no, he's pulling that shit off. He's absolutely pulling that shit off.
I thought we saw Genji before. No, was it Goda? Am I getting the G's mixed up?
I feel like we have seen Kumasawa as well.
Kinzo is definitely pulling this off. Actually,
He's 100. It's the pose. It's 100% the pose.
Yeah, the occult vibes are coming through big time. Yeah. Do you think he was crying for Vitorici, and that's why the mascara is running, or what?
Naturally, yeah. It's his dark soul leaking out through his eyes, which are, of course, the window to the soul.
I like the understated Genji. Genji is like showing who he is, but he still, has to clock in for the job with a suit. Yeah.
I feel like Genji is not into it at all, but like he's Kinzo's best friend, and he's like, all right, well, if the master is going to be doing it, I suppose I must follow suit.
If bad, why hot? What do you mean? Usually those two go together. And we have, oh, damn.
Ooh.
Kyrie, Angie, and Rudolph. Did you add some stubble to Rudolph?
Seems like it, yeah. I know Crystal has definitely added facial hair before as well. They gave Hideyoshi a soul patch.
I think these three are pulling it off too. Damn.
They are absolutely pulling it off. Angie most of all, I think.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. I think it actually surprisingly goes Angie, Rudolph, then Kyrie. Kyrie does look good, but I would put Kyrie last of these three.
Mm-hmm. Did you notice, by the way, I didn't notice this until I think last week, that Angie's little armband mirrors Kyrie's?
These ones here?
Yeah.
No.
Not in this art specifically, but hers is a red armband with a golden eagle on it. Which is just like the red arm belt that she has there.
I didn't notice that.
I didn't notice that until last stream. It's a very fun little detail.
Oh,
there.
the broken heart on the tie. What could it mean?
Oh, that's good. The heartbreak killer?
The deets. Kyrie has a good background too. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
These are good. Thank you, Crystal.
The lace designs are very nice. Thank you very much, Crystal.
By Lurf, Pop, Cute, and Cool. I did a henna of Lambda Delta, my favorite character. Really? Lambda Delta's your favorite character? In anticipation for stream today, she ended up staining super well. Might share updates in the future so you can see the final result. Enjoy episode 8. P.S. You should read your DM sometime for no reason in particular. Whoa, what's going on?
I suppose Lambda Delta would leave a pretty sizable stain, huh?
One Sekime image next. What how is henna applied?
I don't know. I think you use like a very little like pipette.
It's
a paste.
Ink?
Yeah, it's like paste that you apply.
Is it with like a tiny little brush, or is it with like a pen nub, or what?
I think you literally pipe it onto the skin like icing.
Oh, okay.
Which is it's a strange way of describing it.
Can you feel it go on the skin, or is it just like if you close your eyes when you woke up, you would have something there? Yeah.
That.
I wonder if I would fall asleep if someone did that to me. That might be very relaxing. There's something kind of hypnotizing about like that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. I think it'd be nice to try at least once. I like the idea of having a tattoo, but I am too afraid of a permanent addition to my body to get a tattoo.
I'm worried that my skin is gonna react badly to getting a tattoo. I think I'm gonna go get a tattoo and just get literally just get a straight line for the first one and just be like, hey, like how does it?
Just break the ice.
Yeah, just how does it feel? Like how is the healing? Just like see what it's like, and then just have like just straight line on my forearm or something like that.
Just
and
get a golden eagle emblazoned on your upper forearm.
What could go wrong? What could go wrong? Thank you for sharing, Larf. I will get to my DM soon. I'm gathering up my laser to do it. Surprisingly, soon. Oh, this is okay. I've seen this one already.
This one is
Oh
crazy.
man. So this is gonna be impenetrable if you don't know Sekimea, but like it is still a very just funny visual no matter what. This is like a loser security guard, and he's having a daydream of being the hero here with the time trial. God damn it! Holy shit!
One-winged eagle.
Sekimea for art for shown on Mouse's stream. I will not provide any further context. Thank you very much, Mr. Sunrise. What's going on?
It's Kate City.
Oh, God fucking damn it.
Here's the thing. I haven't been able to catch all of the Sekimea streams. I was talking about this yesterday. So usually what happens is I will catch the first 30 minutes and the last 30 minutes. And usually that starts with, sort of like indignation, excited, like, all right, ready for some bullshit, let's see what's going on. Sometimes Mouse has bar graphs and charts and is connecting all the dots. She has all the pieces, and it's just like, all right, we're so ready to get into this shit. I'm fully ready for whatever bullshit this visual novel is about to throw at us. And then the last 30 minutes are, I can't believe they're still doing this shit. Where's Sai? What the fuck is going on? What do you mean there's two of them?
It has often ended like that. Now and then it does end with like, God damn it, this is a cliffhanger. Well, I want to see the next couple lines. Yeah. But most of the time, especially during the Shroya City arc, yeah.
Mouse of the stream. Stopping point in sight. Pick a spot and die.
This is Sai, by the way. It is not Nagito. Just I saw someone say, why is Nagito here? It's not. It is the same kind of character, though. Same kind of archetype. It
definitely is the same kind of character. As far as I know, Sai causes problems on purpose just because.
Mm-hmm.
Like
yep.
Just fucking does it because why not?
Just because. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Sunrise. Denny Slim Jim had this idea when I heard Joe say something like, Video Joe has something to say about the parries in this game during one of the Expedition 33 streams. I think it was 4, which made me think about all the different iterations and versions of Joe through the years. And then for some reason, that made me think of those Expressions of Vader t-shirts. I don't know what those are. And this is what came out, mixing those two thoughts. Iterations of Joe, streamer, video, gluten was bread. There's a script on the phone. Joe on the phone. I don't know why. That's one of my favorite jokes. It's so fucking stupid. But
that's
Tom,
probably why.
Sleepy, world's best Monctonite. Nice, thanks. Right, not stubborn. True stare, and tiny Joe.
The crusty lips on the true stare.
Oh,
so good. Who did the first true Anderson stare? Was that Harmva?
It might have been Harmva.
Or was that 4G LTE?
It's been
I can't remember.
That's a long time back now. That's years.
It's been a while. That was during Starfield, I think.
Was it 4G? Was it Starfield? Was it before Starfield?
That was or was that Slay the Princess?
Is the Tom meant to look like a Terrence and Phillip character because of the Canadian thing, or is that just a happy accident?
It's 4G LTE, gotcha.
Behind the scenes thing for fun. Base of almost every face I draw. Previous face, now base Joe face. Base Joe face.
Interesting.
Joe
some developer commentary. One of my favorite things that exists. Would you buy this t-shirt, chat? Would you buy this shirt?
What's this appear? KJ?
Artist signature, perhaps? Unsure. Reluctantly, I would be concerningly tempted. I think I'm at a point in my life where every time I put on a graphic tee, I get like a sharp pain through some nerve ending in my skull that reminds me of every single outfit Jeff Keighley has ever worn to the Game Awards. And I have to ask myself, is it truly worth it to be like those who come before?
Can someone explain the Joe on the phone thing to me? When we did Jetsea in 2023, I needed a different people accepting some of the awards, and I accepted some of them. But I wanted some variety, and I was trying to think of a way to make it so it wasn't always the same kind of voice. So I just recorded one of the acceptance speeches on my phone with the phone microphone instead of the microphone here. So I just said, "Hey, oh, it's Joe on the phone. Like can't believe I won. Can't believe I'm on the phone." Like it's just so stupid, but it's just I don't know why, but it's really funny to me. Like that was it. I was just recorded on the phone.
It's pretty good. That's pretty good. I think the most upsetting part about that was your mic quality on the phone was about equal to my mic quality for the speeches I recorded.
I have a pretty good phone.
That was before the blanket fort tech and before the current iteration of the gamer trapezoid.
Florence the Dryer also accepted the award. I want Joe on the phone
That's
probably
true.
come back this year, I think. Anyway, thank you,
I
Denny.
miss Florence.
Thank you, Denny. By Madison Bake, Joe is whimsical. Suggestive imagery warning next. Okay. Not sex warning, suggestive imagery warning. Interesting. Wow, that's a lot of tags. Dog helps me stream, but dog was stolen by my arch nemesis, the one known as Mandalore. Uh-oh. Stop sending sink pissers over here.
Shell of Bonbon.
Mandalore is the turtle? Really? Wow. Decoy on here. Joms. Glorp.
I do like that Mouse Walrus and I are the expeditioners. Which one of us do you think is Gustav in this case? And dies and is replaced with someone identical but slightly more grizzled and mysterious.
Spoilers. I think it's you.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I guess you could just put the bag on anyone, huh? It could be anybody under there.
Just takes the
I'd be
bag,
willing to accept.
puts it on the head. That's okay, yeah, it's still here.
For those who come after. Gustav is Gluten Joe, Verso is Modern Joe.
I was just reading that one too. Yeah.
Walrus is barefoot, so he's Lune.
Walrus flying around with the tail flapping behind. Yeah, nice.
The greatest swimmer.
Thank you, Matt Big.
Thank you, Maddie.
Oh, okay. By Ash Ashir. You can't put the blanket fort away forever, Joe. No, blanket fort is put away for a while. Yeah, the timeout box.
For a while?
For a while, yeah.
What did she do?
I moved to a different room. That's furniture in it, so I don't need the blanket fort anymore.
Oh,
so, yeah, the blanket got put through the wash already.
Oh no. You put her in the washer?
Yep, and the dryer. Yep.
Interesting.
The timeout box.
Chad is reacting as expected to that sentence.
Why is Blanket Fort Chan so stacked? Why did that happen?
We all saw the picture of the blanket fort. It was a pretty precarious stack.
Okay. It was inspirational, I guess. Why not? Yeah, why not? But also, why so? Yeah. Do you think she went and got slippers, or did she always have the slippers?
I think she always had the slippers. She has what's the word I'm looking for? Vanishingly little to wear at all. At least give her shoes.
Oh, I haven't said thank you to anyone. Hold on. Let me start throwing some thank yous out interspersed here with this on the screen for no reason. Buy a marble for the race. What? Iodine deficient fetus. Mawara penguin drum.
Oh, Mawaru penguin drum? Very strange, very avant-garde show. I love it, even though there are parts of it that are not good.
Penguin drum.
Penguin drum is delightful.
Oh, this looks like an older one. Or is this like an older style?
Let me just say for the crowd, I have to play to the crowd real quick. Ringo has done nothing wrong. There you go. I have to get them on my side.
I've heard the Beatles, the Ringo has done a lot wrong. All right. For the Takura family, destiny is an ever-spinning wheel pointing passionately in their direction with equal tides of joy and sorrow before ticking on to the next wishmaker. With their parents gone, twin brothers Kanba and Shoma live alone with their beloved little sister Himari, whose poor health cannot decline any further. So she's invincible. On the day Himari is given permission to temporarily leave the hospital, her brothers take her out to the aquarium to celebrate, where the family's supposed fate is brought forth with her sudden collapse. However, when Himari is inexplicably revived by a penguin hat from the aquarium souvenir shop, the hand of fate continues to tick faithfully forward. With her miraculous recovery, though, comes a cost. There is a new entity within her body whose condition for keeping her fate at bay sends the boys on a wild goose chase for the mysterious penguin drum. In their search, the boys will have to follow the threads of fate leading from their own shocking past and into the lives of other wishmakers vying for the penguin drum, all hoping to land upon their chosen destiny. Okay. Well, that's
Seizon Senyaku.
a little
What was
bit
the line the antagonist
crazy.
delivered in the finale that we found really funny? I think it was something along the lines of, "Is that so?" I don't think it was delivered exactly like that, but it was very resigned and clearly pissed off.
Is that so?
Penguin Drum is a trip. It is also a brothing good time.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh?
My cursor's broke. Oh, it fixed itself. Okay. Phew. Anyway, thank you, Ash Escher. Luna Panda again. Deadly Nightshade. Let's learn poisonous berries together with Joe. Deadly nightshades, they are deadly. Don't eat them. I am not an expert on this, so don't take my words on it. So you should eat them. Interesting. Interesting. Is this deadly nightshade in a different classification as like a nightshade? Tomatoes are nightshades, aren't they? Like there's a
What?
There's some things that we can eat that they're classified as nightshades, or is this just a nightshade berry?
Listen, man, my knowledge extends to video game box art. All right, I can't help you any further than that.
Yes, tomatoes are nightshades. Okay, but do these count as the same kind of nightshades, or is this different? I don't know why I'm asking. Just things pop in my head sometimes. Potatoes and tomatoes are both nightshades. Yeah, potatoes are too. Yeah, if you eat enough of them, you'll die. But if you eat enough of anything, you'll die. Yeah.
Is this like another situation where I find out that vegetable isn't actually a technical term; it's a culinary one, and vegetables don't actually exist?
Yeah, that's the second layer of tomatoes or fruit. Actually, they're vegetables because it's a culinary term. Yeah.
Do we think that this character will be in Silk Song?
I hope so. Which is shadow dropping like tomorrow, right?
I think so. Yeah. Jeff Keighley himself said it in his stupid fucking gamer tuxedo
with his graphic tee
and his sneakers that don't match his outfit ever.
Thank you, YSF, for the bits. Morning, Joe. Morning, Jelly. Can't believe it's almost over. The real Umineko is about the friends we made along the way with Satapon crying in the rain. Thank you, YSF.
I'm surprised that whenever we got to the choice in Umineko, where it did become a game, no one, at least that I saw in chat, said, "Now this is where Umineko really begins."
I didn't see anyone say that either, but I'm sure someone did. I'm sure
someone must have.
Someone must have.
We finally got past the tutorial. Mouse literally said it. All right, there we go.
I was too busy panicking to about having to answer questions. Thank you, Lady Nika, for the resub. 31 months. Excited for another Umineko stream with Jelly. I always love them. Sad they didn't happen more often. The theorizing and literary analysis is so fun. Literary analysis. I have trouble saying that word.
You gotta look at the ups and downs. All right, the downside, not a lot of Jelly streams. The upside, Umineko gets finished. I have Mouse gave us times today for the chapter, general run times for the chapters, and said, quote, multiply by 1.25 times to 1.5 times if you two are riffing a lot. We are a complicating variable in the temporal length of chapter 8.
We're an hour into dles and Fanart, and it is a light Fanart this week too. Yep.
Thank you, Mouse.
Thank you, Mouse. Thank you. Stream uptime, 58 minutes and 40 seconds. Thank you, Isaac Does Stuff, for the sub 2.
We've spent the hour pretty well. We did get a perfect scran. So
we did get a perfect scran. That is true. We did get a perfect scran. It was worth it for the scran. Yeah, and for the vine. Anyway, sorry. Thank you, Isaac Does Stuff, for the resub. Something Eterna Noctis. Oh yeah, that's the little thing. I just woke up. I don't have it in me right now. Oh, I'm sorry. I really want to play. I really want to play Blasphemous 2 for some reason. I want to stream that. I wonder if I can squeeze that in at some point, maybe in October.
Is this your way of keeping Jerry at bay?
A little bit,
You won't stream Pentiment, but if you stream Blasphemous 2, maybe it'll hold back the hordes for long enough.
Yeah. Pentiment has entered into the same realm as the Rain World people for me. That is, I kind of just don't want to do it anymore on principle, yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
On principle?
Yeah. Oh. It's the spite streamer.
Is Sifu in the same realm as that?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Why is my Chrome messing up? Okay, I can't say thank you to anyone else right now because I can't scroll down, and I'm afraid that I'm gonna have to restart Chrome for some reason. Okay, maybe
Oh
this.
no.
Yeah, maybe. I hope it doesn't crash the whole entire thing. Shit, I'm sorry.
Dominic
Anyway.
says, I'm on a seafood diet. I see foo and I play it.
Did you play Seafood Jelly? You did, didn't you?
I did. Not only did I play it, I streamed it. And I crashed out pretty hard on the final boss, and then I said, nope, don't like how that stream series ended. I'm playing it again to redeem myself. And it was a great time. It was a very, very, very good game.
I should probably play it.
You really should. You would love it. You really would love it.
By Denny again? Denny Slim Oh, for fuck's sake. It's the Scrandle cheese panini Muppet. It really started to look like this to me. You nailed this. This is exactly what it started to look like.
It's perfect.
Didn't make it a chan exactly, but here's the cheese panini from yesterday's Scrandle Muppetized. Wanted to draw it after seeing Joe's description of it after seeing it for the 5th time. It's exactly what I thought, yeah. Yeah.
It's pretty good. I haven't been able to draw in months, so I was trying to incite chanification. I think this counts as a victory. I called cheese paninis the Ojo-samas of grilled cheese sandwiches.
I love that there's a little line here that this is like 2 big teeth. That looks so good. Yeah.
I was looking at that more of there's like a mustache.
Mustache works too. Yeah. Oh, maybe that fits the Muppet kind of style more actually.
Jelly, what does that mean? Don't worry. Watch enough of these streams and you'll eventually understand.
Don't worry about it, kitten.
Okay. Yay.
Okay. Yay. Thank you, Denny. Yes.
Jelly, I understand exactly what you mean. As you should, Dalmac. I know I can always count on you for that.
Whoa. By Maddie, the living example of why men die earlier. What are we doing? Everything is scrannable. Trust your vibe. Bustling fungus. Wild Scrandle-kun, the self-proclaimed forager. See, it looks edible. Yeah. The end. The end. I don't know. I don't know how many people were being ironic or really were putting me on blast for that take when, like, it's dangerous. It really is. It's dangerous. Man.
This is now the second Chan-kun Jad's cinematic universe character that Maddie has created and killed in the same fan art. The first was Partition Chan from Half-Life.
The vines here on the panel lines, that's so cool.
That's very good.
I like this a lot.
He looks very Inscription-esque.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I can see where it comes from, yeah.
Shame he's dead. Poor guy.
P.S. Joe, since I can't directly message you via the normal stream subscription bit messaging, I'm using this opportunity to send you a personal message. Hope you are doing well. Also, I saw that you had a play history on the game we made a deal on of Steam. No chat, it's not a porn game, shut up. How was the experience so far? I'll let you know soon, Maddie. Was this message written before or after I did I showed like hours played or last played in Dragon's Den? I can't remember if this came through or not afterwards.
I feel like I need to corroborate Mouse's Pennsylvania forager backstory and say that when I was a kid, whenever we went out to like recess at school, which is, I know I'm really speaking to our voter base here by invoking recess right now. All right, I'm really trying to get to the core of what our viewers respect about us. There was a chain link fence that was right up against the woods. And there were like honeysuckle plants that poked through there, and everyone would always go and eat the honeysuckle plants. I don't know if "eat" is the correct term, but like the stamen
you can eat
was sweet.
You can eat honeysuckle?
I think that's what it was. Yeah, you suckle on the honeysuckle, I suppose. But yeah,
I thought it was a flower.
Yes, it is. You can eat flowers.
Yeah, I guess you can eat flowers right off the bush, just like
God
intended.
So I have also just eaten random plants, and I turned out just fine.
Yep.
You know?
It builds character.
Perfectly normal, gastrointestinally stable person.
Hey, out of the two of us, I'm the only one who can't tank gluten, so that's true. That's true.
That's fair. You know, that's true.
Maybe if I'd eaten some honeysuckle flowers, maybe I would have built up resistance.
On the downside, you might have also gotten Crohn's disease, but you know, tomato, tomato.
Yeah,
both are nightshades.
Both are nightshades. Yeah, fucking hell, you beat me to it. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Thank you, Maddie. Thank you. By Mr. Sunrise, Captain Scranit. Yes, we scran. Whoa. The ketchup and mustard, just in case some scran comes along.
That's really good. That's really good.
Stinky onion bread. No, not scran. Loves burgers. The pie, fucking pie and mushy peas. God damn it. What is this? This is a cool icon.
That's his
here.
logo.
Yeah, that's neat. Wait, it pops out of the chest? As if he wants to say, yes, it's like confirmed scran.
Yes, we scran.
He pops it out.
I love that we've been playing Scran for so long that there are certain like specific foods that are immediately recognizable, like the fucking onion bread.
Yep.
The onion bread.
When I saw the video made by Amio last week, I got the inspiration to make my own design of Captain Scranit. Since the song was based on Captain Planet, I wanted to make him a little tacky, like the type of mascot you would create to launder money. It looks good.
I was gonna say he's giving me like mid-90s edutainment vibes.
Yeah, that's Captain Planet. Yeah, Captain Planet. Yeah, we're the Planeteers. We can view and see. Oh my god, I didn't really like that show. I did watch some of it though when I was a kid. Yeah,
that the Captain Scranit video is absolutely fan. The Captain Scranit rates a euro is an unbelievable opening line.
I need to have it on OBS dashboard so I can just hit a button and play it every Friday for Friday Scran. I was sad when I forgot to do it for yesterday's. Yeah.
Oh no.
Anyway, this is 1 of 2. So what's the next one? Captain Scranit. I'm afraid you're too late, Captain Scranit. It's already Friday, and even you won't be able to get the perfect scran. This is the fucking bugs versus onion. Oh, it's amazing.
Fucking Voss.
Fucking Voss.
I was gonna say at this point he needs his own tag. There it is. There it is. He's got a tag. I guess Voss is gonna stick around. We have our universal stream enemy, a literal Nazi.
A little Nazi who just loves doing scrandle. Oh, hey, we defeated Voss today. We got a perfect scran.
Defeat him today.
Yeah, we did. We did. The Voss bit is my favorite bit. Really? That's your favorite bit? It's my bad really fucking ass Voss impression gloating to Indiana Jones that he's not as good as Scrandle as he is? What the
That's really good.
Oh, fucking hell. Thank you, Mr. Sunrise. This is really great. This is really funny.
Incredible framing on this shot as well. The giant screen with the onion bread and tub of insects. As much as I do love tub of insects as a phrase, bucket of bugs rolls off the tongue.
Bucket of bugs. Bucket of bugs.
Bucket of bugs.
Bucket of bugs. Anyway, thank you, fan artist. Thank you very much.
Do you think that's what her friends call her, bucket of bugs, Chan?
Oh, it's like a friendly term. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, let me stop streaming to you, Jelly, for a second, and let me fix my windows because something is fucking in the state of Denmark, and I don't understand how to fix it. Like I still can't scroll over here.
Good thing I've never been.
I think maybe I might have to like restart Chrome or. Oh, it's just for whatever reason it doesn't like to read my mouse wheel input right now. What's going on with that?
Oh, thank God they were still doing fan art. I was asleep. You don't value the community and their artistic endeavors.
Wow.
That's what I'm hearing.
Wow. You missed
what I'm hearing. You see dozens of people pouring their hearts out to draw Nazis doing scran, and you say, wow, I'm asleep for that. I don't need to see that. You see them draw a blanket fort looming over Joe's stream setup to get him better mic quality, and also she's absolutely stacked, and you say, no thank you, unimportant to my extreme experience. I dare say stream memes are emboldening chat morale in this moment.
They are Jelly guilt tripping master. Ooh.
See, it's coming from someone you trust, so it hurts even more.
Anyway, thank you to a bunch of people. I couldn't do it during the fan art because my window broke, but now I've fixed it. So thank you to Cheshi8 for the resub. We're approaching the end of Umipiko, but here's to many more peak streams. I do wonder what the next VN is going to be. It won't be right away. It'll be like a couple weeks, maybe in a month or two, before like another VN is chosen. But I'm curious what we're going to go for. I like the sandwich strat for this sort of thing. Thank you, Chessie.
My vote goes for Hotful Boyfriend, even though it's not in the running.
It is a classic. A lot of people, it's been around for a long time. Yeah. Thank you,
Higurashi. I would not, under any circumstances, under any light, godly or otherwise, endorse someone stream Higurashi.
Yeah, I'm not streaming Higurashi again. No. It was just for April Fools, and that's it. Never, ever, ever. No.
You would need to fucking wipey the VODs immediately.
I don't think I can do it. Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird predicament that I'm in, because on the one hand, I really admire Ryukishi as a writer for Umineko, so I want to go back and like see what else he did. But on the other hand, I think Higurashi might make me like lose respect for him. So from what I've seen and heard of it, so yeah, I think I'd rather skip that one. I'm sure it has some good parts. Don't get me wrong, but
I don't know if I agree with that, because I'm looking at the stuff that he's doing not as good in Higurashi, and I'm seeing that as like, wow, he's grown so much as an author. The pacing especially, he has improved so much in Umineko. The pacing in Higurashi can be very, very rough at times. Not all the time, which is good, but there are certainly moments where he is a bit long in the wind.
I think that I could tank, and I would appreciate the development. I think there's just a certain subject matter that he might get into that I think I would be like, oh my god, like what, why? I think that's where I would lose points in respect. Yeah,
I can definitely see that being the case. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you to Puka Boy for the resub. Can't believe we're so close to the final Umi stream. Truly the end of an era. Very interested to see the Jelly Jonah breakdown of the entire story and its themes with a Shannon smile. I don't know if there's going to be another solo one, by the way, or if this is like, if we get through enough today, it's just going to be Mouse and I next Saturday. I'm not sure if there's going to be another one in the middle of this. Like, Oh, this is a tier 3 sub. Oh, thank you so much, Puka Boy.
Oh,
keeps me up at night wondering like how many like tier 2 and tier 3 subs differences I've missed over the years and been like, I didn't say the extra thank you. Shit. Thank you, Dominic, for the bets. Can't believe we're almost done Umineko. It's been a great ride, but it surprised me how the time passed.
How?
Weirdly, I think I'd enjoy the reread more as opposed to like Outer Wilds. Okay, what are we doing? Where I want to wipe the memories of my brain so I can experience the first run again. I actually shared it with my father, and at the end I asked, don't you find this pretty neat, Pa? He disowned me. Oh well. Also, sorry, I have weird typos. I've got some odd problems with my keyboard.
God damn it. Was that Dalmek?
It was Dalmek, yeah. It was Dalmek.
Of course it was fucking Dalmek. Fucking neat paw is amazing.
Thank you, Dalmek. Thank you, Ruffle Crag, for the resub. Some luck for a perfect scran. We got it. Maybe it was because of this luck that was sent by Ruffle Crag. Thank you very much.
Yes, we scran.
We scranned our hearts out. Thank you, Dolomitos, for the resub also. I was here for every Umineko stream and will be there for the finale too. This truly is the end of an era. I'm glad I was here. Wonder how many hours it took. Streams were at like, what, 50? Approaching 50? I wonder how many hours streaming it took to read through this. I'm stunned that we got through it. There was a couple times where I thought it was never going to end. Like, is it going to take too long? Yeah. Thank you, Final Boss J, for the resub. Started at Umineko. We're already with the Nekos, and now we're finally here. Yeah, I'm so owned. Thank you for these banger months of streams. Hoping to see more Jelly and Mouse collabs in the future, too. We have to finish Overcooked, don't we? Overcooked 2?
We do, yeah.
Yeah, we do, yeah. And I'm not sure if we're doing a Way Out or It Takes Two. We should probably talk about that. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. We also do still have, the book deal and the signing tour and all that stuff, but, we'll put it on the Trello. Thank you, Falco5, for the resub. Hey, Joe, sorry for digging up old wounds. Uh-oh. But I got my sister hooked on Time Guesser this week. She's already averaging 40K. She's 8, by the way. All right. Okay.
All right, sure, sure.
Okay, yeah,
Thank you, Falco.
sure.
Sure. Thank you.
I've been trying to think like what duels can I do on my stream to stimulate the trash corn economy, and I think because I have a very poor concept of money and estimation when it comes to numbers, I should do cost codal.
Costco is a pretty good one.
Because I would have no idea what anything costs, and everyone would be mad at me.
And that's content. That's content.
It's a banana. How much could it cost? $10?
There's one that Mouse did, whereas you start with a word and you have to get to another word, and there's like clues along the way. I can't remember what it was called.
That one looks really fun. I might do that one just for the love of the game.
That one looks really fun. However, I think I tried to do one on my own, and I got stuck at one point, and I got really frustrated. So I wonder if it wouldn't be good content on stream, because it's in the realm of crosswords, and I'm really bad at crosswords. But it is an interesting dull. Yeah.
Word association is something that I love dearly.
Thank you to Pigeonhole for the resub, 5 months resub with yes we scran. This user miscrandled but likes to feel included.
So there you go.
Do you think Voss and Indiana Jones and Voss had a competition? They would still do the yes we scram bit. Dr. Jones, can we choose it? And then he's like, yes we scram. Oh, that was good. Good job. Yeah, yes.
Just summon that one from the ether.
Yeah, good job. Thank you to Kino Verta for the resub 2 with no we scrant. Ooh, the scran and scrant.
Not today, boss.
Penguin Drum Propaganda for the resub with a message of based pick. Wow. Really? 20 months. Did you rename yourself, or have you always been Penguin Drum Propaganda? I feel like this might be a name that I've read out loud and just didn't parse it as an anime until now. Thank you, Mouse, for the bits. Hello from the Peach Festival. You guys got this today. Thanks for reading all the parts of Chapter 8. I didn't want to. Oh, so we're just saying it, huh? Oh. I don't know how Umi Fullers are going to react to that. Maybe they already know. I don't know. Interesting. Yep.
I'm sure Umiful will love me as per usual because I come in here and I say, wow, Erica, I love you so much. You're great. Awesome. Bully that child.
They know.
And they love that shit.
They know.
I play to my crowd even though I've never met them.
Erica has.
And I'm not allowed to see them.
Erica has grown on me a little bit. Yeah. I wonder if Erica's better on the reread.
She's almost certainly better on the reread.
Probably. There's probably everything is better on the reread except for maybe some of the the tense horror parts in questions, I think. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think you probably would like episode 4 less on a reread because you already had trouble with the pacing in the first go around, yeah?
Yeah, like episode 4. I really like episode 4 and I like a lot what happens. It just takes too long. Episode 4 probably is the worst pacing in the whole entire thing. I would say, yeah.
Like I said, I'm immune to pacing issues, which is why everyone was so gung-ho about me reading Higurashi. Just so you know, I'm no longer immune to pacing issues, I suppose. But episode 4 is still, I think, far and away my favorite. Episode 8 might take that crown, but I care very, very, very dearly for Angie, and her introduction really introduced and followed through on a lot of the ideas of what I was hoping Umineko would start to touch upon in terms of the personal aspects related to a crime of this caliber. Or an accident of this caliber, rather. And so anything to do with Angie, I've always been very, very, very invested.
Loves Angie.
Is Jelly reading Higurashi, or did he just read a bit? I am reading Higurashi. I am not streaming it. I am not blogging it. I'm not doing anything like publicly. I'm just having it in my own time. I just finished episode 2, chapter 2, whatever they're called, Watanagashi. About to start 3 this coming Monday. Having a good time with it. It has its low points, as I'm sure most literary works do. But unfortunately, or no, what's the word I'm looking for? Luckily, Rena exists. And so anytime she's on screen, all is well.
I think Angie is Mouse's favorite character too, isn't she?
Ooh.
Or Mouse definitely likes Angie a lot, I think. If Angie doesn't have a single friend, I'm dead. Nice reference. Nice meme. And the last 2 on the list, thank you to Casa Apparat for the resub. Go Joe, you're almost at the finish line. Keep up the good work. If you don't have anything planned for next leap year, please consider Sayo no Uta, the Song of Saya, for a leap year VN. It's sure to be an interesting experience. The leap year gambit? Interesting. Interesting.
It's still got Sayo in it.
Nope. Okay, cool. All right.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty enthusiastic negative response.
All right, definitely going to do that. All right, cool. Lock it in. And thank you to Hasfam for the resub too. 18 months. Thank you very much, Hasfam. Oh, 2 more just came in. Thank you, Hasfam. 2 more rounds of bits. Paus says, and they call me crazy for offering the reasonable centrist alternative when they're throwing out Saya no Uta. Oh my god, that was fast. So much hate. That's right. The 4-letter VN we all know and love. Echo. Oh no. Echo. Think you're going to write for the bits? Watch
Echo.
all Big Top Burger because you mentioned it. I can't believe it all starts with selling burgers and then it's insane cats lore. The moments of happiness. Yeah, it's really good. I really like Big Top Burger. Yeah. Catchy. Do. I'm not even going to entertain marking that down as locked in. Yeah, of course. Okay, let me get the Umineko up, and then we're gonna take a short break because I am just dying to use the bathroom. Oh my god, I need to pee so bad.
I want to get on my soapbox for a second with these breaks. Joe, you make a point to usually say like, hey, get up, stretch around. It's not good to sit for too long. Let me just say real quick, these past 2 days, I have been dealing with some very, very bad lower back pain. Get up and walk around for 5 minutes. I would not wish this upon my worst enemy. I have been sitting far too much lately. Stand up and go take a little walk. That also, is not a joking statement. That is very important for your health.
Deep vein thrombosis, which was like an epidemic in the late 90s and then just kind of went away and no one talks about it anymore. Something to worry about if you don't know about it.
How old is Jelly? I'm 25 years old.
Sciatica too? What's sciatica? What's that?
Sciatica is like a pinched nerve in your lower spine or something
like that.
Okay. Causes pain usually on like one side of your lower body. It's very weird.
Oh my god. I actually don't remember what happened last stream at the very end. So hold on, let me do the music and then we'll take a short break and then we will come back. And I will stream it to you when I get back, Jelly.
Alrighty.
Okay, me in the microphone. We're back in about 5 minutes. 3, 2, 1. Hello, chat. We're back.
We have returned.
My eyes are open.
No berry eating. Scatter. Oh, I see.
Scatter berry eaters.
There's only a couple tracks I dislike. One being Amakusa's car music. What? You don't like Mzaki?
Okay, so what happened last time? We went through the problem mystery solving, and then went over to Battler celebrating and saying like, "Hey, Burncastle, come to the party. Everything's fine. Let's like get along." And then went over to Featherine. Oh, there's Ava's diary. Okay, so that's the key. Okay, so that's what we're doing. All right. Okay, I remember now.
Oh, we have a Prime sub that's directed at me. Should I read that real quick?
Sure, go for it.
All right. Thank you, Jude Dude, for 3-month Prime sub. Hey, Jelly. Really loving the Umineko streams you're doing. It's refreshing going through the VN a second time around, especially with the guests you have on. My favorite is the one named after a digit. Toe, I think? Anyways, his soft spot for Erica as his favorite character is really refreshing. Should have him on more.
Wow.
I'll see what I can do.
Wow.
I think we'll be having him on next week, actually.
Wow. Thank you, Jude Dude. Thank you. +2 pin. Is it a pin too?
Is it? I'm not seeing a pin.
It's just a reaction now. When a chatter says something funny, +2 pin. Thank you, Julio Godot, for the bits. Hey Joe, I know you've gotten Bofid, but did you pick up the Hava in Expedition 33? Hava? What's Hava?
Have a good day.
Have a good day. Have a nice day, Lamael. Wow.
Hey, I got it actually. Nice.
Owned. Okay, so I am them, her, them, and that. Okay, so we have assignments. Yep. All right, ready to go?
Can you stream it in Discord?
Oh, I'm sorry. 1 second.
Ready to roll. The doctor is in. Oh no, that was involuntary.
In the rear with the gear.
Big job, huh?
There we go. All right. The discussions over Burncastle's reasoning game were getting passionate at each of the tables. At some point, each table had started competing to see which could solve it first. Burncastle, haven't Angie and Erica arrived yet? They should have been here by now. Want to make a bet on who arrives first?
I can understand Erica being late, but what about Angie? Just what kind of pit did you toss her into this time?
Way too quiet? Okay. Okay, I'm moving to -11. Let's see if that's too loud. We'll do 2 lines and then I'll check. How rude. She's sitting on a sofa sipping tea.
Hopefully the sorts of tea you drink suits Angie's tastes.
Okay, is it better now or no? No music? There is music. It's just quiet. Yeah.
It's just very quiet, yeah.
Okay. Haha, good point. How rude. That tea would suit anyone's tastes. Erica would even lick the last drop of my tea from the bottom of a miso pot. That farm is dying to ask how miso comes into this picture.
Still, it's Erica. This will be a long-awaited reunion.
That's right, come to think of it. Can't wait to see how long it'll take her to solve Berncastell's game. This sort of game is what that kid's best at. She'll probably read it from start to finish 3 times and just say the answer right away. Probably. I look forward to seeing her give the correct answer immediately with that smug look on her face.
Come now, this is Erica we're talking about. She'll probably pull out some twisted logic and say it was possible for someone other than Battler's family.
Good point. In fact, I'd like to hear her proud twisted logic even more than the right answer. Apparently, Battler and Beato were looking forward to the reunion with Erica.
They know her so well.
Yeah, fucking Vienne just puts me on blast all the time. They had already dueled with Erica in 2 separate games. I know, I was there. But now, there was no distinction between foes and allies. They truly wanted to welcome her to this party after the show as a friend. The Golden Land.
All cast review, if you will. Still, it's a bit unexpected.
What is?
You know, it's surprising that you'd let Angie go this easily.
Making sure that Battler and the others couldn't see her face, Lambda Delta sniggered. Is it really so surprising?
Of course it is. I thought that being you, you'd torture Battler with one tough puzzle after another before releasing her. Or that you'd at least try to give Angie some weird ideas and have her turn the game around in the end.
You know what, Lambda Delta? Good idea. Let me...
And I thought I knew you better than anyone else in the world. So embarrassing that I was wrong.
I'm sure it is. But don't worry. You obviously do know me better than anyone else in the world. Oh shit, my controller.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. After all, I love, adore, and understand you more than any other person in the universe, Star.
Lambda Delta was flustered by Berncastell's apparently friendly words, which were very rare coming from her. Battler-sama. Pardon me for interrupting your conversation. Angie-sama has returned. Oh, she's back? Great. So, she okay? It seems as she was soaked by the rain, but Kumasawa is bringing her a towel now. When Battler heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he turned to face Berncastel, showing her a forced smile as though apologizing for still suspecting her just a little.
Sorry, is Mouse debuting her own plus and minus 2 emotes in chat right now?
Oh, are they the 2 Sekimea? Oh, God.
That's amazing! Now you're gonna have to put a chat warning anytime someone's joining, just to hear the chat rules. Also, Seki spoilers and emotes.
Egg. There are 2 Sekimeas. There are now for the plus and 2 minus ones, yeah.
Not even my favorite time eggs.
Chrono Trigger is my favorite time egg.
Do you think that the reason it's an egg in Sekimea is because they wanted to do an egg timer joke?
It's probably something to do with that, yeah. Like, I'm guessing it was just a magical gem at some point, and then they just made it become an egg at some time later on, yeah.
Or is it just that, like, eggs are ripe for literary symbolism?
Probably. Maybe it's gonna hatch at some point at the end.
Ooh. And there's a smaller Sekimea inside.
Oh god, no. I thought I was understanding Sekimea until last stream, and now I'm realizing there's so much about it that I did not understand. And it's And I don't know if it's like some of it obviously is fair, but some of it is kind of like I don't know if that's fair or not. Like one of the mechanics of the Sekimeya I don't know. Let's not talk about Sekimeya. Burn Castell showed no reaction and simply continued to wear a blank expression with a slight smile.
Angie-sama has returned. I'm back. Battler! Angie's back!
Angie! I'm glad you're okay. I was worried. She stared at Battler as he dashed towards her with a relieved smile. Angie's expression seemed somehow indifferent. That Battler. Looks like he thought I had you hanging by chains in a cave or something. No. I didn't think you'd go that far.
I was just having some tea at the house of one of Burn Castell's friends. It was delicious.
Did it have dried plums or miso in it?
Of course not.
As Angie spoke bluntly, she walked right past her brother and exchanged a few whispered words with Burn Castell.
What is it, Battler?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. If he said he was lonely because his little sister was being so cold, Beato would either laugh at him or scratch him. What?
Scratch him?
After all, Angie was a girl at that age. She might be in a bad mood for reasons a boy like him couldn't understand. Taking note of this and having satisfied himself that Angie was okay, he made to walk away.
Battler? Angie is calling for you.
Huh? Oh, sorry.
I've been trying to get your attention for a while. Don't ignore me.
I wasn't really ignoring you. What's going on with you anyway? You look like you were in a bad mood for a while now.
I imagine Burn Castell gave her something strange to drink and pretended it was just some rare sort of black tea. I have no business with you. Back off for a bit, would you? I want to talk to Oni-chan alone. Come. I may not look it, but I am the wife of the territory lord. I'm already far closer to Battler than...
Sorry, Beato. Would you mind leaving for just a bit? By now, Battler realized that Angie's issue was more than just a slight bad mood. Beato puffed out her cheeks as though she wanted to say something more. However, she just let out with a sigh and walked away like Kirby. Is this okay?
It is. After all, this game is between me and you, right? I'm the player. You're the game master. No matter how many pieces get between us, in the end, it's still a direct battle between you and me.
Well, it's true that I'm the game master, but it's not like I'm fighting against you or anything. This final game was held so you could be invited to the Rekenjima of 1986.
Games are played to decide who wins and who loses. There can be no game unless you have foes and allies. Don't try to trick me.
What are you talking about all of a sudden?
You had me totally fooled. At first, I actually thought you'd take me to that day in 1986. But that wasn't true. This has all been a farce you created, hasn't it? You're using a sentimental tale to dodge the issue and leave me confused. You're trying to chase me out into a lonely future with nothing but this cheap happiness as a parting gift. There's just one thing I've been after since the beginning. What happened on Rekenjima that day? And the only answer you gave me was this game. This sentimental party of illusions. It's obvious how you're going to try and answer my question now. I want the truth. And you aren't going to give it to me.
Angie, listen, you've got it wrong.
Don't try and trick me. This game is the final fight between me and you. I want the truth of that day. And you're trying to hide it behind an illusion. It's exactly the same. The setup is no different than those fights between you and Beato. I was about to be chased out of the game board with everything still vague and fuzzy because of you. Well, sorry, but I've already figured out that this game is a battle. Don't think you'll trick me so easily anymore.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Angie's shout tore apart the peaceful atmosphere. The family members and illusions gulped and watched the scene, wondering what was going on. Yato tried to run up to Battler, but he motioned for her to stay back. What is it you want?
There's only one thing I've ever wanted. The truth of Rikenjima in 1986. That's all I'm looking for.
The truth is sealed within the cat box. It can't be reached by someone outside the cat box like you.
Is that why you're trying to trick me with this sentimental illusion?
Yes, this is an illusion. However, I wanted you to remember this fun atmosphere, the harmony within your family. It's not about what happened on that island that day. I wanted you to remember the warmth of these family conferences, a warmth you forgot.
It's just an illusion you're trying to impose on me. I'll reject it and deny it completely.
There is no truth of 1986. The cat box is empty inside. You're looking for something that doesn't exist.
I won't be tricked anymore. The truth of that day does exist. It was written down by the sole survivor and preserved to this very day.
Battler's expression faltered for just an instant, and Angie didn't miss it. So he was hiding it after all. Oni-chan has been hiding the book of the single truth from me.
Aunt Ava, for the first time since your death, I'd like to express my gratitude. Because you wrote down what happened that day, you gave me one last chance at learning the truth. Angie-chan, you have to listen to me. Everything I wrote in that diary is nonsense, and it doesn't mean... There's no point in trying to deceive me. It's already proven in red that your diary has the truth of that day in it. Absurd. How could anyone but Battler, the game master, use the red truth? I don't know why I enunciated game so much there. It's Aurora, isn't it?
That's right. The book of the single truth exists in 1999, the world of the future. Who else could perform the crucial role of confirming its contents with the red truth?
I heard everything from Burncastel. I've been fooled by you for long enough. I don't want some sentimental illusion. I want the real truth. Did I say the wrong number? Did I even say a number? Oh no, you said, okay.
You're fine.
Wait, did she say 19... Oh, God, okay, yeah, sure. And no matter how hard you try to cover it up in 1986, I can expose it in 1998. After all, you are the Beatrice of 1986, Oni-chan, and I am the Beatrice of 1998. Battler Beatrice?
I'm a Beatrice too. Everyone's a Beatrice.
Are there any other Beatrices we should know about?
Voss is the Beatrice of Scrandal. A cyclone rose up around... Sorry.
Too late, Mr. Jones. I have already sealed the cat box.
A cyclone rose up around Angie. It was a golden swirl of gold butterflies. Gold? Just like the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Yo!
Oh, shit! I am Angie Beatrice of 1998, the final Golden Witch. No witch of the past can defeat a witch of the future.
The cyclone of gold broke apart, and as gold leaves scattered across the room, the final witch who would inherit Beatrice's name in the future appeared.
Angie Beatrice. You're the golden and endless witch. But I'm different.
You see the sprite there? Is that another key behind the ribbon, or is it just a matching of this like?
I think
rose
it's just
thing?
it's a matching of the rose motif across the necklace. I'm looking more towards the fact that she still has her childish hair ornaments, except now they're a dull black.
Mm-hmm. Innocence lost, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But the feathers are kind of like bunny ears, so still has a little bit of fun. Yep.
Ooh, interesting.
There's a lot going on here. Yeah.
Black-pilled hair ornaments. I'm the Golden Witch of Truth. No illusion can stand in my way. Yes, this is the end of Oni-chan's boring party. Now it's the time for my party to start. I've even ready to game to liven things up. You're up, Aunt Ava.
What do you mean you've ready to game?
Huh? Is it Avatrice time?
When Angie snapped her fingers, she vanished along with a swirl of gold butterflies. Replacing her in the middle of that cyclone was a girl wearing a dress, bowing modestly.
Do I have to do a dolphin laugh?
You.
Alright, Mr. Krabs. That's pretty rude, you know. Inviting everyone to a party except me. You're Ava, the sole survivor of Rakenjima, and the Witch of the Future, the golden and endless witch from 1986 to 1998. In the world of the future, Battler-kun's sentimental illusion is more fragile than a flake of snow on a lake. Okay, let's have some fun. Come, try to remember, all of you, remember your endless theory making.
When Ava held her hand to the heavens, light gathered there and took the form of a bottle.
Is it goat time?
Yes, a bottle. A glass bottle with no label. There was no alcohol inside. Sealed within it was a fragment that let off a pale, sinister light.
Battler, this is bad. She must not smash that bottle. Smash.
Oh, smash.
Okay, it's showtime!
The bottle was slammed against the floor and smashed to pieces. As soon as the fragment within it touched the outside air, it flashed white and burst. At first, it seemed that nothing had happened. However, Ava grinned at them before becoming a cloud of butterflies and vanishing. At some point, Burncastel must have vanished as well. What did she do?
It was probably a fragment she brought back with her from the world of the future. Perhaps we could call it the contents of the cat box in the future.
What does all this mean, Sumari? What? At that moment, they heard a thundering roar. It was as though large chunks of hail had started falling everywhere. An earthquake accompanied that noise, and the whole mansion creaked. Dust began to fall from the ceiling. At the same time, it seemed as though the curtain-covered window glowed with a pale light.
What on earth is going on? Kyrie, look outside! What the hell is that?
Everyone rushed to the window in response to her voice. Of course, Battler and Beato went too.
It's so weird to see them, like, Leviathan casually interacting with Kyrie.
Yeah. Whoa, what? Then they drew the curtains, looked at the scene outside, and were stunned into silence. How beautiful.
Was that? Oh no, you're all main characters, right? I saw Kinzo and just kicked into high gear.
Kinzo's words echoed the first impression felt by all who looked out at the scene beyond the windows. Not all beauty is benign.
They always say that beauty has thorns, yeah?
Though everyone found the scene beautiful, they all sensed impending misfortune behind it. From it. Outside the window, countless small objects, pale, glowing fragments of crystals, lay strewn about everywhere like a fallen hail. The world fantastical perfectly summed up the scene that lay before them in the glowing rose garden.
I saw something move over there. Hey, is someone over there? Wait, huh? A person just grew out of that glowing fragment.
What the hell is going on?
7 Sisters of Purgatory, battle formation.
With those words of Lucifer's, everyone finally realized that they were being surrounded by danger. Goats.
They're here.
All of the goats. One by one, the countless fragments shook and burst, and dark, large bodies rose up from inside each. They were giants with goat heads. One after another, they appeared from the insides of broken fragments. Those fragments lay all over the rose garden in vast numbers and made the ground glow so that everyone inside was forced to shudder.
45. Wide area surveillance. My radar's filled with white. We're either being jammed, or the vast number of readings is making a count of enemy numbers impossible.
Even as she said this, the glowing rose garden outside the window was being filled with giant goats. The fragments carrying the goats weren't just in the rose garden, they were spread evenly across the entire island. Not just the rose garden, but the entire area around the mansion was being covered with goats by now. Why
I can't believe
goats?
all my goats are washed. Allow us to speak. Know that we are completely surrounded.
Yeah, we noticed.
I'm so glad they're here. They're so valuable. What'll you do now, battler?
Only one thing to do with uninvited guests. Let's chase them off. Who are these people? I'm guessing these aren't your minions, right, Beato?
Are we about to have the fucking Avengers Endgame of magic battles in Umineko right now? Is that what's about to happen? One last fucking send-off? Is this gonna be peak? Oh no. The goat forms they hold are probably just imitations of the pieces on this game board. They aren't Riche's or Leah's minions. This is something worse. I see. So they are manifestations of message bottles.
Message bottles? The ones Beato made? Not quite. These are fragments of what people in the future have imagined.
I'm not gonna lie, I can't help myself from smiling at the thought of this being like fucking everyone is here, smash ultimate fight.
You think they're gonna throw shotguns to each other?
They might, honestly. They might. Endless possibilities are hidden within the cat box. Because of that, those outside the box can imagine the insides to be any one of an infinite number of things. It would seem those endless delusions are the true form of these creatures. What will those goats do to us, I wonder? I wonder.
It doesn't look like they're here to give us a handshake or a pat on the back.
Those people. Those lowlifes, making up and passing around stories, imagining the tragedies that might have unfolded around us on this island. I found it so fascinating that I never talked about the truth, that they kept on creating tragedies one after another for their own enjoyment.
I see. So, they're fragments from the future, imagining the cat box in 1986 however they please.
In the world of the future, any and all interpretations can and do exist. Unless we deny them, everyone will be able to claim that their own view is the truth, and that they will remain on this island.
Love Umineko.
So we're doing a literary analysis battle right now, where you're allowed to have your own opinion so long as it's not refuted by the text. Oh, this is me.
Even then.
What a fix we're in!
Looks like we're surrounded and fighting for our lives.
Having to swap between so many different intonations and deliveries is crazy.
That's why I just read everyone the same. What are they doing?
They're eating something. Who are you? I finally got to do it again. I finally got to be Sakataro.
The roses? The crowd of goats was squirming about and doing something. If you look closely, it's just Kraus and Sakataro being on this, like, what? What But if you look closely, you could see them sticking their heads into rose bushes and munching away. You shouldn't just eat flowers if you don't know where they come from. What are you doing? And it wasn't just rose bushes. Light poles, the bricks of the flower beds, even berries, and even the stone paving itself. They were biting all of it. The ghosts were just chewing through shit, almost as if they were trying to eat up the whole island.
Is Rakenjima Scran?
Yes.
Shannon seems to think otherwise. No. They aren't just eating. If they aren't eating, what are they doing? This is not eating. This is all the same person. They are eroding it, shaving away at the edges. The edges of the game board itself.
They're eating the game board? Like Burncastle and Lenda ate the pieces?
In the world of the future, everyone believes we were swallowed up by the tragedy today. That's why they won't accept the truth where we enjoy ourselves in peace. Truths of the past are subordinate to the truths of the future. The merciless future fangs and jaws of those goats refuse to accept our truth and are eroding it, replacing it with the kind of truth they expect.
Damn it. This is our truth. It's not for those people in the future who have nothing to do with us anyway, to rewrite as they please.
You ate all the pieces. Oh,
whoa.
My god. Oh. Oh, that got me a little bit. That got me a little bit.
The garden outside the windows was now filled with too many goats to count, all chewing away. This repulsive scene stole the words from everyone's lips. They weren't stunned into silence. There was just no point in making a fuss and letting the goats know a certain fact. No point in letting them know that there was plenty of prey waiting in this bright, warm room. Prey that was softer and easier to chew than roses or bricks.
I feel like a person's probably more difficult to chew than a rose.
Yeah, I agree, yeah.
That goat, there, he's looking at us.
Silence. Don't make a fuss. It's coming this way. Dear me, this does not look good.
Everyone is here.
They saw one of the newly born goats head slowly towards their window. There was already a huge swarm of them in the garden, so it was no surprise that when one of them looked around for new prey, it would see the light from this window. Its immense, eerie body slowly approached. As it grew closer, they could finally see it clearly. The eyes blazed despite being cold, ruthless, and reptilian. What if it be a giant goat in Silent Hill F?
Possibly.
Those cruel fangs and jaws could tear apart and crush anything. Any fangs that could chew through brick would hardly have a problem chewing through humans. Its massive body had to be taller than the windows themselves, and it was lumbering towards this window. So it feels like these goats are much larger than the goats that were in the earlier episodes. What do you think?
I think so, unless we just haven't really been getting a good concept of their size earlier.
Yeah. We need to find the goat that's putting up loser flags. If only this window was made out of special Usharmiya bulletproof glass.
I doubt even bulletproof glass would stop that thing.
Wow! It's coming, it's running towards us!
I thought that all he was going to say was wah. Allow me to speak. Know that this window shall not be breached.
The power of Cornelia's seal formed a shield around the glass. The goat was blown back, unable to even touch the glass because of this power.
That's my goat right there. That's my goat, Cornelia.
Yep. Loves sealing windows. Its weight made the earth tremble. They could feel that clearly, even inside. Okay, but the walls aren't being sealed. But that tremor had also drawn the attention of the nearby goats. A pack of goats started shuffling towards them, and a fight broke out as each charged forward, trying to reach this new prey first. Let them fight. The window protected by Cornelia's seal would probably be safe. However, there were many windows in the Great Hall. For the first time, those windows became a source of terror instead of sunlight and a lovely view.
Gertrude. Allow me to speak. Know that this window shall not be breached.
Gertrude sealed another window.
And then for every side character we have in Umineko, there has actually been an equal number of windows in the entirety of Rakenjima Mansion. It's all been leading up to this.
And they're all gonna seal one. The ghosts trying to break in through that one were thrown back. But at the same time, they heard the crash of yet another window being smashed. Scattering fragments of glass everywhere, the massive goats broke through the window frame and entered the building. Well, that didn't last very long.
And then, oh, never mind. All right, well, bit averted.
Stay back. Everyone stay back.
Return of the Kraus counter? On the first twilight, the six, chosen by the key.
Those words really were coming from the goat's mouth, along with a steaming, foul breath. However, it didn't get a chance to say any more. My retinas! Forehead, neck, shoulder, chest, side, gut, knee. The stakes of the seven sisters buried themselves in deep, one after another.
Everyone is here! What rough, unappetizing flesh for piercing. I'd hate to have to gobble up any more of these.
The other windows shattered one after another, and several goats squeezed their way in through the window frames. Their mouths were still stuffed with bricks they had just been snacking on. Each time they chewed, it made a ghastly sound like bones being crushed.
And I wonder what Ryukishi thinks about true crime. We will repel them. Chester troops, prepare for close-range combat.
Stop. You start firing away and we'll have all the other goats coming to join the party.
Let's fall back to the second floor. If we can seal the staircase, that'll buy us some time.
Everyone, upstairs! Hurry! Why can't they just go to the tea party room? After sniffing noisily through as though scanning the smells around them, the goats started chewing on whatever chairs, tables, or curtains were close by.
Joe, I'm so sorry, but you've just activated the persona, why don't they just go to the Velvet Room trap card.
Uh-oh. Does that mean I'm a weep?
I think so. I'm so sorry.
Shit. The goats would chew anything to bits as long as it was near them. If the others were careful not to attract the goats' attention, they would be able to escape from this place. The humans ran on ahead, up to the second floor, while the illusions, who were used to fighting, guarded the rear. The illusions. The goats were completely absorbed by their feast on everything in the hall. Yo, what?
No! They ate the painting!
What if they eat the epitaph? What if they eat the gold? By now, they were even brutally chewing away at the portrait of Beatrice, which could fairly be called the symbol of the Ushimiya family itself.
Sometimes symbolism is relatively obvious, I guess. Battler, the humans have all taken refuge on the second floor.
Yes.
Good. Delanor, seal all the staircases.
Gertrude and Cornelia will handle it. However, they need more time.
All over the mansion, there were loud beating sounds that might be called knocks, and the sound of shattering glass.
And then all of a sudden, hear the like, I'm not sure what to call it, like the crackle of tape is like, heh, need some help sealing the windows? With this level of packing tape. This amount of packing tape. This much is possible for Furuto Erika. What do we think,
Erika
everyone?
was the best at sealing the mansion. Yep. Of course.
Well now,
take
ladies and
Yep.
gentlemen. It's time for work.
I wasn't supposed to read that one. That wasn't for me.
All you.
Seven Sisters of Purgatory, right here. Let's go, you lowlives. Tonight, it's all you can eat. Chester troops, halt all external tasks. Cancel automatic updates. Accept no data. Take no prisoners.
Me?
Einzern-Jungfrau of the 7th District. By the Territory Lord's order, carry out your duty.
I'll lend a hand. Leon, you're in the way. Go up to the second floor.
But Will, leave this to us and go. You have your own job to do. Protect your family. I understand. Everyone, stay safe.
I like Leon.
Leon's nice.
The mansion was filled with the sounds of knocking, crushing, smashing, and chewing. The goats in their wave of destruction was drawing steadily closer.
Lord Battler, Gertrude and Cornelia have finished sealing the other staircases. The large staircase here is the only one that remains. The other staircases are tiny, so they went fast. On the other hand, this staircase is huge. Looks like you'll have your hands full buying time.
Where's Berncastel and Angie? What are they doing? Lambda Delta spoke as though it was someone else's problem. It only took a glance at her face to see that she had no intention of lending a hand.
That's Lambda for ya.
Even so, Beato didn't scold her. This was a game between Battler and Angie. Lambda Delta was only a theater goer who had been invited.
Don't think badly of me. Even I'd die if I was torn apart by nothingness. Sorry, but I think I'll stick to being an observer. That's what you've always been. Though it is a shame that we can't ask for your help.
Nah, she's being nice. Doesn't want to steal our show.
Sure, let's call it that.
As a Voyager witch, Lambda Delta could retreat from this game board of battlers if she wanted to. I prefer the Next Generation myself. In other words, Sumari, she was the only one who wasn't in trouble now.
See you later. I think I'll watch this game between you and Burn till the end. I'll be rooting for you. As you munch on popcorn? Of course. I think I'll have some soy sauce butter flavor today, so... With that,
Ew.
I don't...
I mean, I'd try it, but maybe... Lambda Delta vanished with a pop.
And a cute.
As soon as she did, a black hole opened up in midair, and Gap fell out of it.
Battler, Riche. Could you come here for a second? You should probably see this. Sir, you're gonna want to see this.
Right now?
Yes. Let's go. Everyone, we're counting on you to hold this position.
When Gap snapped her fingers, a large hole opened up under Battler and Beato, swallowing them both. They were spat out into an inky blackness. Both of them were floating in the night sky. Rikenjima lay far beneath them. And as soon as they realized this, they shuddered.
This is...
It's not just a crowd. It's a sea.
It's an ocean.
It's an ocean. It was no longer a crowd of goats, but an entire sea of them. Just as Rikenjima poked out from the ocean, the mansion was now poking out from a sea of goats.
People in the future really are amazing. Just how many of them have imagined the tragedy on this island? It's nothing more than the worthless drivel of those outside the cat box. Let's clean this place up. Do you think Schrodinger would, like, you know, give his theory? Do you think he'd, like, elaborate if he knew this is how it'd end up?
That's an actually crazy thought. Imagine, like...
if you knew this was how it would be used.
I know, right? Like, it's... and that's just gonna keep going as time goes on, too. Like,
I think he would think it was hype and still go for it.
How long ago was that?
I don't know.
Is Schrodinger dead?
Probably.
Probably?
I have a feeling he's probably been dead for a while.
Or maybe he's still alive. We don't know until we go and open... Sorry, go ahead.
I'd say he's rolling in his grave, but we're not really sure if he's in there, huh? Look over there. It's hard to tell, but look at the shoreline.
The shoreline? The goat line?
It's easy to make out the harbor. Look closely. See it? Don't tell me.
Yeah, you're probably right. They're eating it. Eating the whole island. I ate her.
Come, try and remember, fragments from the future. If only you just chew up all the embellishment, all the illusions, all the fantasy.
As Ava yelled this to the heavens, hovering about the raging sea, hail fell down with a pale glow. Each was an unlabeled bottle with a fragment inside. They poured onto the island, were smashed to bits, and the fragments inside them scattered everywhere. Every now and then, the fragments would split in two, then split in two again. and every single one of them burst and gave birth to a massive goat. So Ryukushi hates historians, huh? Just hates them. To say it was like a bamboo shoot springing up after the rain would be a vast understatement. The goats writhed about like a bubbling, boiling water in a pot. They ate away at everything they saw. They didn't just eat the harbor, but the trees and rocks, the entire coastline itself. Hundreds, thousands, no tens of thousands of goats continued to eat. They were chewing away at every bit of Rikenjiba of this final game the battler had prepared. This is going on a while, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too bad, Battler-kun. The future wants a tragedy on this island. Even Angie wants the truth. Don't worry, we'll chew up all the embellishments, illusions, and fantasy for you.
By now, Battler and the others had to admit it. The future wanted a tragedy. Even if the truth of this island had been a gentle, peaceful thing. The future didn't want that. The truth they wanted was painting over the past.
The past is such a fragile thing. Even the cat box is being chewed apart.
Just who are these people? Are they really so determined to plunge us into a tragedy?
That's all I wanted to show you. Hope this helps a bit when you're making strategic decisions.
Yeah, thanks. Now I feel like crap.
Then let's go to the study next, if you don't mind. Goldsmith wants to talk to you.
Gap snapped her fingers, and another black hole swallowed them up and spat them out in the study.
Ow, 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 ow. Gap, if you're gonna drop me, at least do it on a bed.
Grandfather, we're in trouble. There's absolutely nowhere left to go. I know. And even waiting out the storm from here is not an option.
Renove and the others should be able to buy us some time, but that's all.
If they just holed up in the mansion, it would only be a matter of time before the swarm of goats got them. Trying to repel a few of the goats barging into the mansion would be like using a cup of bale water from a boat with a hole in it.
Someone said Kinzo transform into the dragon now. I forgot he did that.
Ooh.
I forgot that Kinzo turned into a dragon at some point.
That was episode 4.
That was episode 4. That was a really
Yeah.
good finale. I forgot that he turned into a fucking dragon.
Man, that was so long ago. Holy crap. Oh, thank you
I
to
know.
Positive Player here for the resub. Just came in 3 minutes ago. Thank you guys for Positive Player here.
You can fight defensively for a while, but it's only a matter of time.
We need to think of something while we fight. Can we escape? Where to? Is there any way for us to leave the game board?
The outside of the game board is beyond the range of our territory. Only a Voyager witch could leave. This looks like a job for Lambda.
Only Berncastel and Lambda Delta could do it. However, there was no way Berncastel would help. Even Lambda Delta had already announced that she would be an observer instead of lending a hand. Sorry about that. So there's nowhere left to run. No, there is just one place. Where? The Golden Land!
I see. Is that our only option now?
Indeed! If only Battler says that he believes in magic, we can all go to the Golden
Quick, Battler, we need your signature on this. Well, I guess it's a pretty tense situation. But, what's this? Battler acknowledges that the Golden Land is real and that witches exist? Well, naturally, I guess. I mean, at this point, it's basically undeniable.
Turn around, they're all smirking. Yeah. The Golden Land is the most impenetrable place on this game board. If we wish to escape, it's that or nothing.
These things are eating the cat box itself. For all we know, they might start chewing away at the Golden Land itself at any moment. What should we do, Battler? This is Battler.
No point in thinking about it. We're retreating. If we take too long to make a decision, even that road will be closed to us. Evacuate everyone. How can we open the door to the Golden Land?
I just have to open it. However, Shikashi, an immense wave of the anti-magic toxin is emanating from that crowd of goats. We'll take some time to open the door.
So we've only got to protect the study with our lives until the door's open. Just have to keep doing what we've been doing. They're just riffing over there, huh? Okay, alright.
There's one more problem. There's a white mechanic that will trigger after 20 minutes. The door to the Golden Land cannot be shut unless 2 people close it from the outside.
2 from the outside? What do you mean? As soon as he said this, Battler realized this must be the result of some agreement made between the 3 witches who are one.
Normally, there's no need to go to the trouble of shutting the door, but it won't be so easy this time.
Only you and Beato can fulfill the role of shutting the door. Me, as the Territory Lord, and Beato. Yeah, it sounds like the safest choice.
Indeed. If it's just the 2 of us, we might even be able to protect ourselves.
Okay, open the door! Beato waved her pipe, leaving a golden trail behind as she sliced the air vertically. Then, the gap of the door to the Golden Land appeared. It looked like nothing more than a thin golden string hanging from the ceiling. If you look closely, you could see that the string was getting thicker very slowly. The door to the Golden Land certainly was opening, but so slowly that you couldn't even tell if you weren't careful. At this rate, it would probably take quite some time before it grew big enough to let a person through. Grandfather, Gap, we'll need you to be our inner line of defense.
Yes, there may be goats climbing up the outer walls.
Very well. My rifle hungers for some prey.
Understood. It'll be fun dropping those things into the abyss.
Join the Rakenjima Mansion as family.
Here's our various cut-ins and cutaways to the other characters doing cool shit.
Oh man!
Are you ready for peak? Are you ready for peak? Are you not entertained?
So I'm so ready for peak. I'm so ready for peak. Yeah, these are the parts of Umineko that I like the most.
It's all about the hype and aura, baby. Let's go.
A giant was sliced at an angle, split into 2 parts, and fell to the floor, showering it with filthy dark blood and guts.
Splendidly done.
I'll let you take the next one.
It's time for all the cool combo attacks that have names and everything.
Exactly. Countless massive goats, which had forced their way in from rooms and windows all across the mansion, wandered about in search for something to chew. That. Several of the goats noticed the group of people huddled around the staircase and lumbered closer, but they were pulverized by merciless attacks. Roneve's shields easily halted the charging goats, and Virgilia's magic spears were pinning the giants against the walls.
When did she get a wand?
Delanor's and Will's blades were also slicing easily through goats. The pinpoint strikes of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory could pierce the vitals of and finish off any opponent, no matter how large. Even Goda couldn't stand a chance. The Chiesa sisters were holding their own too. They had blasted enough goats to bits with one shot from their high-caliber firearms that you couldn't count the kills with both hands.
So 11 then.
And Gimli in the background was still saying that still counts as 1. Given a limited number of opponents, they were more than a match for these goats. However, they weren't just up against a crowd, but an entire ocean. It was like a pebble trying to face the approaching waves of a stormy sea.
Hurry on that gun barrel placement. Requesting cover from the Purgatory troops. So, you run out of ammo and you're nothing but rabbits. Lame. Don't want to hear that from a bunch of 7 paperweights who only kill 1 person at a time, yeah?
Oof.
The girls are fighting. Yeah, keep them coming. Don't let us get bored.
The hall was filled with massive goat corpses. As if in fear of this sight, the goats that came in one after another formed a wall, keeping their distance.
Perhaps they think they're no match for us. I wish that were true, but it seems there to be little more than wishful thinking. What are those guys doing?
That was a terrible fucking line. What the fuck? Sorry, that was such a bad line. This is just a little nugget of shit in the middle of that scene there. What a fucking awful line. Sorry, it kind of stunned off me for a second and I had to say it. You okay? Sorry.
Okay, that one hit my giggle trigger a little. They're looking at us and whispering to each other. Apparently, they have the intelligence to talk together and cooperate.
The goats surrounded
Can you give
them
the
at a
bad
distance.
line of delivery with like 30% more? What was the line again? I wish that were true, but it seems to be little more than wishful thinking. Is that
Sorry.
good?
That was good. Thank you, Jelly. The goats surrounded them at a distance, whispering. Then they nodded at each other as though deciding something, and the whole group stirred. What are they doing? It almost looks like they're lining up in a different order.
The enemy is changing its formation. The enemy! It appears that the individuals with greater destructive power are being gathered in the front lines. So what? Let's go!
Yes,
Yes,
One-sama!
Wait, something's wrong.
Yes, we scran. So their power levels to the goats, interesting. Lucifer took aim at one of them, going for its forehead. The other 6 sisters followed her lead, trying to pierce the vital organs of all over the creature's body.
The more, like, literally sound... Wow, that's surely not a word. The more sound your argument is in regards to the evidence of the text, the stronger your goat is.
Oh, that's probably it. Yeah, that's probably it. Is this goat gonna catch like the snake out of the air with its goat hand?
No.
However, there was no
Where's
sound.
the Rosatrix
Just
goat?
flesh. Oh. The strongest of all the goats, leading the pack. Backed by like a 12-hour-long YouTube video theorizing the strongest of all of them. Here I am.
That is just like this one goat on its own, and everyone's like, I don't know about that one, man. I don't know. Lead your charge, I guess.
Even the other goats don't like that goat. The 7 sisters of Purgatory were knocked back, unable to cause even the smallest wound.
Where's Sakataro? What? What just happened? Those guys are talking about something.
The goats kept whispering the same thing over and over as they slowly approached the 7 sisters. All of them whispered unanimously.
7 sisters paperweight theory, 7 sisters all fantasy is fictional. The 7 sisters of Purgatory are illusions, personifying stakes for ceremonial sacrifices. They're actually paperweights. They're actually paperweights.
As they whispered curses that denied the 7 sisters' existence, the goats lumbered closer.
The anti-Chan toxin. Get back, Purgatory troops! We'll cover you! It's time you learned your lesson, goats. Chester Sisters Winchester theory.
I think that's coming after, actually. Yeah.
It probably is, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You're right. With your interpretation is that like all the goats are like the ones that still have some fantastic element are getting cut down because they believe in it, and then the goats that are left are the ones that are like more like grounded in reality and everything. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. Definitely, you're right. The golden bows, yeah, of the Chester troops mowed down the wall of goats with a shower of bright golden bullets. Some of the goats were torn to pieces, but some of them seemed completely unaffected. Then the goats who were uninjured all whispered as one.
The Chester Sisters Imperial Guards have Maria's rabbit dolls as their vessel. The other guess I had? No. They're actually rabbit dolls. Maria's imagination, fantasy, fictional beings. All of the crimes can be explained by mystery. All fantasy is irrelevant. Looks like
We've got lots of people who won't accept the existence of magic.
and that means
No magical attacks will have any effect on them.
does that mean all of our attacks will be completely useless?
It means that it's time for Kraus and George to come out swinging. Here we go. Dun 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 dun.
Endless 9, yeah? They don't accept that we exist. Our attacks can't hurt them, yeah? Is that possible? We'll have to test it.
Renove stepped forward, stamped on the floor twice, and a red barrier rose up in front of him. The crowd of goats dashed into it with a terrifying force. While some goats were blown away by it, several of them slipped right through the magical barrier.
Renove is a creature of magic, a creature of fiction. Genji is Renove's vessel. He's an imaginary version of Genji. I see. So even my attacks will not affect some of them.
There was no longer any point in Virgilia trying to out her magic spear. Now that some of the goats had decided that her existence was fictional, she could no longer hurt them. Well, some of them you could still hurt. You should still thin them out. Even these great demons and great witches, as well as high-level furniture and weapons, were overcome with fear of the crowd that surrounded them, a crowd that would not be affected by any of their attacks.
What are we going to do? We'll keep fighting until the end. You don't have permission to die in battle. Fantasy is all fiction. Fantasy is all fiction. Fantasy is all fiction.
Man, hate sci-fi. A shriek from one of the goats became a signal for the wall of them to break. They pushed forward with gaping mouths and foul breath, each trying to reach their prey first, trying to return these fictional characters to nothingness.
Look out!
Virgilia leapt in front of and held several of the seven sisters, who had fallen on their butts, overpowered by the ferocity of the approaching goats. However, even Virgilia was a fictional creature to these goats. They could chew through her like cotton candy. So they did.
Madam, quickly!
Renove threw himself at the oncoming goats. Even he could be chewed apart easily. Knowing this, Renove leapt forward.
And then Sakataro jumps in front.
Ryu!
Even if my magic no longer functions, I'm still the fiercely passionate and loyal man I always was. And furthermore, did you expect that I would simply sit by and watch my lady die? Renove is fantasy. Renove is fantasy.
Renove slammed his right fist into the side of a goat's face. As soon as he pulled it back, he swung his left leg into the goat's gut and then spun around into a reverse roundhouse that caught the goat again. Renove knew. He could do less damage than the mosquito bite against those who didn't accept his existence. This was the height of anti-magic defensive power. Endless 9.
Why the fuck did I just get chills? What the fuck?
Endless 9.
I just got full body chills. What the fuck?
You're locked in.
Why? Surely it's just too cold in this room. Renove is fantasy, a fiction, an illusion.
The goat swung its log-like fist with a sound like a storm. Renove dodged by a hair. Next time parry. Had he been an instant slower, that massive arm would have crushed his head like glass.
Renove, dodge it! Renove, stop this! Run! I, Renove, cannot help but rise to the challenge when I see a lady in a pinch. A bad habit of mine.
Renove grinned and tried to act tough. He had already sacrificed all he had. There was nothing he could do here and now except become a shield to buy time. He had already chosen to abandon his life for this.
Renove is fantasy. He couldn't exist. He couldn't possibly exist. Illusions do not exist. They do not exist. Fantasy is all ridiculous. Ridiculous.
The goats kept coming, trying to feast on Renove. None had any pretensions in making this a one-on-one fight. Nothing mattered except chewing apart fantasy. Even just a nibble. As they gnashed those ruthless jaws and fangs, they closed in around Renove. Renove's foot hit something and he stumbled. At the same instant, several massive arms reached out and lifted him up.
Renove-sama! What are you doing, Chesters? Shoot them! If I had to do anything, we would have already done it, yeah?
The rare sad and somber Nya from Chester 410 there.
Yeah. Everyone, please stand back. I should be able to buy you some time as they savor my flesh. However, Shikashi, I think they'll find that Renove has quite a few little bones in him.
Would have been cool to see Genji and Renove fighting side by side here, actually, like the physical version of them, and at the same time with the magic one. An elbow rammed itself into the massive, hideous jaws that were trying to chew Renove's head.
It's run over.
Of course, the goat did moan, but that did nothing but deprive just one goat of his right to the first bite of Renove's head. Many jaws opened wide, trying to crush him and throw him down into those heartless stomachs, which would permit no cheerful illusions to exist.
This is how Jads reacted whenever Mouse said that Chan culture could be a little exclusionary.
Uh-oh.
I won't accept fantasy. Won't accept. It's possible to explain everything with mystery. Possible. Fantasy is fake. Everything is mystery. Jerry hates these people.
All of the many arms listed Renove were sliced off. Really? The Seven Sisters used this chance to fly forward and grab Renove, dragging him back.
We're so Renault back? Which of you mentioned mystery?
Seems like this is a transition to a different part of the scene now, so let me just say thank you to Ed J. Muggs for the resub. 3 months. It's my 3rd month of patronage during Umineko on a peak day. Thanks for all the fun, Toa. You're very welcome. Thank you, Ed Muggs? I don't know. DJ Muggs. There we go. Mispronouncing names is the thing we do here. Thank you. Does Delanor's blade work on them?
I see. If our foes are calling it a mystery...
Blood-red longsword in hand, Delanor slowly walked forward.
It's peak.
Behind her walked Will, tapping his back with his black blade. She has grown on me, actually. If you don't think this is a fantasy, then let's have your theories.
I cannot wait to hear your explanations.
The crowd of goats stepped back.
The English majors have entered the fight.
Oh man. Can't wait for Delano to be knocked down, and then Gota comes over and picks up the red sword, and then Delano's like, I knew it, and then just fucking Though they had been so vicious against the illusions, they stepped back when faced with this pair wielding swords of mystery.
There have been a great many closed-room murders on this game board. Choose whichever you please, and we will parry all your attacks. The last stand of Expedition 33!
No, we don't have to defend anything.
Indeed. The purpose of a mystery is to offer a challenge. There's no need for us to play defense.
Do you get it yet? You're the ones in the hot seat now.
She's dual wielding! It's peak!
Blue truth cut the goats apart. That blue truth dwelt within each and every one of the riddles from Beato's game so far. What about the closed room with the chain? First game, second twilight. What about the closed room with the chapel? Second game, first twilight. What about the trick to killing Nanjo? Third game, ninth twilight. There was no end to the blades. Oh, it's back to Nanjo.
I love that stupid smug face.
He's a really good character. I wish he had been in it for more,
He's
actually.
Very fun.
I quite like him. Yeah.
I think he's allowed to aura farm as much as he wants because he's a representation of Ryukishi's ideal reader. So Ryukishi shows Will, and every time Will's on screen, it's like, damn, isn't this guy so fucking cool? Don't you wish you were like him?
He's the anti-Erica. The countless riddles Beatrice had left behind became blades, challenges that tore the goats apart. If they wanted to deny fantasy, they would have to make a counter-argument. They would have to deal with every single trick as a mystery. However, while most of the goats called themselves anti-fantasy, they hadn't thought of any answers for the mystery. Though, every now and then, goats with answers did appear.
I mean, it is the Answers arc. Someone outside the Ushumiya family was hiding on the island, and...
Nope, get fucked. Next.
Noxus first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone mentioned in... It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story. There were multiple culprits, all working separately, and it just happened to look like a single culprit.
Van Dyne's 12th. There must be but one true culprit.
You mean everything but that is forbidden?
Boring, right? To have a genre like that. Personally, I think mystery should be more flexible.
The 10 Nox commandments and the 20 Van Dyne rules are behind the times. The definition of the mystery genre should change with the era. This is like another layer even higher than Dom texting. What is happening right now?
Yeah. And now they get uppity.
Perhaps we are behind the times.
In that case, let's see if you have any theories that can satisfy us.
Come. I heard it. No, I heard the little one. I heard the little laugh, I think.
I'm good. No, I'm good. I'm good. The whole crowd of goats charged them. In their fangs, each of them carried theories to crush Beato's closed rooms. The bodies of these goats differed from those who would become corpses so easily. They had mystery-style answers to several closed rooms, so it would take several blade hits to give them a fatal wound. However, Beato had left many blades behind. All of them were exceedingly sharp. So, the pair of Inquisitors didn't think this would be a desperate battle. This is a mystery. The goal is to use all your imagination and knowledge to challenge each of the riddles head-on, applied directly to the forehead. Doing so is the greatest pleasure of the mystery genre. So they laughed. Both Will and Delanor laughed.
Jeremiah fuming right now.
With smiles of admiration at the theories the goats had put everything they had into, the counter with blades from all the closed rooms. The crowd of goats was no longer an encirclement, but a great wave threatened to swallow the pair up. And yet, the pair repelled the enemy without giving an inch. They resisted firmly, cutting through the wave of wailing goats. It was like an ice-breaking ship knocking a path through a frozen sea.
They entered the closed room through a hidden passage that no one else could use, and Noxus float get fucked.
Yep.
Or whatever it is.
Yeah. Third, close.
Noxus third. It is forbidden for hidden passages to exist. After the hidden passage was used, it's already lost.
What?
It was welded shut and became unusable, so no hidden passages existed at the time of the inspection.
Whoa.
Nox's eighth. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Really fucking cool CG of Delador? Damn. These are all fake murders, so no one is actually dead. I am not owned, so all closed rooms were constructed by the so-called victim.
The liner hesitated for just an instant.
She did.
After all, this cliched and simple theory managed to get around both Beato's closed rooms and the Nox commandments. Oh
no.
The liner saw nothingness inside the goat's massive jaws. Van Dyne's knife. If no one's dead, there's no mystery, so the laws don't have to apply. Get fucked. Get out of here. It's written to have a crime without a court. Okay, there we go. Yeah. The goat's jaws seem to close around Delanor's head. What? I'm sorry. How many times has that not been the case? Who cares? Let's keep going. However, I'm becoming a goat. However, the upper and lower jaws were no longer connected, so the upper half merely slid off to the side. I guess even the great Nox forgot to forbid fake murders.
There are many splendid mysteries besides murder. Who knew the world had such wonderful mysteries?
The goats weren't about to back off and let the pair have a nice long chat about the mystery genre. The next massive figure immediately enveloped them. It was all George. George did it. Will's blade drew a diagonal slash across its chest, but it only cut through its clothes, leaving no wound. 20 wedges don't work on this one.
Oh no. Oh no!
Delanar also hit it with a longsword, but still, it just cut its clothes without leaving a mark on its body. Could this goat have a theory that doesn't violate Nox or Van Dyne?
Nox and Van Dyne are meaningless. All closed rooms can be explained by a single solution. After all...
In an attempt to stop the goat from saying anymore, Will and Delanar hit it with blades from every closed room, as well as stakes from the 10 Commandments and the 20 Rules, but none of them had any effect. Okay, is he like a flat earther, but for locks? He just doesn't believe in locks? Like, there's no such thing as a locked close. Slowly,
it's a real-life event, so it doesn't have to conform to the mystery genre.
Yeah. Oh, slowly, the goat clenched its massive fists together and raised them up high.
After all... After all... Getting some Soul Calibur Astaroth in there now. Will.
With a roar, Will slammed into the goat giant with his body. Though its massive bulk bent back slightly, Will was still leaping into a death trap. However, if he hadn't done so, he wouldn't have been able to protect Delanar. The goat grabbed Will. It lifted him up and held him high in the air. It was like a little kid showing off his favorite toy and waving it around. Let's hear your theory. If I'm to hear a great theory before I die, it'll be a fitting end for a right.
No, that's wrong. Van Dyne and Nox are useless for making theories. You suck, Lamayo.
The goat's massive hands closed on Will like a vise. All the bones in Will's body were creaking. That's all you had to do the whole time? Let's hear your theory. Wait,
There's
what?
No need for a theory. Burden of proof.
What?
After all, making theories for any of Beatrice's games is a waste of time.
What do you mean? Gah!
Music stopped. This isn't an orthodox mystery, so thinking about it is just a waste of time. Oh, this is Jeremiah! Oh shit, it's Jerry! I won't accept Beatrice's game as a mystery. There are no answers to the tricks. It's all just an illusion.
Wait, magic believing goat? All right, hit him Winchesters.
Well, illusions to illusions.
Thinking is just a waste of time? Will's head was lowered so his face couldn't be seen. However, the arm of the goat was holding him was shaking. The embrace of those log-sized arms with superhuman strength was being slowly pushed away by Will's shaking arms. Thinking is just a waste of time? You say that and you call yourself a mystery novel reader?
Fucking hit him with the no true Umi Fuller. Oh. Even Renove and Virgilia are fucking creeped out.
The mystery genre is like chivalry. You fight with the noble rules you've created, with pride in the stance you've taken. Is it worth being a coward if it'll help you win? Does losing make the whole fight meaningless if you fought with everything you had? I don't care how ridiculous your theory is. If you think small bombs blew them up around that table, you stick to it until they're real. Until you find a way that the small bombs got on the island so it doesn't violate the rules. It's fucking small bomb. This isn't about winning and losing. It's about applauding the will to fight, even the most dire circumstances. It's a small bomb. It was just pieces of the explosive that also blew up the shrine outside on the island, was wrapped up in candies and fed to them as proof that they found the gold. There you go. We made it work. Now it's established. Locked it.
Once again, though, Will being Ryukishi's ideal reader, just telling everyone, like, hey, listen, man, you have to come up with fucking something. That's how you engage with the story.
The goat's arms were now spread wide, and it looked as though Will was now the one pushing it back.
I'm sorry, are they doing a Metal Gear Rising, like, riding Armstrong, like, back and forth right now?
Oh, thank you to Pause for the Bits. Unironically, the best episode of the entire VN. Huh. Another reason not to read Fate, I guess. Will's face was covered in shadow and couldn't be seen. People like you who call themselves mystery readers even though they never even try to solve the mystery. You're the ones I really can't stand. What do you mean? Some people just like the vibe. What do you mean? Will slammed his forehead into the goat's now unprotected head. If you call yourself a mystery reader, be proud to join in on a battle of wits. If you call yourself a mystery reader, it's about time you realized giving up is nothing to brag about. Will hit it with his head over and over again. His forehead had been torn apart by the goat's fangs, but he kept on hitting it. Van Dyne and Nox may be behind the times. The mystery genre does progress with time, just like the world around it. However, there's one thing that never changes.
Shikashi?
That is pride. What is a knight proud of? Not victory. He's proud of his courage, which lets him stand up against anyone without fear.
Disappointed, genuinely disappointed that Sakutaro was not on screen for that line.
The prideful lion. Yep. Will couldn't forgive the kind of coward who could turn tail from a fight and then brag about it. People who call themselves mystery readers but have no pride are the only people Will just can't stand.
The only readers Ryukishi doesn't like. The only readers Ryukishi doesn't like.
Really? Those are the only people, Will, huh? Okay, alright. You know, I can excuse the racism, but the checking out on the the goat, unable to put up with this anymore, threw Will down to the floor. Then he lifted his fist again, determined to crush Will to pieces this time. Come. You probably will beat me to a pulp, but that'll be no victory for you. You'll destroy your own pride with your own hands.
Pointless. Pointless. This is no mystery, so why make theories? Thinking is just a waste of time. Useless, useless, useless. Die, die, die!
A fist like a cannonball swinging down towards him was the very last thing Will saw before he shut his eyes. In this game, if you stop thinking...
Could it be? Alright, well...
In this game,
not the guy I was hoping for.
If you give up, that means you lose, right? Battler smashed his fist into the goat's mouth, and smashed teeth bounced off the ceiling.
Off the ceiling?
Who checked the ceiling?
today.
It really is endgame. Even all the jokes
It really
are here.
is. Battler-sama.
You stop thinking, it means you've given up on the story being a mystery, which means, as far as you're concerned, this game is a fantasy. Battler lifted up his arm, realizing that, yeah, so magic works on the go. Yeah, me and Battler, yeah. So magic works on the Realizing this was a single, Lucifer and Chester double O jumped. If you stop thinking, you don't deserve to be an actor on the stage. Stop trying to sound smart and go eat some popcorn from the stands or something.
Ooh.
The goat lifted his fist again and swung it down at Battler like a hammer.
If you've surrendered to fantasy, that just makes you another target, yeah? It's the same as acknowledging that we exist. Begin recognition of hostile elements. Mark all all targets vulnerable to magical attacks in our HMDs. Kids who surrender to fantasy get to deal with us. And if you have a theory, we will hear it out.
We'll welcome those people with open arms. Out of respect for them, we won't hold anything back.
Oh, but it would seem that this is Battler-sama's time to shine.
Well, I'd like to listen to all your favorite theories, both mystery and fantasy. This isn't your game right now. No matter how much you future fragments try to deny us, this is no time for me to be defeated. A golden glint gathered in Battler's hand. It was so bright, the whole hall was bathed in gold. Golden butterflies flitted about as though the whole room was being swallowed up by the golden land. Battler lifted his golden longsword high. Feel free to challenge me after this game as a mystery or a fantasy. I welcome it, but I'm not going to let you deny this final game of mine. Feel the shame of your indiscretion, of impunging. Did I say that right?
Impugning.
Impugning? Impugn? Is that right? Impugning the honor of those who have passed away. It is impugning. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Your ass. A slice of the golden longsword flooded the hall with a sea of golden light. Then, the whole group of goats clambering about the hall turned into clouds of gold butterflies and scattered. Even so, only about 100 of them had been wiped out. Before long, the massive crowd of goats outside would probably come pouring in. The seal of Gertrude and the others are working on will be finished in a bit. Sorry, but I'll have to ask you to hold out here a little longer.
Of course, Lord Battler.
Otherwise, we wouldn't get the show off. You know, you two could try fighting just a little.
But
we're just the MCs.
I thought they were going to say lovers, not fighters.
Aura. Their excessively blunt refusal drew a few strained smiles. However, it had lessened the tension in the room just a bit.
Battler-sama, leave this to us. We won't allow the erosion to proceed any further. And not one of us will be left behind. Of course. We are all precious pieces on Lord Battler's game board.
Seven Sisters of Purgatory, the Chiesu Sister Corps, and everyone else nodded forcefully. Yeah, I'm counting on all of you. We'll definitely protect this final game I made for Angie.
Where is Sakutaro? Everyone is here, where is he?
They managed to hold their ground down below.
The door to the Golden Land continues to open slowly. It will still take some time, though.
That's right. We better start buying some time ourselves. The sea of goats that covered the ground below them was jostling about more and more. By now, even the sea surrounding the island had disappeared. The horizon was gone, and the chewed-up island was now floating on an eerie emptiness like space. The goats that flooded the edges of Rikendrima seemed to be spilling off the sides. Looks like that's it for this game board.
As long as there's a game master and pieces, the game board will always be laid out again. As long as you have two people together, you can create any sort of game. Any sort of.
True. Where on earth is Angie?
Mouse said Sakutaro is like one bite for a goat. He's done.
Aww.
No, he's not dead. He's not. He's a proud and ferocious lion. He can take all the goats.
A big
and
goat.
we know he's real. We know he existed.
A big goat is gonna appear, and from inside the goat's stomach, we're gonna hear a.
Don't count me out just yet, Maria. Where did you hide that?
That's right. The chapel. What's happened to the chapel?
It's still there.
The chapel looked like a white building floating in the pitch black sea of goats. Yes, this was strange. There was no way those goats who consumed everything would go out of their way to avoid just the chapel. That's where Angie is. I'm starting to think that maybe the goats are a metaphor.
What?
Yeah, I know, yeah.
For what though? Like, I'm taking this all literally. It's all really happening.
I don't know. I'm still working on it. Outside the chapel was a sea of goats. Very soon, the earth around the chapel would be eaten away, and it would probably end up floating on nothingness. The rampage of the goats, as they devoured everything and recited the tragedies they had imagined, was truly making a lot of noise. However, none of that reached inside the chapel. Angie finally broke the magic seal on the entrance and stepped inside. The seal was supposed to be unbreakable by anyone. However, in the face of Angie Beatrice, Witch of Truth, the one who sought the truth and could sweep aside all forces that prevented her from finding it, no barrier was absolute.
There it is.
A single book, tightly locked, rested on the altar. It was the hidden diary that Ushirimiya Eva had continued to write in, even in her later years. The book of the single truth. It was the one Featherine had shown her in the world of 1988. Why is it 1999? What the This time I have the key. I gripped the gold key that sat in my pocket, the key Oni-chan gave me. As I approached the altar, I saw that the book of the single truth was wrapped in a strange bending of the light.
So, this is the seal of the Game Master that Berncastel talked about.
The book of the single truth was sealed in something like a crystal. It was a seal made by the Game Master's authority. This was on a different level than the breakable magic seal on the chapel door. No matter how Angie used her power as the Witch of Truth, this couldn't be broken by anyone except the Game Master, even though the narration had just specifically said that she could break through any barrier. However, this time, Battler wasn't the only Game Master.
Someone in chat said still love that Ava had to have a bigger, cooler diary than Natsuhi, and I didn't realize that in parallel until now, but it's literally about to do a repeat of what happened in episode 5, where Erika found Natsuhi's diary and took that as the truth. That's exactly what's about to happen. Angie's about to essentially make the same mistake that Erika made.
Angie flipping through it. Natsuhi sucks. Yeah, doesn't run the house properly. Yeah. Oh, another 200 pages of that. Okay, let's see here. Can't believe George is still single.
George glazing. Oh, George is the best son.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. The truth of okay.
So sorry, Oni-chan. Berncastel is a Game Master too. I just need to take this to her, and have her break the seal.
Angie slowly approached the altar.
Will Angie really do as you say?
This is my little sister we're talking about, so yeah, probably not.
Then what will we do?
Looks like we've got nothing to go on but brute force. Yes.
Let's go.
At that moment, a fierce
Magic
impact
fight.
hit the pair of them.
Oh, they're dead. Oh no, they're dead.
Beato was flung away, and Battler was sealed inside a massive crystal that extended up to the heavens. Not again! Damn, what the hell is this?
Battler! What is this?
It was a barrier, a massive cage of crystal. Battler was shut inside a crystal cage like a tower, so large that you had to look up to see the top.
Get in the crystal, buddy. Get in the crystal.
Get in the crystal. Beato, I need you to take care of Angie.
What will you do?
Beato, sorry. Beato.
Can you break free from this all by yourself? From the inside? Is this a closed room barrier? Who could have...
There's only one person who challenged me with a closed room. Looks like our final guest has finally arrived.
You don't mean...
Go and take care of Angie! Beato left Battler to handle this on his own and headed for the chapel. Battler took a deep breath and smiled daringly. Oh, Cattler's back. I've been waiting for you. Was it boring in that depths of oblivion place? The answer was a laugh. Yeah, that's right. That laugh is enough. Looks like you're doing well.
It wasn't boring. After all, I believed.
I'll bet you did. I believe too. Battler flung off the cape of the Territory Lord. It would only get in the way, and it would be a rude way to welcome his final guest.
Those dark depths were the perfect place to think up mysteries I could fight you with when we met again.
So, this crystal cage is the ring for our duel. A chain deathmatch with nowhere to run.
Now that you mention it, we're always fighting over closed rooms with chains.
Then let's use that. Make it a real chain deathmatch.
I'm prepared. What about you?
I am. I told you, didn't I? I believe too. At the same time, they both brandished their mysteries, sealing the other in a chained closed room. Come, Fruto Erica!
Entertain me, Battler Schwan!
At the same time, they were both sealed inside a closed room locked with a chain. Of course, it was easy to set and unset the chain from the inside. However, stepping into their opponent's chained room would be difficult. What are we doing? They were fighting to the death with two chain closed rooms at once. There could be no better closed room duel for these two, who had battled with theories concerning chained rooms so often.
It's a competitive escape room.
Let's do a handcuff battle. Let's handcuff ourselves. Who could get out of the handcuffs first? Oh, I'm gonna get you. What do we do? Fruta Erica committed suicide, died in an accident, died of an illness, died by some reason other than homicide.
It wasn't a suicide. It wasn't an accidental death. It wasn't a death by illness. I really was killed by you, Battler-san.
It was a murder committed by slipping poison gas through the crack of the door, by filling the room with water and drowning you, by sucking the oxygen out of the room and making you suffocate.
There was no poison gas. There was no drowning. There was no death by suffocation. A closed room murder with poison gas, death by drowning, suffocation.
Crazy, right? It's funny, isn't it?
Good though. Ushiromiya Battler committed suicide. He died in an accident. He was killed by an illness. Time for me to test your closed room.
I hate this. I just shit my pants face. Oh my god, it's the worst of the faces. Red Truth. Ushiromiya Battler was stabbed to death. Let's say the weapon was a knife stuck right into his back. Like, she didn't even give you how she died, bro. What are you doing? You like, what? It's so fucking dumb. What the...
Good though. Nothing beats a classic closed room.
Then why don't you try it too? Why don't you give me how you were killed? No.
I'll take that challenge with the red truth. Furuto Erika was stabbed to death.
Oh, mirror match?
The weapon was a knife, stuck right in her back.
Interesting. I'll tear your clothes room to bits.
They're like kids on the playground with like matching everything proof armor.
Oh my god. Is the answer gonna be that they killed each other in the same room that's locked and they're both dead in the same place? They both stabbed each other at the same time. Battler is busy at the moment, doing some bullshit. For now, I shall be your opponent. Yato had sealed the chapel with a closed room barrier. Unless that riddle was smashed with blue truth, Angie wouldn't be able to leave. After shrugging impatiently, Angie finally faced Beato.
This might be the first time I've fought you directly. Oh, is it now? Very well. Let's see what you've got. However, Shikashi, Battler isn't here at the moment. When he's not around, I sometimes forget to hold back. What a coincidence. I feel the same. I killed you inside a perfect closed room with windows, doors, and all other methods of entry or exit blocked.
Why has this been the decided way of dueling? Like, what why are we doing it too?
I'm killing you in my mind. I'm killing you in my mind. Okay, I'll play along with your game. Repeat it.
Oh shit! Oh, that was a long ass chapter. Holy shit!
Clapping my hands, spreading them apart like the Beatrice emote. It's peak. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. How long is it break time?
I think we can say that was like an hour and a half. I think we can take a break now. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay.
How long was that? An hour and a half? How long have we been live?
I think it was a little bit longer than an hour and a half when we started. I think we took break at around an hour and 15. So, no, it was a little less than an hour. A little less than 2 hours. A little less than 2 hours. It's fine.
A little less than 2 hours. So it seems like Mouse's 0.25 and 0.5 metric is probably a pretty accurate variable.
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna have time to do the fourth chapter that's on the list, but it'd be good if we could. Yeah,
we plan for the 3. We plan for the 3.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Boulder has a message that he sent earlier that I need to read. Hey, I know you're reading a book right now, but the Has-Been Hotel Studio announced a Homestuck show pilot, and Toby Fox is voicing John Egbert.
Really? Is that a real message, or is this too Homestuck?
That's a real message that Boulder sent and is probably true. That's insane.
Huh.
That's insane. Did they get Mouse to voice Rose?
Ooh. Must be the best day of his life. Oh, thank you to RevRec for the resub too. 7 months. Say what you will about Kraus, but he ain't got a kill count that we know of.
That's not a good thing right now. He needs to pull his fucking weight. What?
All right. Anyway, let's take a break. Which is good because I really need to go to the bathroom right now. I need to pee. I've been drinking too much water. Anyway, muting us in 3, 2.
Get up, stretch, 1. Walk around. Yeah. Nihi. Oh.
All right, now they can hear me. Okay.
My stream now.
Whoops.
How are we doing, chat? Everyone having a good time?
Good. Excited for the Homestuck watch along?
I'm so fucking scared, Jelly. Why are you scared? What's there to be scared about?
Okay, next chapter is an hour, a little over an hour long, so this should be the shortest chapter that we're doing today, unless we go to chapter 4. Okay.
Jelly, I'm using this time to finish Higu 4. You'll never catch me now. I beg to fucking differ. I will catch up. Lurf, if you're here, we need to go into fucking Hinamizawa Overdrive.
Can Homestuck get on
One
marble?
chapter a day.
It's not a Japanese studio. You know what? Homestuck gets a marble. Homestuck gets a marble.
Oh! I should have said Oyashiro-sama Overdrive. That would have been way better with the alliteration.
Why would you put this seal on yourself? Only for the animated show they're doing. Only for the animated show. What if it wins? The Weebs will be so mad. It's great.
The Weebs will probably be satiated, I imagine. Homestuck is... I hesitate to call it weeb adjacent because it's more like the middle part of a Venn diagram.
Oh yeah, so oh shit, I almost said spoiler. Fuck.
Oh no.
Oh my god, I almost said a really big spoiler.
I need to get better at watching my mouth when it comes to spoilers. I just say shit.
For Sekimeya, I almost said a really big spoiler for Sekimeya. I'm okay spoiling stuff that happens on other stuff that we've gone on the channel, although there is like a limit of that. Like speaking freely about Expedition 33 is just something you have to expect right now. Just like speaking about Umineko on the other streams is something you have to expect right now too. But like I wouldn't spoil like Disco Elysium without a warning right now because it's been a while. But
yeah.
like yeah, but Sekimeya is not my stream, so I'm not going to spoil Sekimeya on this stream, or at least I'll try not to.
Boulder
You've
says,
seen the first act.
Oh, there you go.
First act of Homestuck. I want you to look me in the eye and tell me that's at all possible to adapt into an animated show. Not only could you do it, it would be easy. Easy peasy.
Do you think that Umineko could be adapted into an animated show?
It's been attempted, and I hear it's bad.
It's very bad. It's quite terrible. All of episode 1 is 2 episodes of the anime.
Wait, did they do the whole thing, or did it get canceled after a couple episodes?
I think they didn't get through the entire thing. No, I'm pretty sure it's just the questions arc. So it was quite bad. It was quite bad. I'm pretty sure it's also made wrong. Like it's if you watch just the anime, it's actually unsolvable. Because Shannon and Canon are in the same place at the same time in scenes with Battler.
Where's the goat that has only seen the anime? In the anime, I figured out the solution. Oh no, we can't fight this.
Oh no.
I'm drinking a protein smoothie. Sorry, chap. I'm almost done. All right, let's continue though.
They skip the loser flags battle, right? They skip what are those boobs, and they skip the Battler groping crash out. If I had watched the anime, I would not give a single shit about any of these characters at all. They have no flavor at all.
What are these boobs
Also,
is integral to the experience.
It is. That's what you're mad about? Yeah, because that one scene gave me very strong indication that Battler was a much more interesting, layered character than I expected, and that's why I got invested. It's actually extremely important to the text. I cannot stress this enough.
Sun's up, another day goes by. Oh, the time like 1.5. Yeah, 1.5. Okay, so I'm
pretty sure the VOD watchers will probably put it at 2 times speed. Really?
Yeah. You see, you have to pay on YouTube to unlock 3 times speed. What the fuck is that?
Fuck?
Yeah,
What?
you can pay to win now on YouTube. It's fucking bullshit.
That's insane.
Messes with my muscle memory too, because like the times 2 speed is the one on the furthest to the right, and now there's like I hit on it automatically, and it just fucking like it's like, yeah, you want to pay for this? Okay, anyway, sorry.
I think introducing faster times to watch videos is a sign of the downfall of attention spans and people's willingness to actually engage with the media they consume.
Yeah, probably, but I still watch everything on times 2.
You don't need to watch it that fast. There is enough time in your day and in your life to fully appreciate the beauty which you decide, you willingly choose to experience. Experience all of it.
I like watching TV shows at like 10% faster speed because it's not fast enough that you notice a difference.
That's insane.
But over a whole show, it saves you like an hour or so of your time. You're like, fucking.
That's insane.
What do you mean? It's just efficient.
That's a crazy thing to do. That's crazy.
Nah.
I watch the opening and ending to every single anime I watch, every episode.
What? That's crazy. What do you mean?
That one's true. That one's true.
I'm skipping. Imagine skipping every 10th word in the book. No, the analogy there, or the comparison there would be that you're just reading faster, Lamayo. You're still reading all the words. I
just think that's insane. I think that's like... I think 10% speed is the fence sitter option. Either watch it at the regular speed or 2 times it. There is no in between.
It is killing me that someone in the future is watching this and we both sound like chipmunks right now, are arguing over like what speed.
Sometimes I will like speed through a VOD just to like see a bit or see a chat message, and I'll tell you what, I feel good about my voice. I used to be very self-conscious about it. When I hear myself laugh at 2 times speed, I want to throw something out the window.
Really?
It is a chipmunk, because I have a laugh that's like it's like peaks. Like it's I don't know how to describe it, but at 2 times speed, it's like really chipmunky, and I hate it.
I haven't heard you laugh like that in times
it's
2
rough.
speed. I haven't heard it.
It's rough. I don't like it. It's squeak. I guess so. 62% base for watching the OPs and EDs every time.
This is a loss.
Yes.
This is a loss with the weeb audience.
This is a loss.
It's lost, yeah. It's lost. All right, let's read. Okay.
Let's go.
I am... Is it spoilers to say who I am? No, we're good. All right, okay. I don't know who's talking right now, so I'll just take it and let's see. And then, you see... We'll set it up so that among the works entered in Company X's mystery novel contest, yet another one of the great Hachijo's works will appear under a false name.
Okay, real quick. What do you think is going on with Hachijo? Because I think you said before, and I think we both generally agree that she's not actually the writer.
I think that I don't know anymore. I feel like if that was something that was going to happen, that I think that would just be like having like something I would like the story to do and would be interesting, but it's not going to happen. I don't think there's enough time for there to be an idea to be explored that Battler actually survived and was like writing shit with Hachijo in some capacity.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think I said back in episode 6 that I thought she wasn't the writer, and I thought she was a proxy for either a group of people or another person. I still feel like that's probably right, but I don't know how it could be satisfyingly correct if it's not Battler, now that you've said it, which I don't... Now I'm iffy on it, because like, if that is the case, it's probably Battler, but then I have problems with like Battler surviving, but then I guess that all depends on how the ending shakes out, because it could be the case that like he only survives if you make this choice, or
is it even
like
true
that.
now? Because now that Brinkcastle said, I was about to actually say that everything here wasn't actually true. So that the only reason I thought Battler survived was because in the story on the stage play at the end of episode 7, it seemed like Battler's death was the only one that wasn't confirmed. So, but now it's like it's possible that Battler did die in the real truth. I still don't even know sure if Battler was if Brinkcastle was just fucking with Angie there, to be honest. That felt like the authentic thing that actually did happen on the island to me. That did feel true. So I don't know, but like, yeah, I definitely I think that Hachijo and what she's done, especially after the rest of the other people that Angie went and spoke to, like Okanogi and that guy that was in the hotel, I can't remember his name, that represented the witch hunters. I think that might just be a lot of setup for narrative framing that we've seen with Hachijo and Burncastle into Feathering, but also just to make it hit harder that there's a lot of theorizing going on to for these goats to be here in this scene right now. You know, I think it could be that. Who's Burncastle? Burncastle, sorry. Oh, they're talking about Homestuck on the screen right now. Okay.
No way.
Okay. I think this is all me, I'm not sure. Yep. Of course, we'll then move on with a movie version and a TV drama bundled in, where we here at Company X would be honored to accept your manuscript.
Oh, it's me. And am I getting prize money out of this?
But of course, the 10 million yen prize for Company X's first mystery novel contest will all go to you, and much more besides.
Splendid. You've caught my interest.
Spring.
That's why I've decided not to write up a manuscript for you.
What? Madam Hachijo, why?
Everything had seemed to be going so smoothly up until then, so this sudden refusal made the people from the publishing company fall over in their sofa. This little scheme of yours is far more interesting than the manuscript I wrote. In that case, it wouldn't be fitting to hand it over to you. It was always a worthless story. I wanted to lure my ignorant readers into lauding it, making them feel as though they'd performed some magnificent reasoning. I was hoping that you children of men would recognize the irony and laugh at your own mistake. But it looks like you've taken it seriously. Yes, I can say I'm ashamed at my own failure as a writer.
Of course not. Please forgive us. Please let us use your...
I have no need for money, but some pet food would be nice.
Pet food? Oh, for your cat. There was a rumor that you had a cat who liked dried plums. Yes, as you wish. Fucking, this is the most fantastical thing in the whole entire story so far, is pure Ryukishi fantasy, that the company would be begging a writer for anything at all. And would like the writer would have any amount of pull or like bargaining at all. You can't quickly, let's have a high quality assortment of dried plums brought in here.
She only eats the ones that are packaged separately at 200 yen a piece. Oh, and some peaches, 20 euros each while you're at it. At this rate, she'll die of high blood pressure. She snacks on kimchi and spicy miso all the time, too. Really, there must be something wrong with that cat's tongue. Meep. The cat meowed an objection from where it lay atop the bookshelf. Alright, fuck you, Ryukishi. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. How could you? I cannot give you this manuscript, but why don't you write up a new one for your company's contest? However, Shikashi, I won't write it under my name. It's estimated that thousands of manuscripts will be sent in for your contest. If you manage to pick mine out from the pack, and if you also find it deserving of the prize, then I would be happy to continue our discussion just now. How does that sound?
Just the honor of receiving your manuscript is more than enough.
You people truly are amusing, fawning and cringing all the time. But I've grown weary of this for today. Leave now. Meeting with children of men can be so tiring.
We are deeply grateful for your kindness in allowing us this meeting.
A servant guided the people from the publishing company to the door. In the study that was now finally quiet, Hachijo Toya let out a sigh, slumped down on the sofa, and gazed at the ceiling. It is tiring, but the stimulation of talking with a child of man isn't such a bad thing in small doses.
This is how Silent Hill F was proposed.
I think that's Burns' voice. So I think that's you.
Okay. It's good for you to talk to people every now and then. You'll go senile if you stay shut in all the time.
The black cat leapt from the bookshelf and landed softly on the carpet. Then its form silently twisted and became that of Berncastel. Berncastel. Indeed. They certainly can be entertaining. Inviting them over now and then may go a long way towards alleviating my boredom. I have something fun to tell you. So you started reading Higurashi on April Fool's Day as a bit, so you know that it starts with a poem that is by an author called Frederica Berncastel.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was a real person.
Oh.
I thought that was like a real poem that Ryukishi was using just to frame his text. Frederica Berncastel is not a real author. That is not a real person. I thought that Berncastel, the character here, was maybe named after some scientific principle. No, it's a city in Germany.
Oh.
That's it.
Oh, okay. I didn't really think about it.
I thought that it was something important or meaningful. Nope. Nothing.
Damn. He homestuck to you? So Berncastel is a cat. Someone in chat said is Lambda a dog? Lambda is a yellow lab. Lambda Delta.
Lambda.
Yeah.
Lambda Delta is, I don't know, a bucket of popcorn, judging by how often it gets mentioned. Indeed, they certainly can be entertaining. Inviting them over now and then may go a long way towards alleviating my boredom. At any rate, I think I will write that manuscript when I feel like it. It sounds like they'll even bring a gift for you.
What's all this about pet food? How rude.
Well, that's how it is. That's what this is. That's what it is. Here. Hachijo picked up a jar from a shelf, then took a dried plum out and threw it into the air. In an instant, Berncastel turned back into a black cat, caught it in midair, and started munching away.
Madam Hachijo, your guests have departed.
A servant knocked on the door before making this announcement. Thank you. Let me know if that one wakes up.
As you wish. Would you like some tea?
No. I'm going to write for a bit. Please, do not disturb me.
Yes, ma'am.
So Bern is just a cat? That appears to be the case, yes. After waiting for the servant's footsteps to disappear into the distance, Hachijo moved to her desk. Oh, I remember. No, okay, so Bern is a cat, and Lambda Delta is the government.
Yes.
How could I be so stupid?
Yep, Lambda Delta is the government. Yep.
The government is very cute and pop, after all. The desk certainly looked as though it belonged to a great writer. Pages of manuscript scattered across it.
Even though the century's almost over, you still write with a pen?
The black cat spoke as it tore the dried plum apart with its mouth. Tales are to be written with ink. To me, that is an unbreakable rule.
So you write it once with ink, then type the whole thing over again with a keyboard. I used to write my stories like that, and let me tell you, that was stupid. But yeah, okay, pretty stupid, doing the same thing twice.
In that case, why does a child of man draw up a tale in their mind and then spit the whole thing out again on a keyboard? How foolish of them to do the same thing twice.
Look at it that way, and you're doing the same thing 3 times.
The voice acting for Bern is very different. She's not flat and emotional. She has a higher pitch.
Thank you.
Or flat and emotionless, rather. And you as well. You're doing great, Joe. That was a good one. Indeed it was. Even as Hachijo laughed, her fountain pen was already sliding across the page. Beautiful letters appeared almost as fast and proficiently as a typewriter.
Doubt.
Only humans called her creations manuscript. With her fountain pen and writing paper, she was creating a world. As she did, the hands of the clock would spin around like a top. The light and shadows that came in through the window changed their angles so fast, they might have been the hands of the clock themselves. Hi, Ruby. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Slowly, she drew a large X across the tightly packed words on the paper. I guess that's Lambda Delta in the background.
Having trouble? I think you Nightmare Luna 69. Ooh, Expedition 69 for the resub 2. Lambda Delta is a Shiba Inu. I could see it.
What is it like? Is that a pun or?
It's just a cute dog.
I guess so.
She's Doge in the government. Oh god. Oh god.
Oh no.
Too political. Having trouble?
I can't draw it out well. Writing a manuscript to please people is truly a pain. After all, I don't usually write for other people to read.
Shut the fuck up. You should try writing down whatever it is you're saying on that manuscript paper.
Berncastel curled up on the sofa, a mocking smile on her face. Normally, whenever Hachijo was writing, Berncastel would never let herself be noticed, much less talk to her. However, Shikashi, Berncastel realized that the other was apparently getting bored with her manuscript, so she yawned and started talking.
What is it you're writing, anyway?
A tale to give to a child of man.
Which child of man?
It is a tale I promised to write for Umineko, who once read for me.
Ah, you're still writing that.
Can't think of anything to write that would give her satisfaction.
Looks like Ao Ao's giving up yet again. You always promise to write a story, then get stuck before you're finished and give up.
If I had given up, I wouldn't be worrying over it like this. So I wonder if, like, Berncastel's lines in this context are like, you know, people will, like, baby talk as if their pets are talking to them or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that might be an interpretation of what's going on here.
It could be. I think it fits, but I'm not quite sure. To me, Berncastel is a part of the story that is legit magic. I can't see a way to get away from that. But maybe there's multiple versions of that, or multiple embodiments.
Yeah, I'm not looking at this and going, oh, so Bern is just a cat, that explains everything. I'm looking at this as like, okay, so she's being represented as a cat in reality, and most likely still represents something more symbolic or something non-human within the story.
Yeah, it's unclear to me if Berncastel or Berncastel is even in this scene, or if like Hachijo is just projecting a Berncastel onto the cat. Yeah.
Cats eat dried plums? That's what you're hung up on? I'm actually hung up on that too. Can cats eat dried plums?
Only if they find them on a bush somewhere.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
There's only one tale that Angie's wanted from the beginning.
The tale of the single truth.
Angie said she wants to know what happened that day. No matter how many tales you write the story and the truth, she'll never be satisfied.
And yet, I do think my tales are far more interesting than the single truth.
Angie doesn't want to read an interesting tale.
I promised that child of man I would write a tale for her sake. Sake, sorry. So I'm writing a tale to please her.
No matter how interesting or uninteresting it is, everything you write is an illusion. Angie doesn't want any of that. Haven't you figured that out yet?
The Book of the Single Truth was written by Ushiromiya Eva. Hidden amongst the pile of writing paper was Eva's diary. Furthermore, the one who wrote this passed away without revealing it to anyone. Being the humble writer that I am, I would like to respect that.
This is a crazy diary for someone to have in reality.
Yeah.
With the big ass lock and key on it. Like, my god. Don't make me laugh. Is this coming from the person who entertains herself by taking a tail and tearing out its guts?
The truth is uninteresting. This world is imperfect.
Is that your opinion after tearing apart the guts of so many tales?
You might as well say that. With a self-mocking laugh, Hachijo set down her fountain pen. I certainly have aged. The first thing age taught me was that not knowing is more precious than knowing.
What? That definitely sounds like something an old person would say, but I'll bite. What do you mean?
Knowing and not knowing. These two things have a one-way relationship.
True. It's possible to switch from not knowing to knowing, but you can't do it the other way around. Oh, I forget things all the time. What the fuck are you talking about?
When I realized that, I saw the noble purity resembling virginity that exists in not knowing.
Alright, strapping in.
In my attempts to escape boredom, I've torn apart and eaten the guts of as many games and tales as there are stars in the sky. But always, my relief from boredom is short-lived. It's all so fleeting that I've started to ignore each tale as an individual story.
That's right. If you eat a cat, then you only get to enjoy it for one night. But if you let it live, it might start calling you names and getting sarcastic.
Indeed. Even the annoying way they break into your sweets cupboard or sneak into your bed can be part of their charm. Hachijo looked around at the books covering every square inch of the room, then softly petted the cat's back. I might have been able to enjoy a single tale much longer and much more deeply. As I've eaten my way through countless tales to escape boredom, I haven't really been eating them. I've just been killing them. And, in the end, they'll kill me back. Hachijo laughed with self-derision.
Even in Beato's game, you try to tear the guts out.
I just wanted to check my answers. I did try to do it in a way that respected Beatrice, the weaver of this tale.
Yeah. I think it was pretty well read, all done so that people who didn't understand wouldn't figure it out. Okay, this does speak to me because I haven't gone back and actually like 100% mapped out how all the mysteries went down in episodes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And part of me does want to do that, but it speaks to me in the sense that once I do that, I can never go back to wondering about it ever again. There's something kind of lost in that. It's similar in the same that there's been a couple times I'm feeling a little bit with Umineko too. Actually, there's been a couple times in my life where I actually don't want to get to the end because then it's over forever. It's if you don't read the last page, that last page could be anything. Anything could happen on that last page. So because you don't know the last page, like there's no final dot on or period on the experience that they can just continue living in all realities or all possible futures for forever on that last page. So yeah, what she's saying is speaking to me a bit, yeah. I think it was pretty well read, all done so that people who didn't understand wouldn't figure it out.
Will it make for a better tale if Angie learns the truth, or if she doesn't? To be honest, I don't know anymore. So, fully aware that you'll scorn me for it, I decided to stop writing the rest of this tale.
What do you mean?
I won't write it. I will merely record it. The tale that Ushiromiya Angie weaves herself.
So, you're going to do that sort of thing again.
I'm going to write a choose-your-own-adventure book. After growing tired of 1,000 years of life, I've decided that choosing not to know the truth is the more noble path. However, Shikashi, I now see that it isn't fair to force my opinion on Angie, who hasn't lived even 100 years.
So, going to leave it in Angie's care?
Yes. I will silently record it as it plays out.
If you're leaving it to Angie, then the rest of this tale is pretty much set in stone, right?
So it would seem. Let it be so. After all, in the end, a tale that a child of man weaves for herself will be far more fun than any story I could create.
In that case, why don't you lend a hand in Angie's tale? You've already given yourself a role in it, haven't you?
So, is it my role that brings this tale to its conclusion?
Come on, that's no way for someone in Beato's game to talk. It's your job to tear the guts out of the cat box.
Hachijo chuckled, pushed aside the pile of writing paper, and picked up the Book of the Single Truth. Then, she opened a locked drawer. That is what Angie desires. Perhaps this book's seal is fated to be broken. Angie will reach the single truth. The single truth will break the seal on the cat box, and everything will be exposed to the light of day. And so, all those countless message bottles and fragments made up of delightful imaginings, which have been scattered across the ocean of the internet, will fade away like foam on the sea. After all, even that person has surely tired of such fragments.
It's about time for the kid's journey to end too.
Yes, let us accept this task. As our role demands, let's give this journey an end of the line. At that moment, there were sounds of someone in the hallway. The instant someone knocked on the door, Berncastel turned back into a black cat.
Madam Hachijo, please forgive me for interrupting. Imagine someone knew what happened to your whole entire family that died on an island one day, and you go to talk to them and be like, hey, can you tell me? It really means a lot to me. And then she starts doing an interpretive dance while waving papers in the air going, isn't it better that maybe that you don't know? And like, you can think of to yourself what happened to your family, and I still know the answers, but like, I don't know, like, read all these different versions of what actually happened to the family and pick the one you like the best, because that could just be the truth if you really want it to be. Like, it's just like staring at her, just like fucking like, I just really want to know. I'm traumatized. Like, I jumped off a building. I just want to know what happened to my fucking my parents.
I just really like some closure. It's been really like, haunting me and ruining my entire life. Is that truly what you desire, child of man? Are you so sure you wish to brazenly enter the realm of knowing and transgress the passage of not knowing to reach there? Think carefully, child of man. This decision cannot be undone, and it shan't be made in haste.
Oh, fucking hell. Fucking hell. Please forgive me for interrupting.
It was the voice of Hachijo's servant. What is it? If it's a phone call, tell them I'm busy.
It isn't that. Toya-sama has woken up.
Thank you. Prepare a light meal. Enough for the two of us.
Toya-sama? Would that be like a kid, or as you wish?
Do you know what the sama suffix means?
No, that's why I'm asking. What's sama?
It's respectful. Usually, I think it's usually used in a religious connotation, but
respectful?
generally speaking, very, very respectful. Yes.
Okay. Would a
that's my general understanding.
Would a servant say that to like the child of their boss, or no?
Probably yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like master. That's probably a good way of thinking about it, yeah. Hachijo stood up. Then, she shut the open drawer and locked it again. Inside the drawer lay a glittering golden key. Oh, shit. Sekimea vibes from this music all of a sudden?
Oh, we're going back to this.
Are we back? Let's go,
All right.
Let's go. I'm sitting up in my chair. Repeat it. The definition of a closed room prevents all varieties of entering and exiting.
I refuse. By definition, it's impossible for a closed room murder to take place inside a perfect closed room.
The chain might have been repaired after it was destroyed. The door might have been repaired after it was destroyed.
With duct tape, maybe.
The wall might have been repaired after it was destroyed.
My closed room doesn't involve anything being repaired.
Good though. This really is getting fun, Battler-san.
Sorry, but I don't have time to play with you right now.
I'm sorry too, but as a fellow witch of truth, I can't let you get in Angie-san's way.
Come to think of it, you're a witch of truth too, aren't you? I guess that makes you a sort of mentor to Angie.
The single truth. It is the supreme, the ultimate. Only a witch of truth can break down all barriers that stand between her and that truth.
Is this single truth of yours really so important? There are lots of things in this world that aren't worth knowing. How important is 1986 to Angie really? It isn't important at all.
It has defined her entire life.
Dude is just deciding what is or what isn't important for his little sister? Like,
you're probably right. No matter what happened or didn't happen in 1986, it won't change anything for the Angie living in 1998. There's no point in learning that truth. However, Shikashi, there is just one thing that will change.
what's that?
How she lives. Erika transformed her reasoning into a scythe's blade and lashed out at Battler over and over. Battler also created a blade from his reasoning and attacked Erika over and over. In the middle of all of this, he questioned Erika, the girl who, like Angie, called herself a witch of truth. Just what is the point of exposing the truth?
You're right. Knowing often changes how a person lives her life. In that case, I have one hope as her blood relative. I hope that at the end of my game, Angie finds a better way to live her life.
Knowing may change how people live, but not always in a good direction. There are plenty of things in this world that you'd be far more comfortable not knowing.
The number of ticks living in the seats on a train. Those urban legends about nasty stuff in the tap water that Shoya won't drink. The world's full of things you'd better be off not knowing. The book of the single truth probably can teach Angie what happened on this island. But what's the point of her knowing that? It will just increase the sadness she's felt for 12 years. How many more years will it take for her to find happiness as an ordinary girl? How many years will it take for her wounds to be healed?
Angie's desire to find the truth is hurting her, regardless of what the truth actually is. Though her deep wounds were slow to heal, they did begin to do so during those 12 years. However, Angie kept picking at the scabs. In her search for the truth, she tore at those wounds herself, opening them up once more.
It's time for Angie to be free of the sadness of 1986. That's what all of us Ushiramiyas pray for.
Who cares about that? The truth is everything. The truth is justice.
It's a disease everyone gets at least once, usually in middle school. They just love to find out all those things adults are hiding.
Don't you think it's fun to expose things like that?
Yeah, totally. Reading dirty books wouldn't be nearly so fun if you didn't have to do it in secret. Remember when she sexually assaulted him? Yeah, it was good. It was fun. Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
I deny all your blue wedges with the red truth. None of those methods you suggest could defeat my closed room. Angie was breathing heavily. The book of the single truth was right before her eyes. If she could just defeat Beato, she'd be able to take the book to Berncastel, and then she could read what was inside. Even though the truth of the final family conference on October 4th and 5th of 1986 was right there, Golden Witch stood in her way. Her anger and hatred spun around inside her head, wiping out the composure necessary to theory make. Angie shook her head several times, clearing away everything that got in the way of calming her mind. However, no matter how many times she thought it through, the closed room sealing her in the chapel was perfect. Angie wasn't particularly familiar with the mystery genre. However, she knew all about all the fragments containing Beato's games so far.
We're getting more howevers than
we're getting a lot.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot. I'm telling you, the Sumari conglomerate is really trying to shy away from acknowledging the growing strength of the Shikashi Syndicate. All right, don't believe their lies. Her knowledge was shallow, but it should have been enough. It should still have been enough to give her a good foothold. However, Shikashi, no matter how many blue truths she shot at Beato, none of them even made the witch flinch. Beato just blew them apart with a red truth, an elegant wave of her pipe. Says the guy who upstarted both syndicates, listen, we don't need to look at the man behind the curtain, let's just enjoy the pretty lights. It's about time you gave up. I don't even view this as a game between the two of us. Joe, stop jamming, that's you.
Huh?
Joe, that's you. That's you. You're Angie now.
Am I Angie?
Yeah, you're Angie.
Oh shit, I am Angie. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you implying that I could never solve this puzzle?
I'm just buying time until Battler finishes dealing with Erica. He's the only one who can bring you to your senses.
Bring me to my senses. You're the ones making me do this by hiding the single truth. That's why I'm fighting you. This is my right! As the final member of the Ushimiya family, I have a right to know the truth.
Indeed. And that is the purpose of this final game.
That's right. Without this final game, I wouldn't have been given a chance to reach the truth. At least for that one thing, I'm grateful.
But as for what happened in 1986, as for who took your relatives and your family away from you, as a human, your desire to know the truth is quite natural. However, Shikashi, even knowing this, Battler decided that it would be best if you didn't return to 1986.
I know what Oni-chan is trying to say. He's telling me to look to the future and live instead of being stuck in the past, right?
Correct. Battler wanted to use this final game to show you that.
Oh my god, there was another chessboard underneath it. In that
No
case,
way.
there's no need to keep waiting for my answer. The answer is no, Golden Witch. I died back in 1986. I've wandered about like a ghost for 12 years since then, and when Aunt Ava died, I lost my only reason to stick around on this earth as a ghost. That's why I decided to do one last thing before ending my life.
Oh shit, okay, alright. It is text now. And that thing is learning the truth of 1986?
Yeah, got a problem with that?
Of course I do, you foolish girl! So, if you do reach the truth, you'll die. In that case, I can't let you have it. I must trick you and blind you as much as I can to keep you alive. Battler wants you to live.
Living without truth is no better than dying. I'm trying to find the truth so I can live.
You've just admitted that you were searching for the truth so you could die.
Yeah, that's right. Then let me rephrase that. I'm trying to find the truth so I can die. I offered up my life when I made my contract with Bern Castell. Also, I could learn what happened that day. That single truth will be the souvenir I take with me to hell.
It's useless. You cannot break this closed room. This closed room is perfect. And yet, I will kill you in this closed room. She had tried every theory, idea, and every bit of nonsense she could think of.
Sorry about that. She could think of.
However, Shikashi, none of it had any effect on Beato. Powerless and infuriated, with the book of the single truth right before her eyes, Angie bit her lower lip. At first, this was supposed to be a game in which you were given a key that would let you decide your future.
Liar. You want to hide the truth in this chapel, and you choose a door that leads to some optimistic future. That's not a choice. You're trying to decide for me.
Parents have the right to prevent their children from making unsuitable choices.
I'm not a kid. I'm an 18-year-old woman who can think and act for herself.
Fool! You're just a 6-year-old girl who can't think of anything except the past.
And whose fault is that? Because of you, I've been stuck as a 6-year-old this whole time. Now it's time for me to tear apart your illusion covering the truth. Yes, now I think about it, it's not this chapel that you've locked me inside. Since that day in 1986, for all these years, you've had me locked away in a closed room where I'm all alone and where no one will tell me the truth. And now, I'll tear your closed room apart with my own hands. Yeah, it's useless. It's all useless. I know the trick to your perfect closed room. Repeat it. You murdered me immediately after shutting me into this closed room.
I refuse.
Of course. You've been killing me for 18 years. Thanks, Beatrice. If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have figured out the trick.
Angie, you're young. You have a long future ahead of you. In fact, you're the Golden Witch who lives in the future, are you not? Then live on in the future. Just how much are past truths really worth? Don't they pale in comparison to the truth of the future? The truth you'll create yourself?
My life is trash. My whole family died, leaving just me behind. That's why I'm going back to them once I've gotten my single truth.
If you learn the truth, you'll just have to accept your family's deaths. Haven't you ever thought about living on, hoping that by some miracle one of them might have survived? And that someday you might get a chance to see them again?
I'm not worried about that. Even the Witch of Miracles couldn't find a fragment like that.
In the Great Rekenjima explosion, almost none of the family's remains were recovered. Some days, I hoped that this might be a sign that they escaped the explosion and survived. It gave me the strength to live on. However, that hope wasn't strong enough to support me for 12 long years.
So even though I want to know the truth, I unconsciously averted my eyes. I felt that learning my family... Oh, the weird line is back! I felt that learning of my family's deaths for certain would force me to deny any possibility of someone miraculously surviving. But I'm tired of living on and on with nothing but that impossible hope of a miracle to keep me going. That's why I decided to accept my family's deaths. I decided to accept the truth no matter what it is. That's why I became a Witch of Truth.
How foolish. To be blinded by the truth of the past and unable to see one's own future. Forgive me, Battler. I was not strong enough to guide your sister properly. A blazing blue wedge appeared in Angie's hand. It was long, thick, and shaped like a spear.
This is the end, which in 1986. This closed room is perfect. Therefore, I can't get out, and you can't lay a finger on me from the outside. However, you locked me into this room, so we can say you killed me with this simple trick. You shut me in this perfect closed room and made me starve to death. Since you intentionally did this, it's totally fair to say this is a closed room murder with you as the killer. It looks like being overly vague with the cause of death backfired on you. So long, Witch of Illusions. See you in hell.
With the stained glass window behind her, Beato spread her arms and let the spear of the blue truth pierce her. The blue spear seemed to crucify Beato against the window.
Game set. So this is Aniva's diary, the book of the single truth.
Angie picked the book up from where it lay on the altar, sealed in crystal. If you read that, then by your contract with Berncastel, you'll die. Learning the truth just to die? Ridiculous.
Ridiculously base, that's right. I'm looking for the truth so I can die. At least let me choose how I go. I'm not an idiot. I know the real me is still floating in that starry sky. Oh, well done, Jelly. Well done.
Berncastel acknowledged me as the final Beatrice and invited me on a journey to learn the truth of 1986. I won't be able to return here again. And Berncastel told me that and walked off the roof into the black sky. I followed her into the empty air. That was the contract. I wanted two things from Berncastel. One was for someone from my family to come back. The other was revenge. I wanted to destroy the illusion of the witch that hid the events of that day. I wanted to reach the truth. However, the first of my wishes couldn't come true. After all, even the Witch of Miracles couldn't find the fragment when my family came home. So, she wordlessly questioned me. She told me that I couldn't reach the truth unless I had the courage to end this worthless life, where I lived like a ghost, hoping someone might come back. So, she walked out into the open air, and I followed her. Yes, now I can understand. When I offered to trade away my life, I made one wish and gave up on another. I wished for revenge against the illusion hiding the truth. And now, I succeeded in that revenge, defeating the master of that illusion and obtaining the book with the single truth. What I gave up was my naivety. Naivety? My continuing belief that someone from my family might come back. And now, I can accept that my entire family is dead.
Can you make someone alive just because no one knows any different? These catboxes you talk about are just naive delusions. The idea that a corpse can live as long as you keep it hidden, but even if you hide a corpse, it's still dead. Do you really think you can heal my wounds by saying they'll always be watching over me from the clouds like some kind of fairy tale? I'm Angie, Beatrice, a witch of truth. I'll free myself from that life as a ghost, waiting for a miracle that'll never happen. I'll end my life as a noble martyr who's reached the truth.
Didn't you once come to understand the power of magic through Maria's grimoire?
Yeah, I understood it, and then I despaired when I realized how powerless it was. And that's what Oni-chan is trying to force me to use now, isn't it? If I use magic, then my family will always be by my side. Don't take me for a fool. You think that kind of magic and illusion, a daydream, can heal those 12 years? And how am I supposed to go on for decades and decades into the future? Someone come back to me, someone! But no one's coming back. So at least tell me what happened that day. Brain Castell said she'd tell me. My master, I have the book of the single truth. My master? Wow. I'll take it back to you, so give me the truth. For so long, I've been prepared to throw away my naive hopes of a miracle. Now, tell me the truth of that day. Erica has been Angie the whole time?
Seems like it.
Oh, shit. No! No! No, I would be really upset if Erica and Angie are the same person the whole time. No.
They're definitely parallels of one another, that's for sure.
They have a lot of similarities, yeah.
A blinding light poured out of the chapel. Actually, real quick, while we do have a little moment, there is something that I've been thinking about with Angie that I don't know if I've voiced on stream.
Sure.
Do you, or I guess it's less of a question, more just an observation. One of the things that she's really, really fixated on is specifically Ava being the culprit, Ava being the one responsible for all of it, and Ava essentially being evil. So, do you know or think you have an idea of why that's the case?
Probably because Ava's the one that has known what's happened and has been keeping the truth away from her, so she's villainized her in her head because she's like, you have access to the truth and you won't give it to me. What
would it mean if Angie was wrong and Ava wasn't the culprit and she was just another victim of what happened?
I mean, that is probably what happened, right? Well, I don't know if episode 7 we can take it that is true, but that probably is the case.
What would that mean for Angie?
I'm not sure.
I'm asking you, what do you think that would mean for Angie?
Yeah, I don't know.
For me, I'm seeing that as she wished more than anything that someone from her family survived. Someone who would understand the pain that she was going through, and someone who would be able to help her find a reason for living. And if Ava isn't evil, if she was just another victim, just like Angie, and Ava, like the rest of the world, or Angie, like the rest of the world, pushed Ava away and blamed her for everything until her death, that would mean that she had what she wanted all along and threw it away herself.
Yeah, I had that thought in the scene that we just read where he said, I want someone to come back. It's like, well, Ava came back, but that's not good enough for her. Yeah.
So for Angie, it has to be Ava. She's not trying to find the single truth just to know what happened. She's trying to find the single truth so that she hasn't made an unbelievable mistake that she could never atone for.
Okay, that's an interesting version. My interpretation or my view of that was that she's not interested in seeing the truth anymore. She actually does want to stay miserable, and she wants to wallow in it and stay in that part. But to reframe it as she wants to know a truth that makes Ava a bad person, so she doesn't have to like reconcile the fact that she did have what she wanted, but she ignored it. That's more interesting, actually. That's pretty good.
Stuff like that is why I really, really like everything to do with Angie. It's a very interesting relationship that she and Erica have with the truth. It is something that I've thought about a lot in my life as well. This idea that there can be complete mysteries in your life, and there can be a point where you will have all the answers you need, but you can still ask questions, and doing so will only hurt you. That's something that I've thought about a lot in my life. So I'm really, really invested in those two for that reason.
Right. Someone chat says, but Ava did abuse her. I don't know if that's true or not right now. I don't know where that comes from. I don't know. Like, yeah. I need to go back and see that, because like the Ava that we saw in last not last stream, and how she's interacting with Angie and all the interactions we have does not like match at all with Ava on her deathbed saying like I would sell you into slavery if I could or whatever. Where the fuck does that come from? Like, yeah. I don't understand that.
And even then, like, you know, if she was still abused, like, again, that's not saying like, oh, Ava didn't do anything wrong, like she's not bad for that, she didn't do anything evil whatsoever. Like, Angie would still be justified in hating her. It would just still be very tragic that she did have what she was looking for, and she had a large part in throwing it away. You know, there's still, the tragedy can be from both directions. Where were we? It seeped from the windows and the cracks on the floor, even reaching as far as Battler and Erica's eyes.
Sorry, before we do that, thank you slowly FG for the resub. 9 months. Having this stream in the background and not having watched a single Umineko stream in the past. Sorry, don't do that. Don't do that. Sorry, Joe. Gives the impression that you are having an intense goat-based trip. Yes. Entertaining though, so keep it up. You shouldn't like, no spoilers. No. No.
Master Pink says, I really liked Erica's whole thing of, but you still haven't proved that my I love you is false story with Dalinor. That is exactly what made me realize how much I loved Erica. That story in particular really resonated with me. It is why she is my favorite character.
That was actually probably the best writing in the whole entire VM. Like it
is fucking amazing. I have never in my life, in anything I've experienced, seen that perspective realized so effectively. Seen the like pain that comes from a mystery like that, a personal mystery that truly cannot have an answer.
What perspective I was with? The scene where Dalinor and Erica are having a talk, and Dalinor is role playing as Erica's like ex-boyfriend, I guess, and Erica is like created a case that the boyfriend is cheating on her. When I say it's the best writing in the VN, I don't mean in terms of like the concept of what if exploring like that. I'm talking about just straight up prose, like how that was written and presented is like on a whole other level than almost everything else in the VN. Like I'm guessing that came as like in a flash of inspiration, and Ryukishi wrote that very quickly. Like yeah, it's the best bit of writing in the whole entire thing.
Yeah, I really love that scene. Again, that is why Erica is my favorite character. If anyone is genuinely wondering, that is it. That scene alone. It seeped from the windows and the cracks in the door, even reaching as far as Battler's and Erica's eyes.
What?
It seems Comrade Angie has completed her task. Looks like you've set up some pathetic seal, but to my master, that'll be easier than thawing frozen sorry fish. Sorry fish?
Damn.
Master said I could play with you until Angie finished her task. I've had enough fun from this reunion, so I think it's time for me to leave.
But wait, the locked room.
Erica gave an elegant curtsy.
Oh, thank you, Omega Green XY for the resub 2. This is almost as good as Yeek. Oh my god. Okay, alright. Thank you very much. Thank you. Why do you talk Angie into looking for the single truth? Your master must know. That truth doesn't mean anything to Angie.
Yes. All truths in this world are meaningless. In the end, meaning comes from the mind of each individual human. Even when there is a single truth, it can mean different things to different people. The truth has no meaning in itself. There's just one reason why I'm still stuck on the truth despite it all.
Because you're the detective.
Good though. But Angie-san isn't a detective. To her, the truth itself is the finish line. A way to mark the end of her unhappy life. Now, she's finally reached the final purification ceremony. She's a one-night witch of truth, focused on learning a certain single truth before she dies. A temporary witch for the short time until she slams against the ground.
Won't let Angie die. No matter how tough it gets, she has to live. That's the only thing all of us want. If she lives, all sorts of magic and miracles would be possible.
If only you would put your arm around her shoulder and told her that directly, you might not have lost. What do you think? Just by hearing you howl, this level of reasoning is possible for Furuto Erica.
Live, Angie!
What do you think, everyone? He yelled towards the chapel, but Angie probably wasn't even there anymore. Battler's yell was swallowed by the empty, pitch-black sky and the sea of rampaging goats.
Oh yeah, the goats.
Yeah, the goats are there too. Comrade Ava, our mission is complete. Let's withdraw. Oh, are we done already? And I was just about to tear the island apart with my own Ava culprit theory. Ava appeared in midair and cackled. I'm sorry, Battler-kun, that I wasn't strong enough. For 12 years, I protected that kid in my own way.
I'm grateful.
However, she's decided this for herself. She's 18 years old now. Don't you think people should decide how they live their own lives?
Sorry for being a doting big brother.
Later. I'm Lady Berncastell's piece at the moment. It's time for me to go. I'll see you later, Comrade Ava. Ava held her palm open, and a small, pointy, blue fragment appeared there. The fragment burst, and with a blinding flash of light, Ava vanished. It was the same light that had seeped out of the chapel earlier. Pieces cannot leave the game board. However, Shikashi, the Voyager witches alone could come and go. This was probably some sort of magic that Berncastel had given them. Erica opened her palm as well, and the same sort of fragment appeared there. That's enough for now, I think. Who knows? This might be the last time we meet.
Wait, we haven't settled our fight yet.
If he could steal the fragment in Erica's hand, he would be able to go to where Berncastel was. The seal surrounding the Book of the Single Truth would probably be melted easily with Berncastel's power. However, Kashi, even so, it would take her some time. If he could steal that fragment, he would have a chance at bringing Angie back. I just reflexively, however, at the start of that sentence. What is there to settle? Time's up. However, Kashi, if you feel like taking one last hit, I'd be happy to oblige. Battler had known that Erica wouldn't be able to resist the challenge. After all, he already knew what her trick was. He'd figured it out just a second ago. Even while he spoke with Erica, he had been thinking about it inside his mind. He could finish her with this last strike, and take the fragment.
Let's go, Erica. This'll decide it.
This clash will be the last before I go. So go ahead and give me the craziest of your hilarious theories.
Your closed room definition stated that the walls, windows, floor, ceiling, and chain were all unbeatable. However, there was one possibility that I didn't check because it was too ridiculous. And that was whether or not the chain could be set from the outside.
Really?
Blue truth. This is the answer to your closed room. The length of the chain. The chain for your closed room was extra long, so it was possible to be set and be unset from the outside the room.
What a ridiculous answer. However, Shikashi, if you blindly assume that a lock made by an unbreakable chain makes a closed room unbeatable, then this truly would be a perfect closed room. The blue wedge flung from Battler's hand plunged straight into Erica's chest. As she winced in pain, her hand shook, and the fragment she held flew into the air. Your closed room definition stated that the walls, windows, floor, door, and chain were all unbeatable. However, Shikashi, wasn't there one really ridiculous thing missing? Blue truth. Your closed room had no ceiling, so it was possible to enter by climbing over the wall. She checked the ceiling. Erica's blue scythe swung out from behind her back, catching Battler in the side as he stretched his hand out towards the fragment. Battler's hand didn't reach it. The fragment returned to Erica's hands once more. It looks like our tricks were equally ridiculous. The mystery nuts would have been furious, don't you think? But I disagree. To me, the process of exposing that ridiculousness is ecstasy. That's why I'm Furuto Erika, the detective.
Damn it. You figured out the answer a while back, didn't you?
Not true. I thought it up between the time you let loose your blue truth and the time you stretched your hand out to grab the fragment. I've just been buying time since the beginning. I only started reasoning a second ago. Erika broke the crystal barrier that surrounded them. Then, she flew high up into the sky, looking down on Battler and laughing at him as she gave a final bow. So long, Battler-san! Even if this has been my only time to shine. Even if I've outlived my usefulness and am about to be thrown back into the depths of oblivion. Even so, I have no regrets.
Wait.
Like she'd actually wait just because I told her to. With a blinding flash, Erika vanished. Angie had retrieved the Book of the Single Truth and returned to Burncastle. Battler and the others had no way to leave the game board. Everything had come to an end. She died like she lived, hating. She's so real for that. A gold butterfly flitted by, and Beato appeared. My apologies, Battler. I let Angie get away.
Oh, posture change, posture change.
Yep, posture check.
Everyone shift.
Squeaky chair, squeaky life.
To Jonah for the new sub as well. Thank you much, Jonah. A rogue new sub in the middle of this. Thank you, Jonah.
And some water, quick water break because we've been at it for a hot minute.
That's a good idea, actually. I have some water. I'm sorry, too. You've let them escape. It's all over.
So Chaotix is really mad. There was no ceiling. The chain is extra long. It only said to take the people to the other side. Fuck you, Ryukishi. You can't write mysteries. I don't know. Sounds like he stumped you pretty good. Battler had created this game for Angie. Now that Angie was gone, the game board no longer had any purpose. And even if that had been the case, the game board itself had been chewed to bits by the goats, and was now like a single leaf floating on a sea of nothing. Thanks to Gertrude and Cornelia's seals, the mansion was protected from the second floor up. The door to the Golden Land was now open wide enough for a child to slip through. The smaller people, like Maria and Sakutaro, went through it.
My friend, I believe the door is opening at a quicker pace. Indeed.
Sakutaro gets to live. Let's go.
To my eyes as well, it seems to be so. Father, is the door open yet? It looks like they're about to break in through the windows.
Grouse-sama, there is no need for you to fear. An Eisern Jungfrau barrier is not so easily broken. Very soon, it will be big enough for adults to go through too. Don't worry, we'll make it in time. But there's knocking and banging everywhere, and...
Stay calm and wait. After all, there's nothing else we can do.
Even the outer walls of the mansion were covered with ghosts. And they were plunging their fangs and fists into the wall and windows, trying to crush them. So, anyone watching the goats stuck to all the windows in the hallway.
I thought we were going to get a reuse of the Rudolph animation, but with a goat this time, coming up to the window.
Smashing their thick arms against the windows, couldn't help but be terrified, even if they knew about the barrier. However, Kashi, anyone watching the group of goats gathered at the top of the big staircase on the other side of the barrier would probably feel a different emotion. Rather than terror, it was a sad, empty sort of emotion. The barrier was drawn across the landing at the top of the hall's great staircase. Beyond that barrier everything had already been eaten away. Was it even possible for those who stood in the hallway of the upper floors to believe that this was the Rikenjima mansion? By now, no one looking at this scene would be able to imagine such a thing. Forget the hall or even the whole first floor. Even the ground itself was almost gone. The sea of goats had eaten everything apart long before this. They'd eaten apart the hall, pillars of the mansion, the floor, the ground, the sea, the very concept of the island, every part of the game board Battler had created. And now, the only leftover, the upper part of the mansion, which floated along in empty space.
I mean, I can still see some trees through the window.
How pitiful. To what do you refer? The goats, in their eagerness to chew this island apart, have eaten up even the ground they stood on, dropping themselves into nothingness. This had once been a huge entrance hall. Beyond it had been a vast rose garden. There had been so many places to stand upon. However, Chikashi, now holes had been dug everywhere, and nearly everything outside the mansion was completely gone. This feels like a very poignant commentary on essentially what has happened to this mansion over the course of Umineko. It's just been completely torn apart and torn through and broken down to all of its basest possible components. Like, it feels like a cool representation of the fact that it really is ending. There is nothing left.
It's also it's also like the explosion that happened here too, right?
That's what I was thinking as well. It would probably end up with nothing being left there except maybe Kuadorian.
Yeah, this is maybe the top of the mansion gets blasted somewhere else in on the island or something.
Goes to the moon, and Kraus finally gets his rich scheme to work.
Moon.
He finally makes it. His billions, his quadrillions. Some goats were clutching at the few remaining footholds and pillars, still eating away at them. Let it be known that exposing the truth is murder. Why can't humans live without killing? I wonder. Throughout their long history, so many have prayed for miracles. But in the end, they eat up their own chances at receiving them, eating up the very ground they stand on and falling into the abyss. Alright, I'm stable. They saw a goat chewing the same pillar that was holding it up, which, unsurprisingly, fell into empty blackness along with the goat. Humans are sad creatures, fated to live in order to learn. They're really hanging on the edge of tomorrow, huh? If learning means eating away at the same hopes and dreams that keep you alive. Hopes and dreams, huh? That would mean humans are born just so they can die. Taught that we have to live. However, Chikashi, almost everything that we accomplish in life ends up killing us.
Don't think about it. You'll just get a headache.
As a single human, I want to ask, is learning a sin? Is living in ignorance the only way we can have hopes and dreams?
So Leon's single, huh? Both living with knowledge and living in ignorance have their benefits as well as their shortcomings. You're even free to choose which part you take. That's what makes humans powerless.
While people can learn, they cannot unlearn. And so, the all-knowing God has stepped in for the sake of humans who cannot unlearn, marking out things that should be learned and things that should not be learned. Too much curiosity can kill your hopes and dreams. Humans are pitiable beings who are unable to simply avoid those things which should not be learned. Lord Battler can hardly be blamed for failing to teach Angie this.
Now Angie's gone. This game is over.
Struck dumb by Will's words, everyone fell silent. Only the sound of the goats eating everything away rang out hollowly. Even if they escaped to the Golden Land, the goats of emptiness would probably chew into that realm as well. Even if they got away for the time being, nothing would be resolved. It was all set in stone now. They had no way to resist the future's violent attempts to tear the catbox of the past open. In that case, we must stay alive. If a human's foolishness makes them throw away their own hopes and dreams in the end, then I want to believe in those things until the last second.
Your resolve is impressive.
I'm the one hope held up by Beatrice's in a million worlds. So, even at times like this, I have to be everyone's hope, Hajime. I'm not giving up on this game just yet. By which you mean... Sorry, just got Stormlight Archives flashbacks from that line. Holy shit. I'll keep waiting, believing in a miracle until the last second.
So you'll keep struggling on and on until it's all over?
That's right. After all, last time when we were surrounded by that pack of terrifying cats, we were prepared for death, weren't we? But Lambda Delta-san saved us. If we'd given up, if we hadn't had the strength to believe in a miracle, then I'm sure we would have been erased before help could come.
Well, is it me?
Are you? No, you're Lambda. Yeah, you're Lambda.
Well, it's not like I really saved you. More like Byrne just failed to kill you properly. Or it might have been some whim of hers. A miraculous whim from the Witch of Miracles. Giggle, giggle.
How long had she been there?
The whole time.
Lambda Delta was leaning on the handrail of the staircase, eating popcorn. She held the cup of popcorn out as if to say, "Want some?" But Leon declined the offer. Battler-kun told us. He said Angie-chan made a contract by which she would learn the truth in exchange for her own life.
Going by your conversation just now, that was no contract. After all, living and seeking the truth so they can die is what humans do anyway, right? In other words, Sumari, Angie has spent all her life trying to learn the truth. All Byrne did was shorten that time to a single instant.
When Angie-chan lost her hopes and dreams, she stopped valuing her own life. How can she be given hopes and dreams again? What can be done to help her find a reason for living?
Are you asking me? I'm paper, right? Double twisted curly super paper. I don't understand complicated stuff.
After tossing the last bits of popcorn into her mouth, Lambda Delta threw the empty cup into the abyss of nothingness.
Byrne wasn't really pushing that kid to do something she didn't want. She was giving Angie a chance. I wish I was like an all-powerful god that could eat popcorn whenever I wanted without getting kernels stuck in my teeth. I hate fucking having kernels stuck in my teeth after I have popcorn. I would love to be able to just have the power to eat popcorn without that happening. That'd be
Joe,
the best thing.
Will you truly allow the bitter to subsume the sweet?
You think that having kernels stuck in your teeth is an integral part of eating popcorn?
Yes. I think it is part of the experience. I think that a popcorn experience is not truly complete until 5 days later you still somehow manage to get a kernel out of your gums.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you go back for seconds in the trash. Or should I call it a choice?
If it's my popcorn, there shall be nothing left to throw away. It's all good. You use the whole bird.
Sorry.
Or kernel in this case.
Angie made the choice she wanted, appeared on the game board, and now in her game against Battler, she's making her own choices again.
Brush your teeth, Jelly? I do! That's just how corn kernels are! Have you never had popcorn? That shit sticks around. It's like a fucking cockroach in nuclear winter.
It does stick around for a while. Maybe not quite 5 days, but it does stick around in a while, yeah.
Yeah, not 5 days.
Yeah. From start to finish, Angie's game has always belonged to Angie. Right now, I'm just a casual observer. So, not a particularly enthusiastic observer. Maybe. It's a play with an obvious ending, so I've decided I might as well take my leave.
You mean you'll stop watching a play just because you think you know how it will end? Even though it might reach a climax you didn't expect. Lambda Delta licked her salty fingers. She has gloves on. Then, she stared at Leon challengingly and grinned. I know that Angie's game won't end this way. I know Battler-kun's feelings will reach her. She'll understand that he wants her to live in a better future, and she'll choose that future of her own accord. I'm certain that's how this tale will end.
Huh? Are you talking to me, the Witch of Certainty, and saying that the outcome is certain?
That's right. I guarantee it. Listen, Joe, I'm not gonna lie. I fucking love this interaction. I'm having a really good time with this scene. I'm
just gonna drink some water.
I'm liking this a lot.
I'm gonna have some water.
Lambda Delta is a really fun character. This is a fun interaction. That really got me. That was fun. This is fun. Angie-chan's game won't end like this. So please, don't leave your seat. We won't leave either. There must be something we can do. And that will surely lead to a better future. This tale will definitely have a happy ending. So keep watching until the end. I beg you.
Even though I've already announced as the Witch of Certainty that this tale won't have a happy ending?
The definition of a happy ending is something everyone watching gets to decide for themselves, right?
Aw, shit, that's a good point.
For a while, there was a tense silence. Joe's gonna ban Jelly from the stream. You know what, Joe? Cast down judgment now.
Okay.
You know what? I think you just need to say it. This is my last one. I've gone too far. I'll never be on another Umineko stream ever again.
Well, we might reread it. I can't do that.
Damn.
Of Umineko 1. What if Ryukishi makes an Umineko 2?
No way.
Yeah, I know.
No way.
If Silent Hill F does bad enough, maybe. You know, it's possible. I think we should all agree not to buy it. For more Umineko content. Here we go.
Alright. I'm locked in for Tumineko. You heard it here first, folks. With a confident gaze that seemed to be saying, "Are you serious?" Lambda Delta stared at Leon. However, Leon's eyes didn't even twitch. For some time, they both stared into the other's eyes without flinching.
Ha!
Suddenly, Lambda Delta let out a large sigh and stretched.
Well, I have nowhere better to be. Sure, I'll stick around a bit longer. If you get me some more popcorn, that is.
So you finished the line, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm feeling like caramel flavor this time.
Do you think that Lambda Delta watches at 2 times speed, or does she watch all the openings and ending?
Yeah, she probably watches all the openings and endings.
Even though she just was about to skip this ending?
She makes it faster. She's lying. She's lying. She always stays to the end. Lambda enjoys whimsy, and whimsy people always watch the endings.
I see.
And the credits.
Interesting. And the credits. And the credits always. The credits are very valuable for talking about your opinions on the game. Naturally. If you come to the Golden Land, we'll serve you as much as you like. Lambda Delta waved at them with a thin smile. No one was quite sure what that meant, but it apparently signified her surrender in her own way.
Okay, if you'll guarantee your own flavor happy ending with certainty, then I, the Great Lambda Delta, will stick around for a while longer. See how big my heart is? As wide as Lake Biwa. It's pretty thin, actually. And as gentle as the Sea of Japan.
That is a very rough sea. Please, allow us to speak. It would seem she meant it the other way around. There was some muffled laughter, and I also got their voices wrong. Lambda Delta is the witch who gives strength to those who possess unshakable willpower. Leon believed in a happy ending, and that certain enthusiasm might have been enough to earn a small miracle from Lambda. Okay, so is Lambda Delta paper because when you write something down on paper, it becomes definite and certain and concrete and real?
Like a law, 'cause she's the government.
Like a bill that goes to the Senate to get passed.
Exactly. Exactly. She's super paper. Can super paper beat normal scissors? Yes.
Assumedly, yes.
Yes.
I think that's what is. Didn't she say super paper earlier?
Yeah.
In that exact context?
Super paper can beat scissors, and super paper beats rock, obviously, but also super rock. But super scissors beats super paper.
And super rock.
And super rock. No. Super scissors loses to super rock, but super scissors would be normal rock.
Well, how would super paper beat scissors? Oh no, it says soup. You're right. Super.
Yeah,
It would beat regular rock, but not lose against super scissors.
Yeah.
Super rock. Yeah. Oh, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah, for sure.
Does it
for
beat
sure.
normal paper? Surprisingly, no.
Yeah,
No.
it doesn't. It doesn't. No, you think it would, but it wouldn't. No.
It's too sharp. It actually cuts the molecules so perfectly that they reform after the cut.
You better not. You better not let me get bored, okay? If you do, I'll leave right away.
Of course. I'm sure Battler-kun will be glad to welcome you as well. Leon understood. In order to fight back against Berncastel, who had taken Angie outside the board, they would need the power of another who was capable of leaving the board. Their last hope was to make sure Lambda Delta didn't abandon this game. However, Shikashi, judging by Lambda Delta's expression as she hummed to herself cheerily, actually asking her for help was probably going to be a problem.
Look, Zipar. Everything from the first floor down is gone.
What a spectacle! Not a sight you see every day! How have matters progressed upstairs?
Alright, we came here to tell you that.
Hey everyone! Sorry to keep you waiting! They say the door to the Golden Land has opened.
Finally.
Let us go. This place will not be safe for long. Everyone who had been sitting on the staircase got up.
I guess this is goodbye, Rakenjima the Beautiful.
True. Maybe a shadow of its former self, but this is the last time we'll see it, isn't it?
What's with that gloomy attitude? Come on, show me, okay? Let's see a happy ending. Smash. Yeah. Okay, so if we're going to finish the third chapter, we have to kind of just go straight into it right now and just lock the fuck in.
Sounds good. Lock in. Let's go for it.
Okay, so it's
lock in as they unlock the Book of the Single Truth.
INtermission. Okay. The Book of the Single Truth was sealed in crystal by Battler. Until the seal is undone, I can't even stick the key in the keyhole.
That one's me. You can remove this. Right?
Of course. They were in a vast, dimly lit space. To sum it up in a phrase, it was like a trench in the ocean floor. 1/10 of One Piece. No, that's not quite right. It was a library. However, the number of books and the height of the shelves vastly surpassed all of those that existed in the world of humans. If height is the measure of greatness, then the gods must surely be giants taller than mountains. This place appeared to be a library big enough and grand enough for such gods. Each individual book was no larger than those from the human world. However, the shelves holding them stood like the walls of a valley, or rather a deep-sea ocean trench. So, Angie and the others looked like little more than a few small butterflies who had wandered into this vast library, like minuscule deep-sea fish swimming about all alone in an ocean pit. This is more like ice than a seal. You just steal it away from Battler and put it under the rays of the sun, it will fade away by itself as time passes.
Isn't there some way to just smash it open?
Do you thaw your frozen fish by smashing it with a hammer?
Sorry, I was always terrible in cooking class.
Kitties, thaw this seal.
Okay, yay!
When Berg Castell whispered from the dark ocean pit deep below them, several emerald green glints appeared and gathered like a school of fish. Berg Castell threw the book of the single truth down to them, and only after several seconds passed, the school of fish seemed to gather around it and carry it away. Those few seconds made it clear just how deep this bookshelf trench went. Angie was once again dumbfounded by this unimaginably vast and godly library. We can just let them handle the rest.
And you really will let me see what's inside?
If that is your wish, I'll grant it, and of course, I won't be able to read it myself without that key of yours. Angie silently gripped the golden key in her pocket. This journey had been so long and so strange. In search of the truth from 12 years ago, I left my home, met President Okanogi, met Amakusa, and at some point, that adventure became wrapped in the illusion of the witch. At some point. However, here I am. Ushiramiya Eva's diary is here. The truth inside it is sitting right before me. Rest for a while. Even I don't have enough free time to spend it all with you. Really? Okay.
Well, I'm not really tired.
Erika, serve Angie some tea or something.
Let's go.
Yes, my master.
Erika popped into existence out of no. Oh, right. Sorry, your narration.
That's okay. Erika popped into existence out of nowhere and bowed to her master.
Burn Castell. If you're planning to use me to steal both, the key and the book, you won't get off easy.
How dare you say such a thing to my master?
Sorry. After my long experience with witches, I've decided not to trust normal words.
And yet? Very well. I'll promise it with the red truth. When the seal on the book of the single truth is dissolved, you, Angie, will be the first to read it. Is that good enough for you?
That's you.
For some time, Angie considered the witch's words, searching for some sort of trap hidden within them, and the trap is that she just takes the book away from you for eons, but doesn't read it herself. Eventually, she brings it back to you. There's no guarantee greater than a witch's red truth. Angie understood this well enough. If she started to doubt even this red truth, there would be nothing left to trust in this entire world. If she began to suspect even this, then even the truth would no longer be truth. Is there something more you want?
No, I'm fine.
If she wanted to read the book of the single truth, she would need Burn Castell's assistance. Angie finally realized that she had nothing to gain by complaining more and annoying this witch further.
Once you've dissolved the barrier, call me right away.
Of course. I also want to read it as soon as possible. I'll call for you at once. Burn spun away from them, then vanished into the dark bookshelf trench. Angie saw a school of emerald green fish appear and follow behind Burn Castell. Could those be her familiars? As she stared at the emerald lights that resembled some sort of deep-sea fish, Angie was poked from behind. Let's go, Comrade Angie.
You're creeping me out, so please just call me Angie.
Then you can call me Erika-sama.
Let's get going, Comrade Erika.
The pair began to swim in the direction Erika indicated. Swim seemed a better word for it than fly.
Just what is this place? It's way too big to be called a library.
It's not like you'd be able to remember its name, so why not just call it the library?
I'll decide what I can or can't remember. Tell me.
It's the great witch of theater-going, drama and spectating's noble city of carefully selected books.
Yeah, the library works just fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Knew you'd say that. The city of books. Yeah, the name fits. The bookshelves on either side of this canyon are skyscrapers. If I think of those emerald green lights flowing beneath us as headlights on a highway, then this really does seem like a city of books. Oh, so this is her falling in the sky. Okay, yeah, all right.
This is her falling through the sky.
Yeah.
These aren't normal books, are they?
That's right. Each volume is packed with an ensemble play. They look like books from here, but if you open one up, you'll find a whole world inside.
I'm also just now noticing that I think her witch costume is kind of like a funeral veil.
Yeah,
but it's half on, half off.
Someone in chat said that earlier. I think it might have been Dalmac actually said earlier. Yeah.
So even our long tail is only one of these.
Great witches who live on a far, far higher plane than we do are hardly any different from a crater or god. From their perspective, our little tale is worth little more than a single book, even if it's worth even that. Fucking hell, I still said it wrong.
One second, sorry.
Okay. Oh, I'm a bit sleepy,
sorry about
chat. A little bit sleepy. That's okay. All good to go?
Yep.
HOTTOGO. From a theater goer's perspective,
you spelled hot dog in your head.
Our individual lives are hardly worth anything at all. If they're recording an entire world in a single volume, then my life probably isn't even worth a single line.
We're the main characters. I am, and so are you.
That's right. Even if the tale of the gods doesn't mention us, we're always the main characters in the stories we write for ourselves. Becoming aware of that fact is the first thing that separates witches from humans. Oh shit, I'm a witch. Fuck.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. They were on a balcony, which was really a room-sized section that had been dug out of the bookshelf with no guardrail along the cliff. It didn't go in very deep, so it looked like a room that had been cut in half. It was filled with the tools of everyday life, as though this was Erica's hidden house. My master has ordered me to serve you some tea, so if you don't feel like drinking, I'll have to pour it into you with a funnel.
If you try, I'll have to serve you some matcha.
Matcha? Matcha D's?
Nothing, just talking to myself. I feel like that is like an untranslatable Japanese pun.
Or it's something that was said earlier and I can't remember it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ignoring Erica as she made the tea, Angie looked down upon the bizarre, otherworldly scene below. Until Erica finished getting the tea ready, the scene held Angie's gaze like it was sucking out her soul.
Reference to her Aunt Kasumi. Okay, gotcha.
Oh, okay. This might sound strange coming from me.
What?
You actually made a deal to throw away your life to learn the truth, huh? That's impressive.
I had nothing to gain from life, so it was easy for me to trade away the time I had left.
My master really does take to idle whims. To think she would make a contract for the meaningless life of a powerless girl. Angie chuckled, not bothering to argue. That was exactly right. How incredible that Bern Castell would lend her power to a worthless life that was trying to throw itself away. Well, my master is the witch who controls miracles, so it makes sense that she'd appear even for a worthless girl like you.
Good point. Even if Bern Castell hadn't appeared, it still would have taken the step. I still would have taken that step off the edge that day. I'm also realizing someone else is connecting the dots here. I think this is maybe implying that Erica killed herself as well. She didn't fall off the pleasure cruise, she jumped.
That's an interesting link. Yeah. Big if true. Big if true. Interesting if true. You really are a cheap and easy woman, aren't you?
Is Erica even a real... Erica is a real person, yes. She's folded into the mysteries as part of the message bottles, but there was a real Erica who was on a pleasure cruise and disappeared. Not like in real life, but like you know what I mean. Well then, just how much are you worth?
Me? The way Erica cackled was disturbing. Still, Angie realized that this was her way of answering the question. People don't become witches of their own choosing. If they're capable of living, all people want to live their lives as humans. When something comes along to trip up that life, that's when the road to living as a witch opens. Yeah, that seems like a slam dunk, actually. Even Frodo Erica, who calls herself the Witch of Truth, must be like this. The two Witches of Truth, sitting here drinking tea without even looking at each other, are exactly the same. I like exposing the truth.
I know that.
I like exposing secrets, then watching those people turn pale as they wonder how I figured it out. That's when I know I've reached the truth, and it's a moment of ecstasy.
There's something seriously wrong with you.
Well then, what does the truth mean to you? Angie was about to give an immediate answer, but she bit back her words. Then she gulped, not knowing how to respond. After all, to Angie, the truth itself was the goal. At first, it was out of hatred. Could Ushimiya Eva, the sole survivor of Kenjima, be the culprit behind everything? She hated Eva, but she had no proof that her aunt was the culprit, and of course, Eva never talked about what happened on that island. So at first, the truth meant proof that Eva was the culprit in Angie's eyes. However, that feeling withered away with Ava's death. Now that Ava was dead, even if Angie did find some kind of proof, it wouldn't mean anything. So eventually, the truth Angie wanted to find became nothing more than the simple desire to know what happened on that island that day. However, one thing was obvious. Even if she did find out the truth, that wouldn't bring any of her family back to her.
Might not mean anything at all.
You're going to expose the truth your beloved Oni-chan is hiding, even though it's meaningless? You're the one who's not making sense. Erica laughed mockingly. Angie laughed too, as though she agreed.
And so, my own truth became my goal. Maybe you could even call it my reason for living.
So, once you do reach the truth, there won't be any point or purpose to living anymore, right?
That's right. So I'll die. Hasn't it been long enough? I've already lived 12 years too long. Don't I at least deserve to have a witch appear and grant me my wish in my final moments?
Or, to put it simply, you're just tired of life. Does that sum it up?
Yeah. So both my reason for living and my very existence completely meaningless. That's why this goal of finding the Book of the Single Truth has put a little spark back into my life, now that it's nearly over. At least on that score, I'm grateful to Burn Castell.
I see. Battler wants you to live, so he hit the goal line that would lead you to death. I think I pity Battler-san for the first time. After all, you can't choose your little sister. Sorry, Oni-chan. I'm tired of life. For 12 whole years, I've been living off nothing but the illusion that someone might come home someday. Just let me find peace already. Finding the truth of that day is how I've chosen to mark the end of my life. For 12 years I've believed in a miracle, but there was no miracle. I won't believe in miracles anymore. The Book of the Single Truth, huh? Of course, I'm also dying to find out what's in it. But from what I hear, it doesn't sound like the truth inside is something spectacular enough to mark the end of your life with.
Yeah. At first, I hoped there would be something earth-shattering in it. Now, I've calmed down, I guess you could say.
Any truth searched for by a worthless person is bound to be worthless. Fucking putting my Google searches on blast, it'll probably make for a fitting end to your worthless life.
Yeah. Sure it will.
Angie was already starting to realize something. Regardless of Ava's reason for staying silent, the real events of that day probably weren't anything earth-shattering.
I mean, a whole island did explode.
It was literally earth-shattering, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some sort of malfunction made the bomb in that secret underground base explode. Yes, it was just an accident. But the public already believed that some sort of conspiracy surrounded the events of that day, so that's what they expected. Ava was a suspect herself, so of course no one would believe her claim that nothing strange happened. Naturally, Angie didn't believe her either. In that case, shutting up like a clam would be better than the alternative. It was hardly surprising that Ava chose to say nothing.
Right now, I don't feel any sense of accomplishment. I just feel sort of worn out and listless.
Being able to withstand the truth is what makes someone a witch of truth, Comrade Angie. It looks like you don't possess that strength after all. If you did, you wouldn't be thinking about dying.
You're right.
Is Erica trying to help her?
Yes. 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 Oh, yes. That's exactly what's happening. Yeah.
Why? Go back to being evil. I don't like this.
I knew it. I knew it all along. I knew it all along. I've dreamed that someone might come back for 12 years. Just used Beatrice's cat box to shut away the truth, denying it for all that time.
When you read the Book of the Single Truth, I wonder what'll happen to you. Probably splat.
Who knows? Won't Berncastel carry out the contract by slicing my head off with a scythe or something? Or will I be turned into chunks of meat again? Oh, is that why she turns into chunks of meat?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Oh, man. Maybe I'll get some salt and pepper this time.
I see. So that's where the chunks of meat thing came from.
Episode 8 Rikishi is still fucking soul reading me. Oh, you motherfucker. Okay. Did you say something?
No, nothing at all. Anyway, would you like some more tea?
No, thank you.
Angie listlessly gazed down from the balcony with no handrail, down into the darkness of the abyss at the bottom of the bookshelf ravine. No, the gap between the bookshelf-sized skyscrapers. From the beginning until the end of my journey, I haven't taken a single step away from this spot. This journey of mine, not even a single step long, will end soon. Someone gonna catch her in midair? Is someone gonna grab her hand as she steps off the building and pull her back? Like, what's gonna happen?
Or it could be what they've been saying this entire time for the future, where some miraculous canopy catches her and stops the fall from being lethal.
Yeah, it could be that she somehow survives it, yeah.
What are those lines of light flowing around at the bottom?
Oh, those? Probably a group of guests coming to the great Lady Aurora's party.
Guests?
7 waits. Great witches from the Senate, Voyager witches who are trying to escape the boredom in their endless travels, powerful witches who have woken from century-long sleeps, as well as witches who control the future world, and noble witch hunters. You know, bullshit. It seems she's planning to hold a grand party tonight.
What, is it a birthday party or something? No, it might be the crowning of a new witch.
A death day party. From what I've heard, while the great Lady Beatrice, the Endless Witch, is an outsider among witches, she's also the genius who created Beatrice's cat box out of her formidable magical compendium, an endless factory capable of producing endless tales. From my point of view, she's just stupid and a weak finisher, but in the world of great witches, she's apparently pretty famous.
So this is Beatrice's birthday party.
Oh man, George crying in the chat. My master says she'll be holding a dinner party with Beatrice's guts. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, don't worry, he's still got one more year.
After all, it's only natural, right? The cat box was only able to generate infinite tales because there was no single truth. However, tonight, the single truth will be revealed thanks to your key, and that means the cat box will be opened. Really, it's no different from slicing open her chest as she still lives and tearing out what's inside.
Everyone in that huge crowd that looks like a packed freeway is going to be one dinner party? Sorry, is going to one dinner party? I'm not sure what's stronger, my shock at how famous Beatrice is, or my revulsion at those sleazebags.
For you, the Book of the Single Truth is nothing more than an end. However, for all those enjoying the mystery of Akenjima, this is an event that can't be missed.
I see. So, that's the crowd of those goats who are chewing Oni-chan's game board apart.
Angie's analogy was an accurate one. The crowd far, far below them was made up of nobles wearing beautiful outfits and goat masks. They were also intent on tearing the guts out of Beatrice's cat box so they couldn't even hide the drool trickling from their mouths. Those gluttonous goat nobles who derive pleasure from the violence,
Assuming
right?
violence type
Yeah, of exposing the truth were in a line of cars heading towards the meeting place.
Looks like this is the end for Beatrice and the cat box.
Beato and the others have holed up in the Golden Land, the last remnants of the game board. Battler and Beato have strengthened their defenses and have destroyed the first wave, but they won't be able to stop the second. Oh, what if Angie decides to not read the book and open it? And that means no one else can open it because Byrne said in red that Angie has to be the first person to read it.
Oh, shit. I didn't think of that. Maybe that... Oh, man. Is that the choice you make at the end, maybe?
Do you think you're going to make a choice at the end? There have been choices this episode,
I am
so...
100% convinced that you are going to make a choice at the end. Between... I mean, I guess at this point it's a question of whether or not Angie lives or dies, really. I am 100% convinced you are going to make a choice at the end.
I always thought
that is why choice was introduced in episode 8.
If there was a choice at the end, I thought the choice would be, do you believe in magic or not at the end. But I feel like we're
think
past
that's essentially... I think ostensibly the choice is going to be, do you believe in magic or not? But the way it's framed is essentially going to be like... I mean, for lack of a better term, does Angie keep living?
Okay.
Do you, as Angie, make the choice to end your life or keep living?
In that respect, it doesn't matter. Like, other people can read it as long as she doesn't learn the truth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What did I read? But they won't be able to stop the second. Battler and Beato strengthen their defenses and destroy the first wave, but they won't be able to stop the second. My master has given me an armada capable of destroying the very concept of defensive measures. The Golden Land's ramparts are as good as gone. Armada is a
goats
cool
who
word.
appeared all over the island. They're the personification of random opinions in the future, and all of them want this island's tale to be a tragedy.
That's right. Those goats keep getting born from the sea of the internet. The first wave is just the riffraff. The second wave will be entirely different. It's made up of the best, elite goats selected from the crowd that are capable of denying all of the cowering pieces one by one. In total, they number in the hundreds of thousands. 100,000 people to deny the existence of a few dozen hiding on an island.
Looks like this is it for Oni-chan, too.
Are you sure you're ready? You understand that Ushimiya Battler died in 1986, and that this man is an illusion created by the cat box?
Yeah. I understand.
Regardless of whether he's my real brother or an illusion, regardless of whether he's who I'd like him to be or not, the battler who created this game board for my sake will die. No, I'm just going to accept the fact that he already was dead, so it's not like he's actually going to die. And she thought to herself, shouldn't performing her brother's last rites be her responsibility? This was her final trial, which she had assigned to herself. All of those people down on the game board were the personification of Angie's naivete. By denying the existence of all of them, wouldn't she finally be able to accept the truth? No, that's not right. I'm not being honest even with myself. The bizarre Halloween party may have been an illusion, but that didn't make it any less heartwarming. Oni-chan said it himself. True, that Halloween party may have been an illusion. However, he was trying to use that party to tell me something.
About that second wave.
My master has appointed me to be their commander. Leave it to me, Anji-san. My master isn't so malicious that she'd make you dirty your own hands. Yeah, that might be kind of her. These are my lingering attachments we're talking about. I should be grateful to Bryn Castell. If she really were cruel, she'd probably have ordered me to take charge of the second wave and execute my own family. Comrade Angie, you're a witch of truth, aren't you?
That's right. Probably.
Then accept the truth, okay? Finally, after 12 years, a single truth lies before you.
I'll just sit around here until Burncastel breaks the seal.
You'll probably be summoned as a guest for the party. We've got a mirror, so maybe you should wipe the sleep from your eyes.
Maybe you should shave before heading out to battle.
Okay, owned? Maybe? Not sure. It floated there in the empty air. The door to the Golden Land. At its base, there was nothing except from some floor tiling about as thick as a rug, so it was fairly hard to imagine that this was Kinzo's study. By this point, all of the game board except the Golden Land had been eaten away, leaving only this door floating in a sea of nothingness. There were two shapes in front of that door. They were Battler and Beato. They may not have been literally covered with wounds, but they definitely seemed to be dead tired. Battler, leaning against the door, seemed to have finally caught his breath. Beato was also sitting against the door, letting her legs dangle gracelessly. Could the battle against that force really be called a battle? It was more like a mere pushing contest on the increasingly small bit of ground that remained. They had wanted to protect at least Kinzo's study no matter what, and the only fruit of their desperate struggle was the thin bit of flooring that they were sitting on now. Those goats fell into the abyss whenever they had nowhere to stand, so now, with so much of the floor gone, there was no way for them to attack anymore. If Battler thought this, his naive hopes were quickly crushed. Looks like we're surrounded.
Probably planned to gather their forces and crush us in a single stroke.
Whoa! What the
Oh!
Stretching across the ocean horizon that surrounded the door at their backs was an encirclement of countless large sailing ships. Sailing goats? As they could clearly see.
Remind me again what happens if you like this more than Disco Elysium?
I have to watch One Piece. We're already doing it. We're here.
Oh, no.
This counts, right?
Yayo, oh no.
As you can clearly see, the decks of those ships were packed with goats, with some of the more foolish and overeager ones spilling over the edges into the emptiness below. Dang. I've gone through a lot of crazy stuff in your games, but being surrounded by pirate ships is definitely a first for me.
They probably do possess the strength to break through the Golden Land's perimeter. Those cannons are no bluff. Doubtless, they will be able to use those to smash through this door and pour in.
Along the sides of each ship were several open gun ports, each with a cannon pointing at the door. It's going to fire goats. If this many ships all around them fired all of those at once, there was no point in trying to imagine what would happen next. Battler and Beato grimaced and hung their heads. How long would the Golden Land perimeter hold out against those cannons?
I do not know. However, Shikashi, since they are still awaiting reinforcements after amassing that many soldiers, I doubt the barrier will break that easily.
True. Can't think of any other reason to delay your attack without even sending terms for surrender.
I hope we can take advantage of the time they give us.
Time is always the ally of the weaker side. After all, we can always hope for a miracle.
Though it might lead us further into despair.
At that moment, something small and hard hit Battler in the forehead. Ow! The heck is this? Konpeko?
Konpeko? Well, so, Chunks, huh? It's me! I know where Bird and the others are!
The candy was Lambda Delta's transformed body. What? She was the only one of their allies capable of crossing the Sea of Fragments.
Spectacular!
Eat it. Eat it. Eat it. Oh, so
I ate her.
she just swore in the English translation. Okay, yeah.
That's the great Lady Lambda Delta for you. They can see us here.
Her voice is like small and chipmunk. Holy fuck.
Let's talk inside. Shit is starting to get messy.
Got it. Is anyone there? When Battler knocked on the door, it opened, and Shannon and Cannon came into view.
You called for us? My apologies, but we need you two to keep a lookout.
Leave it to us. When they begin their attack, don't worry about fighting them. Escape to the Golden Land as soon as they start. Don't worry about closing the door.
But that means...
They plan to ignore the door and smash the Golden Land directly. Making a last stand here won't do anyone any good.
I understand.
We'll take care of things here, so go inside and work on a counterattack.
We shall. We're counting on you. It's really obvious whenever all three of those sprites are next to each other that they have the same exact eye color.
I think that's one of the first things that tipped me off. Yeah, looking for people with that eye color.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird that Leon doesn't have that eye color. Mm-hmm.
Although the eye color is that's something that was added with these PS3 sprites. Originally, I think generally characters associated with magic had blue eyes, and characters who were associated more with reality had just black eyes.
Huh.
In the original, there were some exceptions like Burn having purple eyes. But other than that, it was varying shades of blue or black.
Battler and Beato trade places with Shannon and Cannon and return to the Golden Land. Gentle rain poured down over the Golden Land's rose garden. The weather here reflected the hearts of those inside it. The quietly falling raindrops spoke for the pain felt by those who could do nothing but hide here, waiting for the enemy's final assault. When they returned to the arbor, that piece of conpito flew out of the Battler's pocket.
Conpeco.
Jumped onto the table and returned to its original form.
I haven't had a thrill like this for years. Hard to believe I'd find myself in such a tense situation, even after becoming a witch.
Let's get down to business. Where the heck are Angie and Berncastel?
They're in the City of Books. I've heard of it. They say it's a place where great witches, travelers of the sea, store countless fragments in the form of books. You mean the great witch of theater-going, drama, and spectating the noble city of carefully selected books, yes? Of course he would say that. The great lady Aurora is the ruler of the City of Books. Indeed, that would be a fitting place for those two to go. Nice going, Lady Lambda Delta. I can't believe you could pick out that spot so quickly from all the other possible hiding places. Actually, it was pretty easy. I didn't even have to search, since they're advertising it as loud as they can. They're planning a huge party to celebrate the announcement of a great secret. The secret to the cat box of the great Lady Beatrice, the Endless Witch. I see. They haven't been delaying their attacks because they await They haven't been delaying their attacks because they await reinforcements, but because the party has not yet begun.
So in this party, they plan to use Angie's key and reveal the contents of the Book of the Single Truth.
You've got it. Aurora hasn't held an event like this for ages, and she's gathering VIP guests from all over the place. The Book of the Single Truth will probably be the party's final showpiece.
That means we still have a shot at taking Angie and the key back.
Time-wise, that may be true. However, Shikashi, there's a really simple and obvious problem.
What?
The City of Books is a sacred realm under the supervision of the Senate. It's protected by a holy barrier. Only a witch of the Senate can enter it. Have they invited any non-senators to the party?
Fucking crap.
They have. It looks like they're being given special invitations, which allow them to enter the sacred realm for a limited time.
Okay, what are we gonna do now? A heist to get one of the invitations so we can get it?
Let's go!
What?
Woo! Umi 11. Invitations. My. Now this could be interesting. That's what I thought. However, Shikashi, there's a strict policy on punctuality, so these invitations automatically become useless unless you present them before the party begins. And I'm afraid to say that the party started a short while ago. In other words, Su-mari. It's too late to try stealing an invitation from a guest who's running late. That's right. So, what do we do now? Could someone get me some popcorn? I'd like some candy flavor this time.
Why is Kraus as
What the fuck are you gonna do?
As an outsider, I hate to barge into this conversation, but we seem to have no options left.
No, wait.
Maybe Kraus has been investing in time travel tech, and we could go back in time to before the invitation was used. Not to undo anything that happened, just to get the invitation. Okay.
Kraus is already on the part where it's like, so we need to get an invitation, huh? Can we do anything except sit here until they attack? There must be something we can do. That's right. There is just one thing we can do.
What's that? We can keep on struggling for each second of survival and hope for a miracle.
A miracle?
So we're stuck defending the Alamo.
Surrender isn't an option. We can only hold out for as long as we can, waiting for a miracle. This might be the last one, so I'm gonna say it with me, chat. Uryu.
Ooh.
What kind of miracle?
D20 failed.
There's a chance, maybe 1 in a million, that Angie will change her mind for some reason and come back.
Huh. With a probability such as that, it truly would be a miracle. We are here to await Angie-san's return.
Yes. This right here is the only place Angie-san can call home. So we must defend it to the last minute, waiting for her to come back.
Awaiting the return of one's master is a servant's duty. Now that we are here, I, Goda, am prepared for whatever may come. Battler-sama, all of us are prepared.
We of the Chiester Sisters Imperial Guard will fulfill our oath and remain by the great Lady Beatrice's side until the bitter end. 45 here, no problems. I will fight until the end. Finally, a fitting place to die, yeah? No problems from 410, yeah? The 7 Sisters of Purgatory will stay with Beatrice-sama and Battler-sama until it's all over.
I wonder what happens next version 33. The 6 younger sisters also showed the resolve with their eyes.
Eisern Jungfrau will serve until the end.
The former SSVDs got your back too.
And I ask that you lend us your power as well. I'm getting chills again. Fuck it. They're deserved this time. You know what? Fuck it. They're deserved this time. Me? No way! Didn't I just give you some excellent intel? I think I've done more than my fair share, don't you? How do you know that Angie-chan is in the City of Books? I saw her with my own eyes, of course. I never trust anything unless I see it for myself. Which means you're qualified to enter the sacred realm called the City of Books, right? Indeed. The great Lady Lambda Delta is a witch of the Senate, after all.
Lambda Delta.
What's with you guys? You aren't going to tell me to do more work, are you? My, what an unexpected development!
Lady Lambda Delta is the only one who can enter the City of Books.
Could that possibly mean
that this is Lady Lambda Delta's time to shine?
kidding around. Are you people crazy? You're telling me to go all by myself and sneak into there one more time and then bring Angie back out here?
Yes. The several dozen people surrounding Lambda Delta all nodded in unison.
How stupid can you be? If I save Angie, I'll be crashing the Great Aurora's party, get it? I'd have a whole world as my enemy. And what's in it for me? Nothing, obviously. There's nothing you could possibly offer me that'd be worth getting on the bad side of Aurora and her monster friends. You'll get to see a happy ending, where Aurora and Berncastell's schemes are crushed. Angie comes back, and everyone makes peace with one another. What do you say, Lady Lambda Delta? There could be no greater thrill. If you pulled off such a marvelous feat, you would be able to forget your illness for 1,000 years, would you not?
We're begging you, Lambda Delta. Lend us your power.
Marvelous.
Please, please, we're begging you. Help us save Angie. Everyone surrounded Lambda Delta, asking for her help.
Please, Lady Lambda Delta. Only you can do this.
Give us your strength. I'll show you the greatest of tales, and you'll get to see it from the front row. So please, lend us your strength.
Shut up! Shut the hell up!
You had me at popcorn. Lambda Delta leapt to her feet and crushed the cup of popcorn in her hands. Sweet, candy-flavored popcorn flew all over the place, hitting everyone in the face. It might have looked funny. However, no one laughed.
She's finally getting serious.
Lambda Delta's face was filled with a rage that none of them had seen before.
Please, stop getting the wrong idea. I'm a spectator. A spectator! I'm just a guest who was invited by Beato to come and watch this game. So why should I risk my life for you people? You think I'll get a happy ending if Angie comes back? Are you really that stupid? Bern and her forces will come sweeping through here, mad with rage, and wipe us all out. There's only one reason I'm here. And that's because Leon over there said I'd get to see an interesting show. Yeah, and now I'm sure I'll get to see a sublimely interesting tale very soon. A sad, sad tragedy as you fight desperately against Bern's forces and get wiped out one by one. Oh, I'm sure you'll each get one last time to shine as you're torn apart. If I wait just a little, I'll get to see all that, won't I? Pretty soon, all of you will be dead. But not me. I'm a spectator, a guest. There's absolutely no reason for me to die with you. Fuck it.
No one was able to say a word. In the still silence, where there was no sound except that of the rain, even Lambda Delta finally hung her head in dismay.
I'm sorry. I'm totally lame, aren't I? Sure, if I stood up right now and said leave it to me, my popularity would surge and I'd probably make it into the top 3 in the next character ranking contest. Still, unlike the rest of you, I'm not a character who appears in the story. I can't die. It's like it's midnight. You're telling me that the climax of the show is coming up next. Tomorrow's Monday. I've got early cleaning duty at school. We live in completely different worlds. And so...
Battler, quick, challenge her to a closed room duel to make her do it, because apparently that's something we do now. Lambda Delta staggered through as though dizzy, then plopped down into a chair. Then she became expressionless like a doll, just staring at a single point in space silently. Sorry. Battler softly apologized. However, Lambda Delta remained expressionless. It's not fair for us to force you to risk something on your own. Not when we haven't yet exhausted all our options. We'll fight here and defend this spot until the last moment. We'll believe in the miracle of Angie choosing us over the single truth. If we weren't prepared to do that, we could hardly ask you to give up your life along with the rest of us. Battler rose from his seat and span around.
Battler.
I'll switch places with the pair outside. When an enemy comes, I want to be in the front lines. That's the fastest and most direct way I can show Lambda Delta my determination.
I shall go as well. Teacher, please find Lady Lambda Delta some more popcorn. Beato. Beato-san. I know Angie will return. Without belief, even miracles that might have occurred will not. Can't win the lottery unless you buy a ticket. Vote kick Lambda for AFK.
Beato also stood up and followed Battler. Everyone, let's do what we can to prepare for the fight.
Yeah. It'd be stupid to just sit around here doing nothing. Is everyone gonna get a line again?
Good point. Let's at least give him a good show at the end.
Are we gonna get one more Uryu? Got to make sure there's a place Angie-chan can still call home. We should hold a strategic conference too.
Yeah. We have furniture? No, they're outside. Weapons, demons, and inquisitors on our side. There's got to be some way for these mismatched forces to cooperate.
Let's go, little sisters. Break time is over. One more Uryu? One more? Chester troops, rise.
The humans and illusions all rose to their feet and left the arbor. Afterwards, only Lambda Delta remains, still staring blankly at a point in empty space.
I'm glad I made it a good one.
You did make it a good one.
I'm glad I made it a good one.
There's still a chance. There's still a chance.
There is still a chance.
That black tea smells nice. Is it instant or from a tea bag? Oh, would you like some too, Comrade Ava? We're out of cups, so you'll have to use a funnel. A gold butterfly drifted onto the balcony and turned into Ava.
How's Berncastel doing? Will it be a while longer before she breaks the seal on the Book of the Single Truth? That's what I came to talk about. She says the seal has been broken.
Congratulations, so the time has finally come. The period to mark the end of your life.
Take the key and go to Lady Berncastel. One of her cat familiars will guide you.
2 emerald sparkles flew in. They were the green, glinting eyes of a black cat. The cat flicked its tail elegantly with the dignity of a high-class attendant.
Got it. Then I'll be back in a bit.
Angie rose from her seat. She did it casually, as though she really was just heading out for a short trip. However, her lips would probably never touch her half-finished cup of tea again. We weren't together long, but I enjoyed it. Getting to learn what disgust for your own kind is like was an enlightening experience.
Same here. Next time we meet, you'll have to teach me the trick to making this tea so terrible. Are you happy? Now you'll finally get to learn the secret I've been hiding from you these past 12 years. I'm happy. Yeah, now I can understand how Erica feels. It's like I'm taking a shot back at you, exposing the secret that you kept until your death. And is it a good feeling? Well, it's better than nothing.
Angie nodded towards the black cat to let it know that she was ready. The cat nodded back in a refined manner, indicated that it wanted Angie to follow, and leapt from the balcony. Without turning back, Angie followed it, jumping out into the air as though swimming.
Parallels to her jumping off the building there?
Ava watched her go. An expression of ridicule and scorn failed to cross her face.
Good luck, Angie. This is the path you've chosen. You aren't 6 years old anymore. You're 18. Choose how to live your own life.
What an overprotective aunt you are.
I'm going to go watch the ceremony. What about you?
It's almost time to begin the attack, so I'm heading for the ships. I've got to go pick up Beato's corpse. Everyone at the party can have her guts, but I get to keep her skin, so let's stuff and mount it.
So, even Rekenjima's tale, which was wrapped in the veil of mysteries, is about to meet its end.
Which means it's also the end for you. I mean, you are a piece from there, right?
A piece is all I am. The role of a piece is to remain faithful to its role until the game ends. It's not a piece's place to worry about what happens after the game is over.
True. And it's the same for me. Let's both enjoy this time while we have it. Well then, allow me to take my leave.
Later. Good luck with your work.
After exchanging elegant bows, the two witches vanished at the same time. Nothing remained except some half-finished teacups and the aroma of the tea itself.
I'm surprised it's still going. Oh, whoa.
Oh. One after another, luxury cars stopped in front of a high-class hotel in the city, and guests began to step out of them. Rare, Professor Utsuki! Oh, what a surprise! I haven't seen you since the last convention. All of the guests gathered here were very rich and cultured. A single hobby tied all of them together. They were witch hunters. Like-minded people who enjoyed exploring various interpretations of the Rekenjima mystery. Do you want to take
all these ones? Yeah. Still, I wonder if it's really true. To think that the diary of Ushinomiya Ava's actually exists.
True. I've heard the rumors myself. This is that legendary secret diary which Ushinomiya Ava hid away just before her death. It is said that she recorded the details of Rekenjima's truth in there, just like that fable of the king with the donkey's ears. Humans are tragic creatures, incapable of keeping truly silent regarding secrets only they could know.
From what I've heard, a collector from Dubai offered to buy it for $10 million.
Maybe it's just like a really elaborate forgery, another forgery. Incredible, more evidence of the fascination that the Rekenjima mystery is capable of stirring. Conversations like this were breaking out passionately all over the place. Furthermore, it wasn't just guests who were allowed to enter. The press was also there in force. The Rekenjima mystery was such a large movement that it became a social phenomenon at one point. Though it had died down slightly in recent years, it was still a topic fiercely debated across the internet. It was hardly any surprise that the discovery and imminent release of the Ushinomiya Ava's diary, which contained the truth of that mystery, had caused an uproar. And on top of all that, the mysterious forger oh my god, was to appear publicly for the first time. In fact, it seemed that Ito Kokoro and Hachijo Toya, the up-and-coming mystery novelist, were the same person. Of course, this meant that Hachijo Toya would also be appearing in public for the first time. Though she was thought to be a male author, the fact that she was actually a mysterious woman author alone was enough to cause a stir. Before the diary unveiling party, a press conference was held in one of the rooms of the hotel.
Indeed. I am Hachijo Toya. Madam Hachijo, we know that in your previous book signings you were so determined not to show yourself that you even used a body double. So what has caused you to change your mind and appear before us this time? The legend of the Rekenjima witch has given birth to endless tales. Considering the weight of such a legend's demise, and being the mere writer that I am, I felt obligated to show myself as a sign of respect. As a forger, you announced on the web that you had reached the truth. Does that mean you've already read the contents of that diary? And very soon, those contents will be revealed to everyone. Pardon me for asking, but is there any guarantee that the contents of this diary are the truth? One might view it as nothing more than a personal account from a single deceased person. Not at all. I guarantee it. The truth is recorded in this diary.
Huh. A stir passed through the crowd, and the room was suddenly filled with camera flashes. So she's god of reality. Interesting.
I mean, she is Ryukishi. This ends Madame Hachijo's interview. Allow us to express our deep gratitude towards all members of the press for coming on this day. And now, we would like to move on and allow you to take photos of Madame Ushiromiya Eva's diary.
A hotel worker pushed forward a cart covered by a veil. Then, after looking to Hachijo for approval, he removed the veil. There lay Ushiromiya Eva's diary. The book of the single truth sat there, waiting for its seal to be released. Hachijo held it to her chest and laughed enigmatically. Camera flashes came from everywhere, making the book of the single truth glint.
And that is all for now. If you would all please move to the assembly hall.
Still holding the diary, Hachijo left the press conference room, escorted by men from the hotel, until she went through a door that said, "Authorized personnel only." The journalists continued to surround her and ask questions, hoping to gather just one more comment. When the door slammed shut, the world twisted. The hotel employees became black cats wearing capes. Hachijo had turned into Featherine. Things are getting pretty crazy out there. Did you enjoy it?
How tiring. Still, that went well. And yet, this diary truly is heavy.
Featherine tossed the diary and Berncastel caught it.
I will rest in one of the waiting rooms.
Going to be up again pretty soon. There's no time to rest.
In that case, call it a short break so that I can properly enjoy this long-awaited excitement.
I need to borrow that book. I promised Angie that I'd show her first.
I see. In that case, do as you please.
Featherine left, followed by her cat attendants. After watching her until she was out of sight, Berncastel disappeared as well. A lot of switches in this chapter.
A lot of them, yeah. I'm surprised we're still going.
I think this is probably the last scene, though.
Probably, yeah.
Like Erica's room, Berncastel's was a balcony without a handrail dug out of a bookshelf cliff. Angie had been kept waiting for some time, but she had waited patiently, looking down at the world below her. I'm late, aren't I? Sorry about that. After Berncastel appeared, the black cats gave a bow and vanished. Here you go. I brought it with me. The book of the single truth.
Can I touch it?
Do as you like. Berncastel set it on the table and beckoned Angie forward. Slowly, Angie approached it.
So, this is Aunt Ava's diary.
That's right. Inside it, you'll find the single truth that you wanted. You do have the key, right?
Yes. Right here.
Angie took the key out, looked at it there on her palm, then gripped it tightly. Even the heavy lock that held the diary so securely was fated to be swept aside easily as soon as Angie readied herself. I won't rush you. You don't have to open it until you're ready.
This includes the truth of what happened at midnight on October 5th, 1986, right?
Yes. It is everything that you wanted to know so much. You offered up your life. Didn't read that very well, but yeah. In that instant, two Angies appeared inside of her, taking control of her body at the same time. On the one hand, she knew that she had already paid a great price to learn the truth. This part of her gripped the key, wanting to avoid a second of hesitation that might lead her to refuse to learn the truth now, at the final moment with the book of the single truth right before her. On the other hand, Feeling as though she was betraying the brother and family who watched over her warmly made her bite her lower lip. However, though she shook, she could do nothing but watch as her right hand slowly brought the key towards the lock. What am I hesitating for? Inside this diary is the final destination of my sad, painful 12-year-long journey. Wasn't 12 years enough? Do I want to keep living that way? That brother is an illusion created by my heart, my naive hope that a miracle might still occur. If I put my two options on a scale, then the path I should choose is clear. Slowly, I push the key.
Really good.
Slowly, I push the key
This
until it is.
really good.
Push the key into the lock and twisted. The lock opened with a click. At the same time, it felt as though a crack ran through the key in my hands. Maybe a part of that intricate design had fallen off. Couldn't tell where it was broken just by glancing at it. However, for some reason, its golden glint seemed dulled somehow. It's because you've made your choice with that key. A bit of magic has disappeared.
What kind of magic?
Didn't Battler tell you? He said you couldn't hand that over to anyone else. That magic, which left the decision to you, has just fulfilled its role and disappeared. That key is just a key now. You can't do anything but lock and unlock that diary.
I see. Then, I guess I have no more use for Oni-chan's key.
Can I have it? Once you've read the diary, I'll lock it up again. Opening that lock will be a big part of tonight's ceremony, it seems.
I see. Do whatever you want.
I don't give a damn what happens after I find the truth. Then Castle slid the key from where it lay on the table and put it into her pocket. Go ahead then, before the courage that led you here fades. I lifted up Aunt Ava's now unlocked diary. The lock was unset. Even the hinge had been released by now. Nothing stands in the way of me opening to the pages within. I thought of taking a deep breath. However, I decided against it. I prepared myself for this long ago. It'd be so stupid to feel my reluctance further. I opened it. Violently, ruthlessly. I knew that this was the right way to open to the pages that held the truth. Would you like to read this part, Jelly?
Sure. As soon as the cover was open, a brilliant light poured out, and my mind went hazy. Truth was sent to my mind directly, without letters or words. Tell me what happened that day in Rikenjima. My consciousness returned gradually. Nothing was written in the open book for me. Of course, this was my own blank and empty notebook. At school, sitting idly with my notebook open. The world had stopped. Clocks on the hands on the clock, too. In that case, the auditorium should have been filled with silence. However, I could hear a small commotion. In this world, suspended time, I could see dark shapes sneaking about in the shadows of the unmoving students. There were students with goat heads. They were sneaking glances at me from behind the frozen students, whispering something to each other. I know. I can hear them. Everybody knows. One after another, students with goat heads grew out of the shadows all over the room. I slipped around all the students, stopped in time, and gathered around me. Then, they all jeered out something in unison, as if they knew I could hear, showered me with giggles, gossip, and sneers. However, nothing that came from the goat's mouth reached my ears as words. This was a world without letters or words, so no words reached me. However, their emotions and meanings did reach me, so I knew what it was they were saying. And then, when I was able to visualize it, one after another, the goats opened their massive jaws, showing their fangs that dripped with saliva, and came forward to bite me. Time was stopped. I was aware, could not move. It wasn't literally true. However, pretending that I couldn't hear, I couldn't move. Goats bit me all over my body, leaving their fang marks, licking me. Maybe they didn't like the taste of my clothes. Taking advantage of the fact that I couldn't move, chewed through my clothes one by one. Over and over again, goats stuck their tongues, their jaws, their fangs into my naked body. I was covered with drool and bitten all over. Bright red teeth marks were left behind as fangs pierced my skin, leaving trails of blood. They licked up that blood like real goats, hurting and humiliating me. As I hung my head, one of the goats pulled on my hair, forcing me to look up, and spoke. They didn't say it with concepts, but with words that I could hear. However, they weren't words of the human world. They were a witch's words. The red truth, which signifies truth that is certain. This is the truth of the Rikenjima incident. I won't accept it. Doesn't matter if you accept it or not. This is the truth. After all, accept it. I won't. I won't accept the truth like that. Like that. Whether you accept it or not, that doesn't change the truth. After all, this is the single truth, proven in red. Giggle, giggle. Cares about the truth? So stupid, so pointless. I'm the one who gets to decide if it's the truth or not, right? Even if it's red, I won't acknowledge it, won't forgive it, definitely won't accept it. The red truth is absolute? Who for? It's absolute for you guys, right? Not for me. I won't let you contaminate my truth with yours.
Angie, calm down. You're the one who wants to know, right?
My truth is that Aunt Ava's the culprit. Aunt Ava killed everyone. Everything's her fault. Dad and Mom and Oni-chan and all the others are just victims. It's no one's fault. No one's fault. Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. Your aunt will always be on your side, Angie-chan. Yeah, I get it now. I know what you mean. That's right, Aunt Ava. You're the culprit. You're the culprit. It's the world that's messed up and broken for not realizing that. I'm the right one. I'll deny the red truth, deny the whole world.
I see. In that case, try writing a red truth only you can write. But how is it possible for a human to write with red truth?
It's possible! There's a red ink that only humans can write with.
Angie-san, please calm down.
I'm the right one. The world's wrong. I'll write it. I'll record the truth. The real red truth.
20. Requesting urgent support on the roof. Angie-san, hold on. Please think this over. Look out! Goodbye, Angie. Have a nice day.
I'll write it out. This is my blood red truth. I'll never accept the truth of your world. Angie's body went past the edge of the balcony. The air, which she had once been able to swim through, was now completely merciless for some reason. Angie's body plunged straight into the darkness below. Berncastel just watched the scene play out in silence. Behind her, men in black suits rushed up to the fence, clutching it, screaming.
20. Angie-san jumped off. Damn, I can't see her from here. Quickly, investigate the ground area. It's no use, there's no way. Maybe she was caught by that safety net. Let's make sure.
What fools. You jumped straight down from this height. Do you really think such a flimsy safety net could possibly save you?
As the Witch of Miracles, I, Berncastel, guarantee that such a miracle certainly won't occur. Giggle, giggle, giggle.
Angie's body fell from the skyscraper-like bookshelf and slammed against the floor of the City of Books. Looking down from Berncastel's balcony, which was as high as the skyscraper's roof, did it not look like a lovely red pressed flower? No, you couldn't see it at all, just like how the death of a single lonely girl who rejected the world didn't matter to anyone in the world. She probably died instantly. It was only natural. She had fallen straight down from this height, after all. Is it even conceivable that she wouldn't die instantly after something like that? The index finger on the right hand of the corpse stuck out, as though it was tracing something. Could it be that, by some impossible miracle, she really had escaped an instant death? Could the red blood that had drained from her that moment of her death, have been the ink that drew her own personal red truth? However, no one would ever be able to tell what she had written. After all, the red blood pouring out from her corpse had run over it all. I think it's Ava. Even this was one of your choices. Angie. Ava was looking down at the beautiful flower of blood radiating from Angie's corpse. I tried to keep you alive. However, you never tried to live in the future that began after the age of 6. So, after 12 years, you finally returned to where you started. The eyes on Angie's corpse closed. However, there was no way of knowing if this was a peaceful thing. Eventually, the corpse began to melt away. At the end, become a messy lump of human flesh, with only a few parts recognizable as human. It's hardly surprising. How else would she look after falling from that height and slamming against the asphalt? And it should die. However, this doesn't mean that everyone will be waiting for you in heaven. After all, you reached this place by rejecting all of those in heaven. See you in hell. No, that's probably where we are right now. So long, Angie.
Ah, Ava. Perfect timing.
Did you call for me, my master?
Clean up this scrap meat for me, if you wouldn't mind. I'm going to take this back.
In Berncastel's hands were the key, which had lost its magic when Angie made her decision, and the Book of the Single Truth, which had been locked up again. As you wish, my master. After looking down one more time, Berncastel vanished. When she had gone, Ava summoned some cat familiars and ordered them to clean up. Black cats gathered Angie's flesh and scattered limbs and threw them into a tin bucket, even in this miserable form. Angie's soul was still living. Perhaps living is a poor description. She was unable to die. From now on, forever, she would drift along in the deepest depths of oblivion, covered by the dust of oblivion, until she finally disappeared. She continued to question herself. What did the truth mean to her? What was right? Where was the place she could call home? As her flesh began to cool, even the energy to ask these questions began to fade. Eventually, she would forget her everyday memories, and even the reason why she was suffering. However, there was one thing she would not forget. She would never forget. That was the anguish. From this point forth, she would suffer endlessly without even knowing why. By the time the cats finished flinging her corpse into the bucket and dumping it into the sea of nothingness, Angie had forgotten even her own name. Holy shit, man.
That was good.
You want to take narration back?
Sure. What's this sound I keep hearing? Yes, it must be the sound of rain. In that case, what are those two bright lights coming towards me? I don't know. However, they came at me with a screeching sound and stopped right in front of me. A blaring noise came at me over and over. Whatever's shining those bright lights is threatening me. It's probably telling me to get out of the way. However, I was incapable of moving even a finger. There was a sound and a car door opened. Car? Door? Apparently I was lying on asphalt under the pouring rain. She lived?
Oh, that got me. That got me. Oh, that hit me really, really suddenly.
Damn. I'm really surprised it shared the book. That was good. I liked that sequence. That was a good sequence.
It's really good.
I didn't like the how the goat attack was dragged out for a very, very long time, but
yeah, it's a bit much. Yeah,
this at the end was really good. It was a good sequence. Bro, you can't stop here. Watch me.
we gotta
stop here. Sorry.
I'd love to read more, but I really can't.
Is Walrus Life?
Man, I think so. Yeah. Oh man,
I have that typed up. Well, thank you very much for reading, Jelly. You did a fantastic job. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean it truly. It has been my pleasure and an absolute honor to be here for this. Thank you very much for having me.
Chat loved it. Thank you very much. I'll miss Umineko when it's over. Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're gonna need a
miss it.
Tuesday stream, one more, or if it's just gonna be finished next Saturday. I will find out. Yeah, we'll see. Stream tomorrow? I'm not sure. I would like to play some more Expedition 33 tomorrow or Monday, but I'm not sure.
I have to go live tomorrow. I have to go to work in like an hour after this shit. Oh man. Oh, this is good. Thank you again for having me, really.
Thank you for being on, Jelly. Thank you.
The end of an era.
Have fun making small talk. Stand in the corner. They don't know about Angie.
Jelly, no, don't cry. A bit late, but it is subdued.
Anyway,
Thank you, everyone, for watching.
be kind
Until
to
next
Walrus. I'll send it through. And yeah, thank you again, Jelly. Have a weekend, everybody.
Thank you, Joe. Have a good one. See ya.
And good night to anyone that didn't go to the raid. See you next time. Or Tuesday or Saturday for your Umineko, I'm not sure. Or next Expedition 33 stream. Thank you very much.
See you in hell, perhaps?
Ooh. Damn.